Good morning, I'm alive today. Hopefully you are also alive and being a warm body if you're on cake. Good morning, she lates us. I don't even remember what I was doing before stream, but I woke up a little late today because I went to bed a little late. Cake raid. Ayo Sabi, thank you for the raid on cake. Welcome, cake raiders. Thank you for the raid. I know. Kate, thank you for that 5-month resub. Working on your cake placenta. Hell yeah, we need multiple placentas. Trying to stay positive even though you got laid off last Wednesday. I'm sorry to hear you got laid off. Hopefully you can get another better job sooner rather than later. I know it always feels kind of scary when you're in that situation. I'm sorry, dude. Rad VG, thank you for that 3-month kick sub as well. Thank you for being a warm body. Thank you. You see the fact we live in a world where there's a 5% chance that Donald Trump sucked Bill Clinton's dick is the timeline you did not expect. You didn't know we needed. I don't even know where that is coming from, necessarily. Like, I know there was, like, Democrats released more Epstein email stuff, and they tried redacting, like, Virginia Guffrey's name in order to make Trump look worse than he is. But then it's like, we already have Virginia Guffrey's testimony, and her testimony directly contradicts what Epstein was writing in the email. So, you know, it's, wow, evil guy does evil things. I'm so shocked. 5% is big if true, but you'd have to see the math behind it. True and real. It's coming from people who are getting psyoped. My tabs are all in an incredible order. So I figure I will just go from current time backwards to Friday and hopefully get through as many as humanly possible. Would some stricter moderation and restrictions on the stream suggestions channel be possible? Lots of repeats, tracking links, and no source tweets. I'm not sure how we would make it stricter necessarily. Like, obviously, remove your tracking links if you remember. But it's not like we can really do anything about that. I mean, I guess we could have a dedicated mod, like, deleting stuff constantly, but... as far as no source tweets, that has always been a, like, if you're posting screenshots, I'm never gonna bring it up on the stream, because that's not a source, it's a fucking screenshot. And, there's one account in particular I've been having a lot of trouble with, not in Discord, but, like, on Twitter. The, where is it? Because I just had my mods get me sources for stuff today. Wall Street Apes, they're in an account that, like, posts, you know, years old content to make it look like it's current content. And so every time I find something from that account that looks interesting, I'm like, hey mods, I'm gonna need a time check on this, because typically it's not current, and they never get... Like, they're not claiming that it's current, but because they're posting it during, you know, a current issue, it's what makes it look current, which is why there would be no community note, because it doesn't... They're not purporting it specifically to be a new thing, but they don't tell you that it's years old either. So it's very, very fucking annoying to run into that account. Unfortunately. And then, repost, you can't really do anything about repost either. You know, people are gonna find things interesting. If it's a repost and I already have it in a tab, I just scroll past it. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Plus, I mean, if more people are posting it, that means more people are interested in it, right? It's a channel for, like... It's a channel meant for me to scroll through. So if something bothers me, I can tell the mods to do something about it, but I also try to be rational about what can realistically be done. Told my mom about my mother. She was appalled he didn't have the heart to tell you about her being Italian. She's very proud of her Italian heritage. Oh no. I'm sorry. Praxis Fall, thank you. Source, I'm a Kirsche, just trust me, true. Privacy is the responsibility of the person who cares, not on the person who doesn't care. I mean, it's not even, like, on the person who doesn't care, it's just, like... What are we gonna do, man? We can't sanitize everybody's links, dude. You're drinking your Gamer Subs pineapple cocktail in the cup for your cup. Use code Kirsche for 10% off your order. Thank you. Thank you for using code Kirsche for 10% off your order. We got Black Friday sales at Starforge right now. As the Black Friday sales start picking up everywhere, oh, there's a couple of things that I would like to get. It's a rage bait account, not a news account. Wall Street Apes is fucking sketch. Yeah, it's been disheartening, because I've just been, like, losing my mind after I find something interesting on Twitter, and then I go and look it up to get a better source than just a Twitter post, and it's like, oh, this happened in 2014, and I'm like, why are you posting it now? Like, I understand the importance of not forgetting about things, and especially if things are like, oh, bad thing happened in 2014, and then again in 2016, and then again in 17, and 18, and 19, and 20, and 21, and now it's like 17 million times a day in 2025. Like, I get that the pattern recognition is also helpful, but I wish that if people were posting old content in the middle of current conflict, there would be some kind of indication that it was old content. It's very obnoxious. Gun Guy, thank you. It's your 39th birthday tomorrow. Well, I won't be here, so happy early birthday, Gun Guy. I hope you have a delicious pastry, possibly in the shape of a gun, since you're a gun guy. And I hope you have a great day. Happy birthday, dude. Psycho, thank you. Holy crap, it's been this long. Go get yourself a himbo. Thank you for the 14 months, brother. Keegs SK, thank you for the 19-month tier 2. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Moose Nugget, thank you. Finished the first game of Civ you had in years. Cultural supremacy achieved. Christianity founded. Rock and roll created. Labor forced. Space race won. We got Kirsches on the moon. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I typically go with the religion I can't pronounce because I like their bird. Zoroastrianism? The bird religion. I do that one. Thus spoke Zarathustra. You know, I can't, that name is too much for me. Mr. Liquid, thank you for the 6-month resub on Kick. Discovered you 6 months ago, Fox. So your daily streams along with some good games and family helped you get through a sudden unexpected cancer diagnosis and treatment. Happy to report all recent tests are normal and hope to stick around for a good long while. Fuck yeah, buddy. That's what we like to hear. Good job. I'm glad you kicked cancer's ass. Good fucking job, and I hope you live a long and prosperous life now. Fuck that shit. Good on you, bro. The statement was approved by Rock and Roll Trump. What the heck? Zoroastrianism. I'm never gonna remember that one. You love the incest religion. I don't know anything about Zoroastrian bird religion, but I like the bird. What was I seeing all the people saying that they were glad that John Fetterman fell and got hospitalized because he had the temerity to vote to reopen the government? No, I didn't see any of that. I saw a tweet about John Fetterman's face looking worse for the wear and him saying that he's all better, like he went to the hospital. And I was like, what the fuck happened to this guy? So I have that in a tab. I have that in a tab. Deadly Flame, thank you for the 28 months of Peroom, thank you. Hello, Core Beans. Core Beans? Tomorrow is your birthday. You can no longer say you're in your early 20s. Well, happy early birthday. Welcome to the mid-20s, where you get to rent a car, and that's your last milestone birthday forever. Congratulations. Zoroastrian bird believes in Mazdas. I don't know what that means. You think Core Beans rhymes with Koreans? I don't think it does. Julia Fetterman ousted from the Democrat Party for the high crime of being sane. Doesn't he have, like, actual brain damage? Like, not the ironic, you're retarded, thus you have brain damage, but, like, he actually had some kind of surgery that had to remove part of his brain for some reason. He had a, was it a stroke? I know there was something, like, that happened to him where he had, like, something with his brain. He had 2 strokes! Holy shit. That's crazy when the most sane person in the Democratic Party is one who actually has a brain condition. He had a stroke during his campaign and had brain damage and still won. To be fair, he is the most sane one on that side, so. Some of our most honorable chatters are literally dented. Hey, you take that back. They're just Marines, okay? We should get someone to mod Kirsches into the Kerbal Space Program. He had a stroke in the language centers of his brain, is still the sanest Democrat. True and real. You saw a shirt that reminded you of me? A TBI Fridays? What is TBI? Once again, the tolerance showing everyone how depraved they really are. You hope I'm doing okay today? I'm doing pretty alright. I am both looking forward to and dreading Black Friday sales. Looking forward to because I like spending less money when there's something I need to buy. But dreading it because I just hate spending money in general. Rosa Takanashi, thank you. Zoroastrianism. Try saying it like that. Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism. That kind of rolls off a little better. Have I ever seen a Marine count to 10? Longest hour of your life. They're a little faster than I am. That's impressive. Buddy, it's not our fault. The Kirsches are naturally retarded. Get the GPUs before they go up again. I'm still on a 4090, and I have a second rig. The second rig that I need to set up, but being in Bunkerland, I couldn't set up my second rig to have a 2 PC setup because you needed a capture card, and Tim lost my capture card. So I was like, I don't have time to find this before I run away. And I like, maybe I should just buy another one because it's been like fucking half a year. But I don't want to have 2 capture. What am I going to do with 2 capture cards when I have both of them in my hands again? How do you lose a capture card? That's a great question. I know we had, like, taken my PC apart to, like, put something inside of it and then put it back together. And he was like, do you really need your capture card set up here again? I mean, how often do you use it? And I was like, well, it's part of my setup, so I'd rather have it with my setup so I don't lose it. And he was like, well, I don't want to put it back there, so we're not going to. And you don't really use it often. And I was like, I mean, I don't, but, like, I don't want to lose it. And then when I asked him where he put it, he was like, I don't know. man listens to women.
Tip Fridays and the sun will come out again. Unfortunately are the 2 t-shirts the Unsub crew are doing for Veterans Month to raise money for vet charities, can be purchased through Bunker Branding.
Ooh! Oh, that's funny. Bunker Branding, eh? I need to get in on that. That's funny. Thank you for the knowledge, Brent Wolf, eh? Thank you. Did you say something? I did, but I mean, you know. To be fair, Korean men are basically women. Oh my god. If it was his, he would know where he put it because it's yours card got— Not true. Not true. I have a storage unit because, you know, my apartment's not that big and I was buying a couple of pieces of antique furniture that I wanted for when I eventually find a house, and storage units are relatively cheap where I live. So I got a storage unit and he was like, "Can I put some of my stuff in there?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, bro, thumbs up." And he wanted to sell like a bunch of his video games, like his physical games. And I was like, "Tim, don't sell that shit, man. Like, it's gonna, like, you probably can't even get a lot of those physical copies anymore because these are like a gajillion years old." Like, he had like N64 and Dreamcast and Genesis and some other stuff. And I was like, "Look, just put them in a box and put them in my storage unit." And he said he did that. And then when he went to like go get them for some reason, it was an empty box. And I was like, "Are you saying my storage unit was burglarized? Like, what are you talking about?" And so we went to the like storage unit guy, and the storage unit guy was like, "Well, we don't really see anybody going to your storage unit in this time period, so I don't think it was burglarized." And Tim was like, "Well, the lock also wasn't cut or anything, so I don't think it was burglarized." And I was like, "Tim, what did you do with your fucking games?" And he's like, "I don't know. I thought I put them in the storage. Maybe I sold them? I don't know." And I'm just like, oh god, this guy. You wish you hadn't sold a bunch of physical stuff back in the day? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Have Tim mail the card to the bunker if he ever finds it. Gaming sacrilege, yeah. Hey, you missed the last 2 streams because of Himbo cabin trip, hell yeah. Splitting logs, grilling meats, chatting around the campfire. God, I miss that kind of shit. Except for splitting wood, I don't do that. Oh wait, so you're saying your main rig will end up in a landfill? So no, I'm saying I'm gonna have a dual streaming rig like I should have had years ago. I'll finally have one tower to take on the load of my games and one tower to take on the load of the actual streaming process. And the new rig has like a 50-something card in it, so it's like, it's a thumbs up, happy. But I need a capture card to put the 2 towers together. I don't know what I'm doing. And now I'm gonna have 2 PCs that'll be haunted. We're just gonna replicate the poltergeists. 1 tower to rule them all. Basically, over-engineered space heater. No, most like serious career streamers have 2 rigs. I hate to break that to you. Glad you still have your copy of Kodelka, the prequel for Shadow Hearts. You bought it for $30 back in the day, and now it goes for $200-something. I've never even heard that. I didn't know there was a prequel for Shadow Hearts. That's cool. You have to upgrade your PC at some point and you hate it because nothing is wrong with it. Getting dual PC setups to have proper frame rates and no screen tearing is a challenge, even with the most tech-savvy streamers. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Anya. You traded games and a PS1 for a PS2 back in the day. That's the last time you made that mistake. I've never done that, thankfully. My biggest mistake was selling my Pokemon cards when I moved out. New PC should not come pre-haunted. It probably won't be pre-haunted, but as soon as I hook it up to the haunted PC, you know those ghosts are going to be like, free real estate! So, can't wait for the price of the Gabe Cube to be announced. You can get that. I'm thinking it'll be somewhere between the like $600 to $900 range, you know? You're so sad you can't find your Game Boy because you had many games for it. I have many Game Boys still. Oh, and Kirsche ends up with a poltergeist in the toaster that mysteriously appeared next to the dual poltergeist PC. Well, no, they can procreate. If you need a dedicated in-house PC exorcist, you only need pork rinds and Pepsi for sustain. As I got people wanting me to save them from the South Americas. If you don't have 2 PCs, your stream will freeze every time you open Minecraft, like Philly. And oh, this guy wasn't here for my Minecraft arc. I will only play Minecraft with both realism and Pokemon mods. So when I played Minecraft, it ran at like 3 FPS, but it was the most beautiful 3 FPS you've ever seen in your life. And everyone in chat was like, why do you do this? And I was like, I like it. I'm having fun. Super Gamer, thank you. You'll forever regret selling your GameCube, Wii, many games, and your beloved fighting game, Tatsunoko vs. Capcom. You regret it since almost 10 years ago. I'm sorry, brother. It's always awful when you sell things and then the regret sinks in. 3 FPS is generous. Now, I think that was pretty accurate. Sure, I still have the capture card. He may not have wanted to bother with it, so the go-to is, I don't know. Your brother does that? I mean, I know it's in the apartment. It, like, hasn't, you know, disappeared, but I don't know where it is. And, you know, I'm gonna have to go back there eventually. I gotta get things, and I gotta get my cats. I miss my cats. Bunker Cat and Benyanto are nice, but I miss my cats. I miss Ziggy. I've had him for, like, 11 years, man. Actually, no, I think it's almost 10 now. Almost 10 years. Fuck it, I miss him, and I miss Cheems Ball and Gravy. They sleep together on top of me, and I miss them. Want to hear something infuriating? You had a 3DS back in high school, but your mom confiscated it because you weren't doing well, and lost it alongside stuff. I'd be pissed. I would never let my parent forget that if they took something from me and then lost it. I'd be like, hey, remember when you wanted to punish me, but then you ended up with a lifelong lesson that caused me to have some kind of, like, sour feelings towards you for forever? You remember that? I could have recreated Kirsche Minecraft playthrough on PowerPoint. True. Cheems is the official stream alarm clock. I won't even complain when he nibbles on my toes again. I just miss him. Do I let them forget giving your stuff away? No. I do bring that up on occasion. How is Benyanto doing these days? You haven't heard an update in quite a while. He's doing pretty alright. He's gained a lot of weight. He's become evil. He pulls up carpet and scratches everything. How much do you know about the Heritage Foundation? Seems they're spreading their project from the US to Europe now. Some of the European medias are freaking out about it. Interesting. To be fair, your mom has probably sold some of your games without your knowledge or consent. Well, I mean, my mom, I have so many more things to hate her for. But, I mean, I wasn't even allowed to, like, have furniture. Like, my dad bought me a bedroom set as a kid so that I would have, you know, a place to sleep. But since my mom didn't even want to keep a bedroom for me, after she moved out of the house where she, like, rented out my bedroom to her big black friend, she, like, left all of my bedroom furniture in the basement and wouldn't let my dad come get it. So it was just, like, lost forever at that point. Parents lost your DS game during middle school and recently discovered that it had been, after it had been 10 years old. Right now, you're upset that all your money was wasted. Why do parents do this? Like, if you're gonna take something away from your kid to, like, prove a point, you have to give it back, or it's going to prove a completely different point than the one you intended. Pepperidge Farm remembers even the ends of the world. Did my grandma snap my GTA disc? She did. She did. Oh, technically it wasn't my GTA disc. It was my brother's. He was living with us because my mom had been arrested for illegally selling firearms. Hermit Status, thank you for the 7-month resub on Kick. Once again, the tolerance showing everyone how depraved they really are. Hope I'm doing okay today. I feel like I read that already for some reason. Thank you, Hermit Status. Thank you. You don't have to give it back if you warn them. It's gonna get thrown out and sold. That's fair, but you have to give them the correct warning. Did I see that Expedition 33 got snubbed at the Indie Game Awards? I read an article about that yesterday, yeah. Actually, I think I might have stopped halfway through the article because we got distracted by cults. But yeah, Kotaku was like, Expedition 33 isn't actually an indie game because they have a big team and a lot of money. When you'd punish your son, you'd take away his Wii and put it in the closet, and then the Wii was on vacation! I like that. Kane's Brain, thank you. You left a case of Game Boy Advance games on a bus in New York back in 2003. You still have nightmares. I would also have nightmares. Holy shit. I'm, like, paranoid about leaving my stuff places. And especially now that my memory is giga incredibly bad, sometimes I will be like, my purse isn't next to me. Where is my purse? Did I lose my purse? Did I leave it somewhere when I was out? And then one of the bunker bros would be like, no, it's on the kitchen table, bro. And I'm like, oh, thank God. Oh, thank God, I'm not too retarded. Dad smashed your Wii with a dumbbell while you were at school because he thought you broke his phone. You hadn't even touched his phone, but he's not always the most logical person. Yeah, I feel like you maybe have a conversation instead of just breaking shit. You kind of don't want your kids to feel like Anytime something bad happens, they're not allowed to have anything. I feel like that would instill, like, a great sense of fear in them. Razorfist gets to do his customary fuck you, I was right. He said that Mexico would never have needed the revolution with an open border. Lo and behold, closed border kickstarts revolution. I hope you're explaining that incredibly poorly, because I don't believe that Razor Fist is a no human is illegal, open borders yes kind of person. So I really hope whatever you were trying to say was just explained incredibly badly. If anything, that would just instill a desire to fuck off with all their stuff, yeah? Parents never did any of this stuff. Losing your purse is the worst feeling ever. Yes. Very yes. I misunderstood that? I read. You think I misunderstood? Razorfist gets to do his customary fuck you, I was right. He said that Mexico would never have needed the revolution with an open border. Lo and behold, closed border kickstarts the revolution. No, I read that entirely right. If we had open borders and allowed illegals through, Mexico wouldn't have needed a revolution. I don't think that's something Razorfist would say. Made sense to you? Open borders, no pressure on Mexico? Yeah, why would we want that? Need to deport Mexico from Mexico. You're reminded of the dad that ran over his son's Xbox and games with a riding lawnmower because his son was neat. What? What? Razor said Mexico would have a revolution because the illegals were a pressure valve keeping them from revolution. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So, like, the point was wanting to push them into a revolution, right? He's not saying we want that, just explaining cause and effect. What? Mexico needed the revolution, it's just that the porous border provided a pressure release valve. Yeah, it's like the revolution is a good thing, in my opinion. Razorfist said the Mexico is fucked because... said the reason Mexico is fucked is because of the open borders. Now the border is closed, there's a revolution kicking off against the cartel-owned government. Yeah, as a good thing. As a good thing. Razor said years ago that Mexico needs the wall more than we do. How many tabs on the riots going on in Mexico? We watched some of the riot stuff yesterday. I don't know if they've advanced farther, a la, like, actually taking down the wall around the palace. Is his why we need the wall video. He said Mexico would only get its needed revolution if we okay, you missed a word. Okay, that makes a lot more sense, because I was like, the way that I was reading it, it was like revolution bad, and I was like, no, revolution good. What do you mean? That makes more sense. Thank you, Malik. Thank you, Malik. Is there anything that could improve my memory over time? No, we josh it for being a coconut, but it feels bad to know chronic anxiety can do that to a person, and we give you grief for it. It only feels bad, like super bad, when I, like, forget things that are genuinely important. Or, again, like, I get, you know, nobody gives content creators the benefit of the doubt because the majority of content creators are liars and fake people and will say anything to get any kind of clout and attention. So, like, I very much understand why nobody trusts the things that content creators say. And so when I talk about having a bad memory, a lot of people who are used to lying content creators are just like, yeah, that's just a fucking excuse. Your memory's not bad, you're just a piece of shit like the rest of them. It's like, I get you, but, like, I feel bad because it's like, no, my brain is actually fucking Swiss cheese and I can't do anything about it. You know, like, that makes me feel bad. The jokes in chat do not make me feel bad. Jokes in chat, those are fine. Chronic anxiety can screw your memory? Yes, chronic anxiety can turn your brain into Swiss cheese when it comes to, like, your short-term memory. It's really bad. People really say that crazy. Oh yeah, especially when it comes to, like, the Shadman stuff from back in the day. I thought he was, like, Giga Meme 4chan artist, and I was like, hell yeah, I would love fucking edgy artwork from some Giga Meme 4chan artist. And then chat told me that he was a piece of shit who did some really bad fucking artwork about real-life children, and I was like, that's fucked up. No, I don't want this shit from a guy like that. And then I forgot that that was a thing because I was used to years of thinking of him as just, like, edgy meme artist. And obviously, you know, no quarter, obviously I'm lying, I didn't forget, I was just retarded and had a mask slip, right? I love the Alzheimer's Fox. As I try my best, but sometimes for some things, like, it has to be repeated to me multiple times. And it's like, I hate that. Shadman made porn of his own mother, the guy is fucked in the head. Like, that's fucked up, yes, but it's not a child, right? Like, I don't care about that quite as much. It's incest, it's gross, it's vile, but that's not a child. If that was the only thing he had done, I would have been like, I don't really care. He's an edgy meme artist, bro. But when it comes to actual real-life minors, like, that's fucked up. Kirsche is an android with broken hard drive. The reason she remembers before 2009 was because those things did not happen. They were pre-written memories. How do you think Oda must feel that the One Piece flag is being flown not only in Mexico, but in Nepal? I don't know. Hopefully proud that his artwork touched that many people, I guess. Memory will get better when your life becomes less stressful. I hope that's true. I hope that's true. Because, like, fuck, I am sick of a shitty memory. Alejandro Trombono, thank you. You agree 100% with the anxiety bit? Yeah. This is all AI-generated chat. None of us are real. You have a feeling American Civil War boogaloo is likely because the Rhino Republicans are willing to sabotage anything for the sake of their wallet? As much as you complain about Trump's actions recently, he's one man. Honestly, the best way to get things done is to primarily work with easy Rhino Republicans. If we do nothing, our country will collapse. Yeah, I've been kind of complaining about that for the last few days. Kirsche, you have to wake up. The accident wasn't your fault. Yeah. You're waiting any day for the stress to stop so memory can improve? Yeah, I don't know if that's even possible at this point. I feel like entire life is just a deluge of stress that you cannot escape. Anime has supplanted hero archetypes. Why the hell are you up? It's too early for coffee. Lull you back to sleep. Would rhymes help you remember things? No. No, not particularly. I mean, I remember the Chad shit now, because it's like, it's been so long. But, like, I forgot once, and apparently that's just enough to condemn me for being a terrible person forever. I was like, I don't know. I don't know, like, I can't be too angry at people, because, again, like, most content creators are, like, shitty liars and backstabbers, so I shrug. It's just kind of how things are. Doubt it. This is a period of political transition. Those have happened before in America, and it's not even close to as bad as we had it in the early 70s. There aren't people bombing right now, but you don't need large-scale bombings if there are a million disconnected incidents of violence regardless, you know? What is stressing you? A lot. A lot, and the majority that I cannot talk about. Political violence isn't as bad as the 70s, but the country in general is way worse. I wouldn't even say political violence isn't as bad as the 70s. I would just say it's not as coordinated and under easily identifiable group coordination, right? Like, even Antifa, those are typically, like, individuals who just call themselves that, right? They're not like a weather underground. Unleash the chatters. Stress relief plan step 1. Get the hell out of the lib shithole formerly known as Brooklyn. Good luck, bro. Are we still in the we can vote our way out mindset? I mean, as a public figure, you can't really say anything else, to be fair. What is stressing Kirsche is Gundam not responding to emails, except it's your turn. It might be my turn. I haven't been able to dig through my DMs. I have so many people I have to answer, and, like, on weekends, I pretty much never respond to anyone on weekends unless it's important, because, like, it's just too much going on. You have a memory issue? You changed your diet to going less because it messes with your dopamine, and I've been working out more. Politicians will get way worse if nothing is unchecked. What do you mean you changed your diet to going less? I don't understand what that means. You did mention yesterday about the protesters pulling down security walls and spray painting things on the palace walls and doors. I even read out what you said on stream. Yes, but they didn't breach the walls, and that's what I mentioned earlier. Like, if they have breached the walls and they are inside the palace, that would be, like, the next update I haven't read. Will be Pequeno, thank you. Just know we got your back, Foxy. All the love in the world to you. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's rough out here sometimes. Weather underground, there are no clouds in the underground cities. Mobile user autocorrected eating to going. You heard the police were able to push back on the civilians? That's unlucky. That's unlucky. Timestamp? Timestamp for what? Maybe going out less? I don't know. You'll memory hole parts of media and then remember them once you see them again later. That happens to me too. Last time you messaged me on X was July 6th to wish you a happy birthday, and it's still marked unseen. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of people that probably shouldn't be left on red that are left on red, because my battery for talking to people has been running on depleted for
Political
months
violence
now.
is absolutely not as bad as it was in the 70s. There were daily B0 mings. Machine politics isn't as bad either. We don't have mobsters breaking legs at polling places like the 20s. Things have been way worse before.
Yeah, I'm just gonna disagree with you about the 70s. I'm just gonna disagree. And I mean, I even addressed the thing where it's like, it might not be bombings, but there are a million cases of political violence everywhere. So yeah, it's not a bomb, but it's still really fucking bad. And if people start getting into the mindset of like, oh, it's not as bad as it was in the 70s, why would we do anything about it? It's not as bad as it was before, everything's fine, why are you complaining, you know? Like, just don't do anything. Let the politicians continue not doing anything. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm sorry. I really hate the, well, it's not as bad as it once was mentality. No, it's fucking bad, and I don't want to play Pyramid Olympics. It's fucking bad, and I want something to be done about it. It's fucking bad, and I want something to be done about it, and I want people to just stop defending people who cheer on the political violence. I'm fucking tired of it. Aren't going to have to deal with sponsor drops out of nowhere. What? Can't imagine the amount of stress you're under. Truly hope things clear up and get better soon. It's not hard to blackpill these days, but things will get better, you're sure. Heard an interesting prayer that you think applies today. Give me patience, because if you give me strength, I'm gonna need bail money. Oh my god. If you want Kirsche to respond to a birthday message, you need to send a black guy putting a candle in his ass with it. Wasn't that a boggy thing? And also, how horrific, don't do that. The saying, it's not as bad, isn't it's not bad. We should always do something about it, no matter how bad it is. When people are just like, it's not as bad as it once was, that becomes a placation for a lot of people, and like, oh, well, if it's not actually that bad and it was worse before, like, you know, why do anything? Even if the person saying it's not bad now as it was then isn't trying to imply that, that is the implication that it gives off, and that is the way a lot of people act when they read shit like that. It's not that important. You do have a point that people, you that started the whole issue, shouldn't get complacent just because in your mind people had it worse before. It doesn't mean to be a bitch and not fight for what matters now. Sorry, you don't have to apologize. Mob during the 70s was bad, no bombings, but opponents were still getting done in. The Pakistani national, thank you. Hey Kirsche, do you have any interest in the new Valve hardware? Not really. Not particularly. Ollie Wally, thank you. It's worse isn't the problem. What's bad is that there is a huge problem. What's bad is that there is a huge problem, and that communism can keep making as much traction as it does without as much threat of a mass casualty as it used to need. Hey. Kennedy from Louisiana said the freaking hilarious and true. I don't know what that is. It's not as bad as, guys, the bottom of this race to the bottom is digging your own grave at gunpoint. We don't want to play this game. Yeah. The 70s wasn't exactly electing politicians that said they want you and your children dead, so it's like, I don't really care about the bombings in the 70s, man. You only take accountability for what you say, not for your interpretation of what you said. This is one of the mottos you live under. Yeah. If you don't do anything when it's less bad, it'll get worse to where it is bad. Yeah. Yeah, and it's like, even if you're not gonna take... If somebody takes your words out of context and does something with it, that is not particularly your fault, but if you are doing the, I just want to grill, I don't want to pay attention, I don't want to look at all of what's going on, you know, I just want to grill, you're encouraging more people to take that same stance, and you're doing a detriment to you and everyone else around you. Why are we talking about the 70s? Because the 70s had bombings, don't you know? That means things now aren't as bad. Not to doomer, but you think it's actually worse that politicians with openly hostile rhetoric are not only elected, but defended and celebrated. Yep. Yep. I just wanted to play video games, but now I must glow. Same. I just wanted grilling to be something we could reasonably do. Yeah. Yeah. I definitely morphed from the I just want to grill to the I now understand I need to defend my desire to grill. I just wanted to play video games. Oh, where? Praxis Fall, thank you. Still want charges to teach the leaders not to? That's why I'm tired of the government accounts just tweeting the same shit that, like, those of us who can't do anything do. It's like, stop tweeting, Mr. Government Official, and fucking do something. Ollie Wally, thank you. It's a literal excuse to let it get worse. As a designer, use these tricks for sales. Come on, just spend a bit more. Look, everyone else likes it. Oh, yeah. Got a friend who's unfortunately bought into the normie doom scrolling and thinks things should get worse, and you reply, you don't know what living in fear is, and you remind him your grandparents and parents grew up under a dictatorship. Yeah? Yeah, I don't like the accelerationist mindset of, like, things need to get way worse for more people to understand what's going on. I really dislike that. I don't want things to get worse. I want people to understand where we're at now and make things better. 70s were worse because Kirsche wasn't born yet. True. You wanted to grill and now you're stuck in the culture war trenches. Well, we're in culture war trenches because, you know, our parents and our grandparents didn't do enough in the trenches themselves. We had too many just wanting to grill and not enough wanting to defend the right to grill. Daily reminder to drink water and take your meds. The Kirsche and chat are super duper cute and wonderful. No you. No you. People live in Brazil, so it's just proof that accelerationism doesn't work. You hate it, but you find yourself slipping in more times than you care to admit. I don't know what that means. Problem is, the grillers won't be left alone. The statists will come after any outliers, no matter how far off the grid they are. Can't have any free thinkers. Yep. Yep. Also, our parents and grandparents turned into bleeding hearts, thanks to the comfort they were living in. I would love that. I feel some people don't understand how much of a shit show bureaucratic nightmare government is, how manpower shortages and op plants make people impatient. Yep. You just want to glow. As an accelerationist, you don't want it to get worse, you just realize complete destruction is a necessary evil before rebuilding can happen.
I just want to grill was never a valid political stance. The Greeks, who invented democracy and republics, made civil duty and political education mandatory because it doesn't work otherwise. I just want to grill was always a
I mean, maybe you're right? Like, I was in the I just want to grill mentality. I read political stuff, but I was like, oh, I don't really need to care too much about this, right? And it's like, it's exhausting to have to care about this kind of stuff. It's something that I can understand why a lot of people are like, yeah, I just don't want to bother learning anything. Let daddy government take care of it. You know, they know better. Right? I can understand people falling into that mindset and just being like, yeah, fuck it. I don't really give a shit. It doesn't affect me immediately. The effects that do happen to me, I'm probably not going to notice exactly immediately or know how to attribute it. And especially, like, because of how comfortable our society has been, and because we were never really taught the exact threats of communism's wholesale in school, like we were, like the Nazis and other kind of fascist governments, a lot of people were probably just like, yeah, this is great. We're living in a wonderful society where everything is amazing and we have, like, really small things to care about. You know, the things that are bad, you know, they're like first world problems, like racism. We don't have to worry about people being slaughtered in the street or politicians wanting to kill you. So we had a comfortable environment that kind of bred the, yeah, I don't have any reason to care, so why should I? And so a lot of people just fell into that. Let's say we're in kind of a pretty steep uphill battle when we live in a culture where somebody like Jay Jones can say he wants to kill Republicans and their little fascist children and still overwhelmingly get elected into public office. Not a black pill, just being a realist. Yeah, him and the governor that endorsed him also got elected. Which is why I do not think it's okay to be celebrating when your political opponents who are just there to talk are getting assassinated in cold blood on the street. It's like, these aren't people who are advocating for death camps. These aren't people who are advocating for, like, horrible conditions for people to live in. But there are people who have been radicalized to believe that, like, oh, if you even say, like, biological reality exists, you're causing a genocide. If you play Hogwarts Legacy, you're causing a genocide. Like, it's not a realistic approach, and it's not equivalent to people actually wanting to implement atrocities. Wish McCarthy had been allowed to do his job. If only we had sent all the commies to a nice summer camp in Nevada. The problem is that people refuse to listen and bury their heads in the sand. Some accelerationism might be needed. Ilhan Omar definitely wants us dead. That's why you say we need to get on the GOP's ass. It's the only way they listen. I think if the GOP doesn't stop caring about optics and actually start doing things, then it's going to be kind of It's gonna get way worse, brother. Ironhead, thank you for the 4 months. For your favorite Fox girl and female-flavored Alex Jones. Keep up the good work, hell yeah. Blows your mind that Jay Jones's whole text crash out was solely because Gilbert made a short speech in memory of one of the oldest Democrat legislators that had sadly passed away. Man says a good thing about a Democrat, and Democrat goes fucking apeshit. A lot of these people can't be reasoned with, you know? A Leaf, thank you for the Canadians. Used to work in politics. Please involve yourself in small things at the local level. You don't realize how much change you can bring to people you care about. We'll make it, Kirsche and friends. That's what I keep saying. Even if you don't have time to run for a campaign yourself, if you can get together with people in your locality and find somebody who would be able to run, like, you're going to be able to provide some kind of support even if you don't have the time to be that politician yourself. Battleizer, thank you. They aren't advocating for that just yet. If you don't care about optics, you won't be able to do anything. You don't want to see a dirtbag, right? That's not going to help anything, and it's going to hurt a lot. I don't want to hear that kind of retardation when all of the Republicans walked in lockstep to condemn group chat jokes after what Jay Jones actually said his beliefs were, after what happened to Charlie Kirk, after what happened to Irina Zarutska. I don't want to hear that dumb fucking if you don't care about optics, blah, blah, blah. Fuck you. Absolutely fuck you. Battleizer, thank you. They aren't advocating for that yet. Phoenix DS, thank you. We have reached the frog boiling in the pot of water years. A society has been complacent for too long and not watching their own government. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. It's not as bad as it could be. It would be less irritating to you if it weren't the motto used by the boomers in your town that votes for the problems. True? True and real. Caring about optics hasn't gotten us anywhere. Caring about optics has been what forces the Republican losses for years. They care more about looking good to their leftist counterparts and saying the right things to their leftist counterparts than doing the right things that their actual constituency wants them to fucking do. Matcha Minor, thank you. Oswald Spangler said that the West was dead pre-World War I. Time to start reforming a new culture from the ashes. Dark Ages suck, but cultures are living things. Forest fires suck, but are a step towards new growth. And that's why, like, I get a lot of hope watching places like Nepal and like Mexico actually do something to get rid of their oppressive governments that have been doing nothing but trying to fuck them over. Like, that is genuine hope there, to see that shit happening. Results are better than optics. Yep. Rhino Republicans want to reset the party back to where it was in 2012. Yet Jay Jones stuff happened in the group chat too, though, correct? I'm going to time you out for being a pedantic little fuckwit who doesn't understand anything. I hope that's a timeout button, because nothing loaded. I didn't mean to ban you if it's a ban. Hopefully that worked, because my entire OBS also crashed, but absolute fuckwit thing to say. It was in text messages, and it was leaked by another Democrat who was like, this is dangerous rhetoric. There's a difference between edgy fucking jokes and I want you to die, and I want to see your children die in your arms. And if you don't understand the difference between those two things, you can just kind of fucking leave, brother. Get him out of here, dude. Nothing would be lost with a ban. I try my best not to ban people, but like when you espouse like that level of retardation, it makes me genuinely like, how are you even here? Do you perceive breakfast? What kind of brainless twat makes that comparison? But Kier, words are violence. That's why Republicans are called Republic Cuck. Old school Republicans have no balls. Kirsche hitting the deport now. Mods, deport this man. Send him somewhere he doesn't come from. To be honest, it's not just rhinos. Republicans as a whole hate the populace and just want the GDP green line to go up. They have the ability to help, not the desire. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the inaction, man. He's crazy insane. Send him to Uganda. What about due process? He doesn't get due process here, man. The Pakistani National, thank you for the Canadians. So you're saying we need our very own Senator Armstrong. I made it the fuck up. I caught my stream with Philly and thought it was great. Convo in the last 15 minutes of watching is so much better. Hell, which one? Only time Republicans remember they have balls is when the left overreaches and comes for their Bible. JD Vance had the only base take about the Republican group chat, and his response was, I don't care about the group chat when Jay Jones literally is threatening Republicans' lives. Yeah? And it's like someone, all of us being as terminally online as we are, we know this fucking play where they're just like, oh yeah, we want you dead and that's our real opinion. And then you say something like some weird edgy joke thing and they're just like, oh, why were you mad at us when you make edgy joke? And it's like, you weren't making a joke. You were, I'm not going to defend your desire to unironically kill people because you want to try and play word games and make people believe it was a joke. Instead of you just saying, well, I wish that guy hadn't missed when he tried to assassinate Trump. Like, that's not a joke. Mod, send him to the African savannah. Don't let him back until he can tell the difference between a Congoloided and a Zulu-zoded. Oh my god. Is Vance the only based Republican? I don't know, man. Battleizer, thank you. It goes past breakfast perception to Caleb Hammer guest levels of, Oh god, I haven't watched one of those in a hot minute. I need to see Caleb get angry at people. That's a stress relief valve for me, man. It's a joke because they find death of political opponents funny, but we have to turn down the temperature. Yeah, turn down the temperature. Why are you mad that we're killing you guys, you know? They were mocking them and being serious about the threats. You hate it when people make the joke. He was a Christian family man for everything. You want more Kirsche reviewing Caleb? The left can't meme. They can only do so by accident. True. You can't watch Caleb's show because the stupidity just upsets you. That's the bonus, man. That's the bonus. It's like, how do these people exist? I don't understand. How are they real? Caleb crashed out hard a couple of episodes ago. Oh yeah, I need that. It's hard to win an argument with an intelligent person. It's impossible to win an argument with a retarded person. True. One of the FA videos from last week infuriated you? It took me a second, but I got that FA was financial audit. Yay! Did you watch the most recent Caleb show? He hates the guest. Which one's that? Bella Fox Lady? Bella? It's either all okay or none of it is okay. Didn't you know? I mean, it's two different things. They can't meme. They unironically make bad memes that eventually become good memes used against them. Oh, it's like the Bigot Berry comic. Baja Cat, thank you. Republicans care about optics because they're stuck in Reagan-era politics. Trump bringing in populism changed the game. No one cares about optics anymore. People are awake and they care about action. Yes. Yes.
It will get better if not for us than for our children, but only if every one of us do everything we can. God bless Foxu.
Thank you, Bob Who. Thank you. Mark Twain said, don't argue with an idiot. He'll drag you down to his level and beat you with experience. And there's also the one about, like, rolling around in the mud with pigs and shit. I know, it might feel good in the moment to, like, smack a fucking retard, but they got mud on you, you know? That doesn't feel so great. Debating the left is like playing chess with a pigeon. Even if you play masterfully, they will just shit on the board and strut around like they won. It's very frustrating, man. If you lay down with dogs, you rise up with fleas. True. I think Asmongold and Secular Talk have a spat going on now. The fuck is Secular Talk? Action over optics. Tired of nothing being done because it'll offend someone. Same. Holy shit, I don't care if people get offended. Fucking do your job. Secular Talk is a far-left grifter. I have no idea who that is. Didn't know who that is. Phoenix DS, thank you. You stopped watching new movies due to actors with excessive amounts of TDS while on the campaign cheering on assassination attempts. Hollywood just needs a hard reset. I just think it's rather wild how people want to hold you accountable for making edgy jokes and for saying what they perceive to be the wrong thing. Well, they are in active celebration of current assassinations. I saw a tweet recently where somebody was saying that, like, I had a bad take on the unfortunate situation of a man in the middle of a mental health crisis having an issue and accidentally harming someone on the train. And I was like, are they actually trying to take the side of the fucking murderer in the Arita Zarutska? Are you fucking... How many lack of brain cells do you have to... Like, I had to like, just focus my brain. Because I was like, if I respond to this fucking retard, then I have gotten mud on me because they don't even deserve a response. This is fucking wild. This is fucking wild. Accidentally, excuse me. Are you blind? Yeah. Was it a Redditor? You're betting it was a Redditor. No, this is like some random person on Twitter. They're the Olympian mental gymnastic participants at this point. Yeah. Chatter annoyed you to the point where I had to time him out. Secular talk is 100 times more rage-inducing, you can guarantee it. Especially his recent video on Asmongold. I feel like I see that one tweet run through my head pretty often is like... when leftists argue things, they pretend to not understand. And that literally just seems like what it is every single time. Didn't they try to defend him on CNN saying he was hurting? Yeah, they did. You say you don't like society, you continue to live in society. What do you do if you're in a 90% blue area and can't get into politics for a job? What do you mean by can't? Your area is 90% blue, right? Where's that other 10%? Who do you think has less brain cells? The person or the wise teacher from yesterday? I don't think you can really quantify that. They're kind of made for each other. Run as a Democrat, then take the mask off. That's happened before, why not? They close asylum and then suddenly incarceration and violent crimes skyrocket. Who'da thunk it? Ollie Wally, thank you. The real danger is when we stop caring about the mud. Some fights can only happen in trenches, and eventually the good will be willing to fall to fight. Probably people that think Freerin is the villain and the demons are the victims or something similarly stupid in the Devil May Cry anime on Netflix. I haven't watched that. I have not watched that. Blue Dog Democrats exist? I don't know what Blue Dog means. Isn't Kyle, Secular Talk, the guy on a plane who couldn't figure out that he was looking at farmland? Well, now I know his name is Kyle. Don't its ass! Secular Talk also accused Charlie Kirk's widow of grifting and having an affair with JD Vance. Oh, I saw those tweets. I saw those tweets. Again, it's very weird that a lot of people on the left can't comprehend, like, close friendships, and they always have to make it into some weird romantic thing. As if you genuinely can't be good friends with people, especially, like, JD Vance was very good friends with her husband. Blue Dogs are Union Dems? Have I heard of the Kirkinator? What? Based Tuxedo Mask, thank you. You're gonna be honest, you don't watch the new DMC Netflix anime, it's pretty garbage. Watch the 2011 one. I didn't even know there was an anime for it. I played the video game. If murdercrats pick the SCOTUS and then the Constitution will be interpreted out of its function, Marxist terror groups will be enabled, a fighting back will be branded as an insurrection, civil war is a real possibility. I still can't believe that someone said I can't define what a woman is, I'm not a biologist, managed to get on the Supreme Court. Hey, I know. Ollie Wally, thank you. The real danger is when we stop caring about the mud. Some fights can only happen in trenches. Oh, I already read that. Thank you again. Thank you again. Sorry. Kyle's the guy who didn't know food comes from farms, so he was stunned to see a farm for once since he lives in a gated community. How are you stunned? That has to be rage bait. There's no way that you're an adult and you don't know what a farm looks like. Ain't no way. Kyle Kalinske farm. Oh, Kyle Kalinske. Wait, that name sounds familiar from, like, Tim Pool. Did he ever do anything with Tim Pool? Did he, like, go on the show at some point? Optics cocks will never understand that the left will smear you no matter what you do because they own the media and always fight dirty. Retarded followers are literal bugman robots. True. I used to be a very live and let live. We can all get along even if we disagree. And now it's just like, well, how do you get along with people who want you dead? And how do you get along with people who not only want you dead, but then you have people who defend those people who want you dead and say that you're the ridiculous one? You know, how do you deal with people defending that? And how do you deal with friends defending that, you know? Is that person going to actually care if it's you who is on the chopping block? Like, I don't know. It makes you feel very isolated, is all it does. XX_bussybreaker69_XX, thank you. We all know food comes from the store. Duh, that's true. That's where food comes from, the store. What's crazy is you used to believe that the real extremists were only a fringe of the left and a very vocal minority, but after Charlie Kirk, you learned, oh wow, that really is the core of the Democratic base. I knew that it wasn't a minority. I knew that it was, like, a good portion of the Democratic Party. Even even I was unaware that it was the majority of the Democratic Party. And so that kind of really drew the line in the sand for me at that point, where it's like, you can't really give these people the benefit of the doubt anymore. And that's really depressing. It's depressing to think about. Vorin, thank you for the 3-month resub, dude. Thank you. The number of people you've seen actually claim that farmers need to stop farming to climate change because food comes from the stores. You've seen it so much, you're saving for a ticket to Mars. That's really sad. That's really depressing. Fade, thank you. You tried to play it off as the color differences of the field don't make sense as far as you know, but you're not on X. Probably ought to now that Elon freed the pen.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
COVID showed you the left go full mask off, in your opinion? I still felt like it was a lot of people during COVID. And especially when they started to be like, oh, well, now's the time for forgiveness. It's like, no, don't forgive. You guys were fucking power-hungry retards. Why would anyone forgive you? Like, you wanted to see people you disagreed with distraught and not being around their loved ones when they were dying. Come the fuck on. You were trying to make people lose their jobs because they wouldn't get an untested government fucking vaccine. What is wrong with you? But at that point, I still thought it was only like a segment. Maybe like around 40-ish% of the Democrats, right? I wasn't thinking that it was a majority. It was the Charlie Kirk thing that really kicked me into the holy fuck, it is a majority of them. Matt Larson, thank you. We want to pass a law that all citizens get kicked in the crotch. A GOP, we negotiated with the other side and only the men will be kicked in the crotch. We think this is a fair deal. That's a pretty good explanation of what happens, unfortunately. Kyle Kalinsky, Secular Talk, farm tweet screenshot sent in DMs. One of the ways that you see the normal people can get things back on track is to reopen asylums. Still hoping to see the Democrat Party outlawed and destroyed in your lifetime, even after all these decades? I don't even know if that's possible, man. I don't even know. Honestly, you can forgive acting in fear. You cannot forgive stoking those fears. The media has always been the enemy. Yeah. Don't forget them forcing nursing homes to take the coof patients. Morwin and Nix, thank you for the 16-month member. Those who cannot see friendship as substantive love, but only as a disguise of arrows, betray the fact that they have never had a friend. That's also a good quote. Sonic Extreme, thank you. It's the Sam and Frodo effect. Some people just can't perceive close friendship and love as exclusively sexually romantic. It's a very weird phenomenon. Phoenix DS, thank you for some Canadians. In Canada, the cops tell the populace to comply with home invaders. They just want your stuff and leave, not to fight back. The courts will incarcerate you for fighting back. It's upside down backwards day every day here in Canada. I have a tab for that somewhere where like some guy shot a home intruder and he's now getting like a fucking charge with manslaughter or some shit. Oh god, I have so many fucking tabs. I said I was gonna start from the back and go, or start from the front and go backwards, but like, fuck bro, there's so many tabs and I have to reload them because it doesn't tell me what they are right now. I don't know where it is. The progressive mind sees it as a complete impossibility that a break-in could result in violence, rape, kidnapping, torture, or death. Everything is viewed in terms of class struggle, so obviously it's a poor person doing poor people things, and not a bad person doing bad things. That's a great way to lose your life, man, having that kind of mentality. Like, even living in, like, a really good area, really high-trust area, I think in current year, I would still be worried if I was alone, right? Let's see if I can find this anywhere quickly here. That's that home edition thingy from the other day. That's Ubisoft killing itself. Oh, fuck, I have so many tabs, chat. How do I even talk about so many things? That's another thing that's been happening on Twitter recently, is like just tons of people in my replies being like, how are you making these joke tweets instead of talking about thing? And it's like, well, none of these people deserve responses because they're obviously just fucking room temp IQ cockroaches, but it's weird how so many people think I'm some kind of V-tweeter instead of, like, I stream, and the majority of my content is on stream. I bet. That's why, like, when I read Reddit and I find someone that's like, yeah, you know, I don't really like Kirsche. I don't like how she wants to, like, you know, deport all illegal immigrants and shit. And it's like, well, we disagree, but at least you hate me for a reason that is real. Thank you for disliking me for something rooted in reality. I can appreciate that. To be fair, Kirsche at Ubisoft has been a walking corpse for a while, right? Kirsche's my favorite streaming V-tweeter. Baja Cat, thank you. Fox Lady, if you haven't already, you suggest reading the poem They Came For Me by Pastry or on stream for any fence sitters or optics people. I think pretty much everybody knows that poem by now. It's been said ad infinitum for years. A split-second magician, thank you. In current year, you don't call 911, you call 811. I don't know what 811 is. Whoa, thank you for the 29 months, dude. I have a tab for that. A sentence that brings both fear and excitement. True. Zima Duvant, thank you. You lost your job for not getting the poke. From all of us who lost our jobs, we did not forget. Yeah, it's a very shitty situation where people either had to stick to their principles and lose their job or feel guilty for forgoing their principles to get a job they didn't want in order to keep supporting their families, you know? Like, that is not a position I would want anyone to get put in. Cyclops Productions, thank you for the pounds. What the lefties don't get is that forgiveness requires penance. The adulteress wasn't stoned, but she was told to go and sin no more. You don't get to just say sorry, only to carry on as before. That was one of the biggest things I learned when I was younger, when I was dealing with people like my mom or dating men that were shit and I shouldn't have dated them, is when people say sorry, it means nothing. It's the actions that mean something. People can say anything, and especially liars and manipulators will say anything in order to get you to acquiesce and feel bad enough to try and come to a compromise. But the actions are what matters. So if someone says they're sorry, instead of saying, okay, I forgive you, you should say, okay, I understand, but I won't forgive you until I see you acting like you are sorry. Fernando01, thank you. You think they're talking about Kyle Kalinske, who was mid-left, but when he hooked up to a crystal ball, he went unhinged. There's a good video compilation where old Kyle debates and current Kyle and wins. What the fuck? That's really funny. Sorry is what you tell people to make them go away. 811 is a line you call before you dig, so you don't hit a power line or a gas. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. A lamby chop, thank you. Give not that which is holy to the dogs, neither cast ye pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet, and turn again and rend you. Interesting. I've not heard that before. You know, the things have taken a turn when you get your news from an adorable Munyang fox and maybe one other VTuber. Thanks, Nux. Let me freaking scroll over here in the YouTube chat. Not taking a single mRNA vaccine. Your blood is pure. Line up, ladies. I also have pure blood. Come and get your pure blood children. They probably won't come out looking like a fish like a lot of babies in current year. What is causing that, by the way? I've noticed that there's like half of Gen Z and the majority of whatever gen is below Gen Z have that weird, like, eyes are set too far apart, almost like fetal alcohol syndrome look, but it's not quite FAS. They just look kind of like a fish. And I don't really understand what's causing it. And like now, one of the #1 things on my brain is like, I don't want my child to look like a fish, man. Probably plastic or something. It's the microplastics in the balls. I'm sick of it. Humans are becoming prey animals. They're prey eyes. I don't know how I would prevent my child from coming out with like the fish gene that a lot of people seem to have nowadays. There was like someone's baby in a movie that I was watching. I say baby, but I think it was like a 7-year-old. And I was like, this just looks like a fish. Even the child actors, which are supposed to be like the most human looking of the children, look like fish now. I'm losing my mind. It's the fucking Fent. And dysgenic breeding. That or the psych meds moms take when pregnant. I always thought that unless, like, a medication was vitally necessary for you to live, when you get pregnant, you just kind of stop taking everything, right? Like, you're not supposed to put in any kind of anything into your body because it would affect the growth of the child. It's the physical tells of Tylenol babies. Except Tylenol. Don't eat the Tylenol! A thinking person would do that, yes. Kirsche's mom drank during pregnancy. Does she look like a fish? Thankfully, no. I don't know how I managed to survive my mom both drinking and smoking while pregnant and both come out at least moderately okay and not with any physical defects. Got a Tylenol max. Just mentioned the deep ones somewhere. Kino timing. Toyton's Rain, thank you. Hey, Kirsche, have I seen Pippa's rant on Buc-ee's? Buc-ee's, like, the place that Craigathy likes that I've never been to? That is Buc-ee's, right? The, like, beaver gas station thing? Listen, the children today, or just like you and me, they put on their human skin one leg at a time, or one fin at a time, Jesus. Phoenix DS, thank you. 811, gotta know where to dig to avoid the gas lines or underground electric conduits. Interesting. I didn't know that. I guess I've never needed to call them because I'm not a man, and so I don't do manual labor. It's in the name! The men do the manual labor! You don't look like your mom drank and smoked while pregnant with you? That is a compliment in current year! Like, if I was a Zoomer, I'd be like, hey, baby, in a sea of fish, you're looking like a human. I'd like to date you. Cyclops Productions, thank you. The Innsmouth deep ones are rising from the slime. I hate it! Actually, manual comes from mano, meaning by your hands. You're gonna catch these hands, Ziz! Let me make jokes! No Go Hippo, thank you. Hi, Fox Lady. Have you touched on the VTAR to Kemi 9's drama going on? Nope, I don't know what it is, and I don't care. I don't know what it is, and I don't care, man. You know? Praxis Fall, thank you. Why are the younger generations aging faster than you as well? What's up with that? Why does a 25-year-old man look older than you at almost 40? Bro? It's wild the things I still get my ID checked for. Fuck you, let me spurg out about linguistics, spurg out about this. You can't see it, but I grabbed my crotch. Buc-ee's is pulling a Nintendo and suing a small company over their mascot. Well, that sounds kind of shitty. That sounds kind of shitty. Crusaean Rock, some retarded popular woman drink, smoked and partied while pregnant, and her son came out looking atrociously tragic. See, that's just sad. That's just sad, man. It's 9 months, possibly less if you have them born premature. I feel like you can live 9 months without peddling yourself full of drugs and alcohol and cigarettes or weed, you know? Some of the young guys dabble with steroids and that can age you fast. Don't do that. Don't do that! And you look 10 years younger than you are when you shave off the salt. Anthony, thank you. You'd prefer your women to look like a fox? Hell yeah, just buy her ears. It's so easy. Phoenix DS, thank you. The fish people is the shadow over Innsmouth. HP Lovecraft coming true. Cthulhu is coming back. Every time I, like, really get an itch to play something like that, I think of how great fucking Secret World Legends was. Their combat is so fucking bad that once you get to Egypt, it's such a fucking drag to get through. And, like, Transylvania's fun after that. But every time I'm in Egypt, I just want to fucking kill myself. Egypt is so slow and meandering, and you have to fucking fight with their shitty-ass combat system so much. Fucking stop it. I wish it could have stayed amazing. Seriously, you wanted to play that? Secret World Legends has literally the best quest system I've ever played in an MMO, right? Like, they have the stereotypical, like, oh, collect 7 of these, kill 20 of these, right? But they also have, like, you need to figure out this Hebrew cipher graph and put in the correct answer to unlock this box. And this box is connected to a website that actually exists, and you have to find all of the hidden code issues inside the website in order to open the box. And oh, by the way, we're also gonna have you try and solve advanced math equations that'll turn into advanced word problems that will turn into finding FBI statistics that will turn into, hey, read these Egyptian hieroglyphics. You know how to read Egyptian hieroglyphics, don't you? Random gamer? Like, it's so much fucking fun. It's so fun. I love it. But then they make you play their dog shit combat, and I want to strangle whoever made it. It was genuinely amazing. Yeah, like the atmosphere, the quest system, the story was even fun, if not a bit cringe, right? Like it was so great, but you have to suffer the fucking combat system to get through any of that. And when you get to Egypt, they make you fight so much shit that you're just like, I don't know if I want to try and translate the Quran from Arabic into Hebrew into English and then solve a cipher inside this dungeon wall. I don't know if I want to do that anymore, you know? Wouldn't be surprised if they made the game to recruit people for something. I don't know, man, but it's so much fucking fun. MMOs always have something about them that make them unfun. You are self-taught in many different languages and history to be more racist in MMOs. True. It's very tame compared to Elite Dangerous mysteries like Raxla, decades of searching and mystery for something that probably doesn't exist. Sylvani VT, thank you for the 25 months. You need many funny anime woman noises as you finish Claire Obscure today. Can't wait to see the Fox you finish it. I can't wait either. I have so much stuff on the map to do. It's very exciting. You wanted to play Secret World Legends, but no matter what settings you put the game at, it was a slideshow, and this was on hardware that came out years after the game did. Was not very well optimized. For what game is this? Secret World Legends. I actually played it, I want to say... Oh, I'm so bad at remembering years, man. It was probably in like 2019, 2020, 2021, somewhere around there. On the stream with people. Need a soundboard of all the goofy noises. Kind of like how Deep Rock Galactic is encouraging an entire generation of kids to go live and strive for the mines. True. True and real. I know. Where are we here? I hate when I'm super scrolled up in YouTube chat, because then I, like, have no idea where to look, man. I have no idea where to look. Funcom is pretty bad for bugs. Dune proves this is still true. Oh, no. B Cats, thank you. Can I call your friend Susie Cream Cheese a good boy? Why is their name Susie if they're a good boy? Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. The MSG is what keeps us from aging to look older. Now the 25-year-olds, look how 40 have low MSG counts. MSG being monosodium glutamate. So what you're saying is we got pumped with so many preservatives we were like mummified while alive? We're rich! Funcom bought out the Conan Exiles company? What the heck? Kirsche was fortunate to have no physical birth defects. She just got mild retardation from a big rack, according to her mom. True. MSG is basically sodium on steroids, very common in Chinese. When I learned that you could buy bottles of MSG to add it to your food, I was very confused. I was like, why would anyone want to do that? Kobe Edwards, thank you. Kirsche, can I play Tunic? I don't know what that is. Hustle Hoppa, thank you. Come back hearing about deciphering hieroglyphs in a game and assumed I was talking about Secret World. The game had an in-game browsers. Yeah, Secret World was fun, man. That's what I was talking about. MSG Scare in the 90s was also fake as fuck. I just love pineapple. Toyton's Rain, thank you. Gonna start a wiener sleeve company called Beaver Cleavers. Roll the dice on catching Bucky's attention. When you say wiener sleeve, do you mean like a cock cozy? Or do you mean like a specialty bun for hot dogs? Zenik, thank you for the czar. Okay, some white pills to offset tonight's black pilling. Muslim Brotherhood brought in 150 Gazans into SA this week. All SAans, South Africa. They brought 150 Gazans into South Africa this week. All South Africans are united against Ball's boys, calling our government out for letting it happen. If we can unite, there is hope. I am kind of surprised that they even have Muslim Brotherhood there, I guess. Has Kirsche played The Park? Yeah, The Park was like one of the spin-off games from Secret World, right? About the amusement park from the game. Chatter's silly. All the kids survive on pizza and Asian food. This shit is swimming with MSG. A wiener sleeve for those cold nights. I prefer cock cozy, honestly. But alright. I was gonna find a tab, but I gave up because I don't know where it is. We'll get to it someday, probably. Someday, maybe, probably. Let's see here. Let's see here. Where's my browser so I can show you guys? You need browser. MSG is something Southeast Asians cover in food to mask the fact that it tastes bad. That's why British food is unspiced and Hispanic and Indian food is overspiced. Britain had a moral crisis over food purity in the mid-19th century, and one of the easiest ways to mask the taste of rancid meat is to spice the ever-loving crap out of it. But you don't need to spice the ever-loving crap out of it. You know, it's not... You don't need to have just like a bland-ass chicken booby. You can put some like salt and pepper and some garlic and some rosemary. You know, you can put some shit on that booby and it'll taste really good. And it won't mask it if it's rancid. Like, that's not enough, man. The way saltiness can be condensed down to salt, savoriness, pure element is MSG. You can add MSG to non-meat things to make them meaty. This is good. +1 to the chatter saying MSG scare of the 90s was fake bullshit. I have no idea. I just buy spices that have spice names and then put spice named spices on my food. I don't buy like the MSGs or the like combined spice things. I have heard stuff like Dano's spices can be pretty good, but I would have to make sure that it's like just spices inside of it. That's kind of like, I don't like buying the pre-grated Parmesan cheese because most of it has like the stuff in it to make it not stick together. But 4C is a brand that has glass jars of grated Parmesan cheese. And that grated Parmesan does not have any of the stuff in it to make it non-sticky together. So I buy that brand if I'm lazy and I don't want to grate my blocks of cheese. And by that I mean I don't want to ask a man to grate it for me because he can do it faster and more efficiently. That's rich coming from the land of beans and toast. The pork is bad. Choke it with salt and hot pepper. The more rancid, the more spices and stuff you need. Those days you spice it because of historical cuisine and culture. You know, I've went into my fridge before and seen, you know, a chicken booby 3 or 4 days past the best by date. And I've sniffed it and it's sniffed fine. And I was like, well, you know, doesn't kill me, makes me stronger. And now I have like an iron tummy. You hate that they removed MSG from everything? You love MSG, adding a sprinkle makes things taste even better. It's such an enhancement! Titanium dioxide, a toxic anti-caking agent. The way she says Parmesan hurts your soul? Why? It makes it sound fancy, like, yes, I must ask my butler to bring in the silver plate with the Parmesan on it. Yeah. Imagine everything else you could be doing while your himbo grates the cheese for you. Yeah, like grabbing his ass while he's grating the cheese. Don't think of MSG as a spice per se. Think of it like a sugar makes sweet, salt makes salty, MSG makes savory. Interesting. What the hell is a Parmesan cheese? This guy doesn't know what Parmesan is. Fun fact, Parmesan cheese smells exactly like a dead body. Your stepdad is a volunteer firefighter and learned the hard way. I thought Parmesan cheese just kind of smelled like feet sometimes. You bought Dano's yesterday, tried it this morning. It's spices only, 10 out of 10, highly recommend. I mean, I haven't heard anything bad about it, but I've also never seen a bottle in person. I don't mind buying combined spices as long as I know that like it's only the spices in it. But I'd have to look at it, you know. I did buy one combined spice at some point. It was like an everything bagel spice and it was really good. Iron tummy and trunk pizza is not an achievement. It's how you get the fish blabbers. No, it's not. That means my child will be born with an evolutionary advantage, you know? And do you buy your Parmesan at the Target? I'm too fancy for the Target. MSG is a cheat code of the highest order. It's like adding a fuckload of garlic to a dish. You legit can't go wrong. I fucking love garlic, man. If you're coming here and not expecting things to be pronounced incorrectly, you must be new. It's a feature, not a bug. True. Say Parmesan normally? No. So we have a bit of cannibalism inside of us? Maybe, I don't know. It's funny to observe people every time food discussion comes up because you can tell which cultures haven't had a famine in living history. Your country has always been one that ate peasant food, so the food snob culture seems strange to you. I remember my grandma cooking boulet, which was apparently a French peasant dish that actually included meat. I don't know if maybe when the French peasants cooked it, it was like rancid meat or something, but like boulet was like ground meat and potatoes, and like you ate the sloppa gravy that just coagulated from those two things cooking together. It was rat meat. Evolutionary advantage in the unlikely event God floods the earth again. I don't know, but I was like, damn, this French peasant food kind of slaps. What is the Parmesan cheese called again? Ethical cannibalism, time for Warhammer 40k corpse starch protein bars. Oh no. Have I ever had ratatouille? No, I haven't. You know that French peasants ate cake in times of hardship? Real peasant meals get the old names like lumpy dick. Yeah, we called it bullets, because again, you know, my dumb American child brain could not pronounce French things correctly. So my grandma would be like, I'm making boulet, and I'd be like, bullet! And take steamed chicken strips, put on a large tortilla, put green pepper slices, diced tomato, shredded onion, red chilies chopped, wrap, coat the tortilla edges in an egg wash. Why are you typing this? You don't care if it's fine. You're not using ingredients that are known by acronyms. How to Americanize something? Make it about guns. True. Heathen from Texas, thank you. Foxy, have I heard of the Muslim militia in the Philippines that has a name acronym officially as, and I kid you not, MILF? I feel like MILF as a Muslims I'd like to fuck acronym would work really well for a haram porn site. Indonesian Muslim MILF. Misunderstood. You love the mispronounced words. You were making a joke. Oh, okay. The French actually became one of the more safer regions after the Vauban Star Fortress. What the fuck is a Vauban Star Fortress? Were my grandparents from France? My great-grandparents were. Will someone get Mia Khalifa to unretire? I really don't care if the meal is simple or complex, just as it tastes good and is filling. That's why I said I'm good at home cooking. It might not look like it could go in like a window, right? It's not gonna look amazing, but it's gonna taste fucking great. The only time you hear about MSG these days is the lyrics of FYI, I wanna fuck your ass by Ninja Sex Party. What? What? You thought MILF was, man, I love Philly, and man, I love foxes. Phoenix DS, thank you. Canada has an energy drink called Beaver Buzz. It has a pic of an angry, screaming, cartoonish beaver. Seems legit. With the so-called violent porn being removed from most porn sites because of credit card companies, has anyone noticed a ridiculous increase in step-family porn? I don't watch that much porn to know if there's been an increase or not, but apparently that's a very popular category. Want to taste the Foxu home cooking? 8 years in the military? You seriously miss any quality of home cooking? I miss having the time to cook more often, man. I know. Oh god, the YouTube chat. It's scrolling. Okay. Ninja Sex Party is a two-man band led by Danny from the Game Grumps. He does covers of old music and originals that are irrelevant. I only know about JonTron. Sly Maverick, thank you. Head pass for Foxu and the Kirsche, thank you. Phoenix DS, thank you. Voodoo, 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 voodoo. JonTron wins. JonTron is a big winner, man. Thank you, Quando Bandwi!
Is the commander the only acronym that matters?
That's true. That's true. I love when people like see me type for the first time in the Discord and they're like, wait a minute, that's Kirsche? It's always funny. Thank you, Quando Bandwi, for buttering my dogs. I almost said my clit dogs, and then I thought better. Thank you, Quando Bandwi. Phoenix DS, thank you. Remember growing up on your mom making cornmeal with sauteed onion and crisped pork? Poor person comfort food. I still don't like pork. It has got a very unsatisfying texture. Cyclops Productions, thank you, my guy. Gotta stand up for British food. Brits never season is an internet meme. Spice was so important, it's why New York exists. The Dutch bought Ran Island's nutmeg from England in exchange for Manhattan. Real thing, look it up. The British conquered the world in search of spices to make their food less bland. Ian Brune, thank you. MSG is the chemical which produces the umami taste, same as NaCl making the salty taste. People should at least try to learn where stuff comes from.
What the hell is this spicy
I have no idea what MSG is. For all I know, it could be Chinese space magic, you know? Male porn star said all of the stepfamily porn was an industry made-up thing and the audience didn't push it. That's so weird. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Be Pakistani national, thank you for the Canadians. You've never heard of the porn site called Radical Jislam? No. No, I've not. Most of the porn that I have watched was in search of, like, the most depraved, disgusting, like, why are humans doing this kind of things, right? It's like, it's out of pure curiosity, not trying to get off. A jihadi! A JonTron survived the cancel mob. JonTron is always going to win. Do not put nettles in the Vagoober. True and real. Speaking of which, I'm finally going to open tabs. There's so much I want to talk about, brother. Dog shoots owner in the back after jumping on shotgun left on bed. Is this the first, like, recorded incident of a dog shooting its owner? We need some common sense dog control out here, man. Kaya's finally fighting back. Talk about a rough day! Pennsylvania man is now hospitalized after his dog allegedly fired a shotgun at him, injuring him in the back, according to the Shillington Police Department. We literally live in a simulation. At approximately 11:13 p.m. on Tuesday, officials received reports of a shooting and that a 53-year-old man had suffered a gunshot wound to his back. Police said in a press release obtained by ABC News. While police were on their way to the scene, officials were informed that a dog had jumped onto the bed and set the gun off. Once at the scene, officials found the man on the floor and conscious. Well, that's good. The victim told police that before the incident, he was cleaning his firearm, which was identified as a shotgun, and had placed it on his bed. He then proceeded to sit down on the bed, at which time one of his dogs jumped onto the bed, causing the weapon to fire a round into the man's lower back. How does that even happen? And also, why are you sitting on your bed to clean your firearm? Shouldn't you be, like, at a table, brother? What is this? You dumb fuck. Cleaning, loaded, sure. The dog shot him before he could shoot the dog. That's what happened here. At the time of the shooting, the victim and his son were the only individuals at the residence, along with 2 other dogs. The man's son was allegedly not in the same room when the gun was fired by the dog. After paramedics arrived at the scene, the man was transported to a local hospital where he immediately went into surgery for his injuries. This was a shotgun, and I'm assuming it was, like, roughly point-blank range. That's kind of a miracle he wasn't, like, more damaged. Hunter Hancock's grandpa got payback. On Wednesday, hospital staff told police the man underwent an initial surgery but would need an additional operation on either Wednesday or Thursday. The extent of the man's injuries as of Thursday is unknown, police confirmed to ABC. The shooting appears to be accidental, but police said that they're still investigating the incident. That's so goofy, man. That's so goofy. How does, like, what are the odds of this happening? Why were you trying to clean your gun on a bed? Why was it still loaded? You have to rack one in the chamber for that to even happen, so this guy is either retarded or lying. He didn't get the chance to clear it first. It was like a SIG 320 going off when the guy hit the table. Yeah, this is crazy. Poor doggo. You know, they put dogs down when they bite, but do they put dogs down if they shoot you? What are the legal repercussions here? Never store shotguns loaded. They aren't drop safe. Yes. You don't know if it's made rounds on the internet today or not, but there was a man hit by a jet engine at the airport you work out of. The jet was being towed, so no super vacuum shredder action, but he was still put in the hospital in critical condition for multiple days. That's kind of wild. It's a good thing it wasn't on. This is why the first thing you do is check thoroughly whether the gun is loaded before doing anything with it. True. I think the cops did it and blamed the dog. The dog shot my neighbor. Teachers wouldn't believe him. Not every shotgun is a Remington. Phoenix DS, thank you. Rock salt rounds. I always thought shooting rock salt would be fun. Hideki, thank you. You think it's hilarious how much of an impact I've had on side-scrollers now that I have Kregathi say, Quandle Bundwy, long live the Foxu. I love having an effect. That's great. The Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Man's best friend goes bad, bites the hand that feeds. If they both don't have opposable thumbs, who will open the cans of food? Thraza, thank you. That dog's bark was as bad as its bite. True. The Air Force SIG incident was a lie made up by the airman who put his duty belt on the desk. God damn it. Why are people lying? Gun guy, thank you. MSG is made from cambu, an edible seaweed. Ew, I don't like seaweed. The only time seaweed is tolerable is when I eat sushi. But any other time, I don't really like seaweed on my food. Battleizer, thank you. Moronic negligence. I know. Split second magician, thank you. Shotgun was probably loaded with birdshot or target load, which aren't immediately lethal even at point blank. It's really weird to me that there is something called, like, training shot. Because if training shot is the same price as regular bullets, why would I ever buy training shot instead of the regular bullets? I'm gonna be real with you. You just like normal weed. That's true. I like the earth weed, not the seaweed. Patchouli, thank you. You're calling BS. Either he or his son a negligent discharge and he wants to claim it was the dog. I mean, are there repercussions for an accidental negligent discharge in your own home? El Monstermon, thank you. Kaya, tonight you will place. Lambie Chop, thank you. Every dog is a loaded dog. Yes, really? If you get shot, what? Obviously there's repercussions because you shot yourself if there's a negligent discharge. But like, if that happens, will the police be like, well, we clearly can't have you have firearms anymore? Right? Like, because it's like, if it's an accident and you hurt yourself, I feel like, I don't know, nothing would happen, but I've never had that happen, so I don't know. If no one hears it, was there ever even a negligent discharge? Well, they're gonna ask you how you have a bullet embedded in your body when you go to the hospital, you know? You can't shoot into the air to keep bread prices down. You can't tell me what to do. If it was actually the guy's child that did it, then CPS could get involved for child negligence, leaving a loaded firearm within reach of the child. Even if he had taken it out specifically to clean it? That seems kind of strict, I guess. But again, you shouldn't be cleaning your firearms on a fucking bed, brother. An NG in an apartment building versus an NG in a house. That's true. I was thinking of like in a house. In an apartment building, yeah, the negligent discharge would probably carry some weight to it.
My parents were disappointed when I negligently discharged in my sheets.
They were really hoping for grandkids. Quandle Bandui, thank you for another buttered dog, man. I appreciate all of the buttering happening tonight. Thank you, Quandle Bandui. Thank you, thank you. Fade, thank you. As someone who suffered an uncommanded discharge, technically it's a felony depending on where you live. You had to fight it out in court for over a year. That's kind of wild to me. That's kind of, how come people who have like a legitimate accident are treated more like criminals than someone who actually uses a firearm to kill someone? That seems kind of wild to me. Ian Brune, thank you. Asianometry did a great video on the discovery of MSG. He's an excellent channel all around. Everyone should watch him. Interesting. Interesting. How you doing, Fox? I haven't been here in a while. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I'm doing pretty all right. Hella stressed, but like it's good. El Monstermon, thank you. Loaded dog. The dog with the gun. Loaded dog. Not like this. The Dark Seraph, thank you. If you had to guess, he was cleaning a different gun and put the shotgun on the bed for later. Still stupid, but it makes more sense. Maybe. Battleizer, thank you. Just like eating clean pews at a desk or table, all other opinions are verboten. It just seems like a really bad idea to do that on a bed, man. Exo Hammer, thank you for the 25-month resub. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alright, we're gonna just like go in order here. Alright, we're just gonna go in the flow. So this is how all these Indians are getting student work visas. Tiny Christian colleges in places like Kentucky are acting as visa mills. And this is an Expose H1B VoD account. Jaw-dropping video from Lindsay Wilson College. Entire graduating class is from India. The scheme: pay $2,670 per semester, attend one class, and get unlimited, no cap, no lottery work visa for high-paying tech jobs. 3,461 foreign students enrolled here in 2024. That seems kind of wild, actually. Like, how does this even happen? And, like, nobody who works there says anything. Nobody who lives there says anything. How does this happen for so long is my question. You work in academia, you got a student that had to be referred for using ChatGPT on an assignment. You found out he spoke 0 English and was in a 4XX class, which was the last year. That's like that article we read where it was like some family came here illegally or whatever. No, not illegally. They were Puerto Rican. Never mind. Some family came here from like Puerto Rico, managed to live in a very upper class area without any job or income in Connecticut, sent their children to the schools in Connecticut. Their children never learned fucking English. And one of the daughters ended up using ChatGPT for all of her assignments and graduated and got a scholarship to college. I was like, how the fuck? How the fuck are they getting all of the money to live in these areas? How the fuck are they getting the money to do these things? How the fuck have they not learned English going through our school system? And how the fuck has nobody seen anything wrong with this child using ChatGPT to do their assignments? Why is she getting a scholarship? That article, when we read it, was absolutely fucking rage-inducing. Absolutely rage-inducing. No wonder AI is being pushed so hard. Yeah, I don't know if like it's part of a video that Stray Wolf has put up on my channel, but that article was so fucking bad. Americans have a shrinking population along with more Americans opting out of higher education. If colleges don't accept foreign students, then they will go bankrupt. Good. Let them. The communists have made their bed. Let the institutions lie in it. Dude, they're even, like, on their phones in the middle of the fucking ceremony? Are you kidding me? This is at the Lindsey Wilson College, December 7th, 2024, the Bigger Sports Center. What next? Are the Christian colleges going to build a Ganesh statue for them? Someone losing their job because of the push for AI. You're pretty sure if you voice your opinion on it, you'll lose your severance package. Jesus. Oh my god, is that an actual white dude? Hold on. Is this an actual white dude? Did we find the one? There's a second one. He looks like... Why is he wearing a Hitler mustache for his graduation? Hold on, wait a minute. Oh, he's not. It's just he has a really big nose and it's casting a shadow. I was like, hold on, wait a minute. 3 times he graduated. $20 says he's Armenian. Evil Mandrake, thank you. The colleges are fine if they just get Caleb hammered into not doing things like buying the dean multi-million-dollar mansions. That's why you... That's gross. That is gross from a dean of a college, dude. Anthony, thank you. Practice rounds are good for clay pigeons. I thought they had, like, special ammo rounds they use for, like, the clay pigeon shooting. This is wild. I'm gonna mute this and keep talking, because this is just fucking... Let's just keep going, dude. Let's just keep watching. What could possibly go wrong, besides my YouTube chat freezing for some reason? Please unfreeze, I beg of you. There we go. There we go. Is this the H1B Olympics? Ian Brune, thank you. Best part of AI is it's going to, can't say that on YouTube, the school system cannot happen soon enough. The schools are irredeemable from top to bottom. It's because schools haven't actually been educational institutions in decades. They're indoctrination institutions to make good little foot soldiers. Alex, thank you. Learned about a rare phenomenon on 1911s the hard way called slam fires. Still have the hole from it in your door and wall, which is why gun safety is crucial. And kept the bullet as a memento. What is a slam fire? That sounds wild. Phoenix DS, thank you. The education system is failing the natural population, now prominently displayed for all to see. Time for major reforms to education. Yeah? Yeah? It's kinda wild. It's wild, too, that they're playing Highland Cathedral during the ceremony, a Scottish nationalist Christian composition. Well, it is a Christian school, so it's holding the trigger as you cycle the action. Ah, I see. Damn, that guy was missing a front-ass tooth. Day 1 CPT visa at Lindsey Wilson lets foreign students work for any U.S. employer from day 1 of enrollment. They only need to visit campus once per semester. It's basically a backdoor for workers who do not get the H-1B visa. It's even worse than H-1B scamming then. Damn. Someone here tried saying Lindsey Wilson College did not have over 3,400 international students. They said, check the official numbers here. 2024 top 500 F1 schools by number of active CVIS records. And we're looking for, what is it? Fucking Lindsey Wilson. Lindsey Wilson College here. 2,505 enrollees. That's crazy. New York University, 25,600. When you graduated in the UK, there were 60 to 70 Indians with the same last name at the ceremony. You're going insane listening to the same last name said over and over again. A slam fire, when old guns didn't have trigger disconnectors, as long as you hold down the trigger and cycle the reloading mechanism, it'll shoot until empty. 1897 Winchester shotguns were infamous for that. Interesting. Interesting. You love the 1911? You would fuck it if you could. Hold on. Where is the PDF coming from? ice.gov/doclib/cvis/btn/2024. And then this is specifically called Higher Education Schools by Number of Active CVIS Records. Link? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, here's link. Do not the 1911. Don't understand what's going on with that college? A student visa doesn't give you the right to work. I guess apparently they have some kind of fucking program that allows them to get the work visas as long as they attend 1 day per semester at the college. Pay $2,670 per semester, attend 1 class, get unlimited no lottery work visa for high-paying tech jobs. You know? Eric Dennis, thank you. As a recent teacher working in elementary, special education AI is all over the school and in the daily videos you show the kids. That's kind of fucked. Garmondo, thank you for 2 years, brother. Thank you. You have the link, but where is the Zelda? Oh my god. CVIS is a student exchange and visitor information system, aka student visa people. Yeah. But the 1911 OC, you stop it. You love your 80s Ruger P85. There's some serious... Yeah, the numbers are a little crazy. Well, you saw a preview of the next tab in line here. Dan Boingo responding to a Daily Mail thing that said Kash Patel hired deputy FBI director with no background check in extraordinary vetting breach, which is a little weird to say. And Dan Boingo doing something I would probably do in this situation because, you know, the liars aren't going to stop lying, but you want to at least have the truth out there, says, I'm sincerely sorry for wasting your time on a weekend with nonsensical media fairy tales. I do realize the act of addressing this puts even more eyes on it. However, I work for you all, the American citizenry, on our nation's top national security issues, and I can't allow false headlines like this to stand. Claiming I was hired with no background check is just a lie. It's a complete fabrication. I held a security clearance while protecting Democrat and Republican presidents for over 10 years. And all of the background check requirements for my current position as Deputy Director of the FBI have been met. Those are the simple facts. Again, my apologies for wasting your time on this, but I work for you and you should know the facts. I'm honored to serve in the Trump administration along Director Patel as your Deputy Director, and I will continue to hit the gas pedal on crushing violent crime and securing the homeland. God bless America and all of those who defend her. It's crazy. It's a lie, a complete fabrication. The Twilight Zone supercut is playing in your head. They checked Patel. They made sure he'd be the best patsy money could buy. Dan Boing shouldn't have to respond to this. He shouldn't. Split Second Magician, thank you. The Ithaca Model 37 had a slam fire as a feature. Limp Boingo. Dan, unfortunately, has been put in a hard position to be in. I feel like there's a lot of people in hard positions, but I wish, like... I think it's Stephen Miller who keeps tweeting. I wish he would do more instead of tweet. Zelda was a real name before the game. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. It's not the Twilight Zone. It was beyond belief, fact, or fiction. You don't trust him or Cash so much. Tweeting and interviews, little being done, like cleaning out the FBI. The FBI should have been cleaned out as soon as they declined to send shit to Bondi when she asked for the Epstein files. Like that entire, I maintain from when they did that entire, like, Epstein binder thing with influencers, that was grody. That was really gross and grody. And I know one of the female influencers, we watched some kind of interview with her, like, defending it, and it's like, no, lady. No, there's no real defending that. Like, you should have gotten the binders, should have checked through if they were real instead of posing for photographs. That looks fucking gnarly, man, and not in a good way. The Mossberg 500 family are the best shotguns ever made. Can't convince you. FBI shouldn't have been a thing. They should not have been content. It should have been handled more seriously. It should have been handled more seriously. And I just don't know why anyone, I guess, is treating this as unseriously as it has been. Let me hop around in my tabs a little bit, because I have a couple of tabs on stuff, like, related to that. Let's see if I can find a couple of the older tabs before I go over the ones that I have today, because I did not put them together like I usually try to. Usually when I have, like, multiple days of stuff that kind of flows together, I try to put them next to each other. Nom, 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 nom. Please, ein Moment. Is this it? Okay, that's one of them. So we'll bring up this one first, I suppose. This was a few days ago. On November 13th, Nick Sortor said, the official X account of the Democrat Party has deleted their post claiming President Trump spent Thanksgiving with Jeffrey Epstein in 2017. He was literally the president. You don't think someone would have noticed? Trump should bankrupt the DNC for this. And the deleted tweet is, documents show Donald Trump spent Thanksgiving with Jeffrey Epstein in 2017. At the time, Trump was already president and Epstein was already a convicted sex offender. Yeah, if this was true and real, this would have been trotted out immediately. This would have been something everyone would have screeched about. This is something that, like, Maxwell would have said immediately after she was arrested. Satisfying hiss, thank you. Brock, thank you for the 7 months. Remember to stay hydrated, drink water. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And it's like, at this point, with how much back and forth there's been, anything that comes out, I don't think anyone on any side is going to believe it. I don't think there's anything short of literally every politician that exists currently being on the list. No one's gonna believe anything that comes out. And especially after the FBI was just like, I don't know, we lost the documents. They could have been destroyed already. And so anything coming out now, how are we supposed to know that it's real? Like the email with the victim that was a known woman that came out and said Trump did nothing wrong around me. Yeah, that was Virginia Guffrey. How much of Congress is on the list? A quarter, half, right? Bad latency, thank you. Slamfire shotguns pissed off the Germans so much in World War I, they wanted to declare them a war crime. What the fuck? Believe all women, but not that woman. True. Pyromaniac, bro, thank you. Hard positions because no one wants to press the fix everything switches. Biden admin had an army with forklifts lifting barbed wire for illegals in Texas. Trump can't even get his H-1B story straight. It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. How do we know they were not destroyed during the Biden admin because they couldn't use it to get Trump? We have no idea. We have no idea what happened to any of the files. We have no idea what happened to the testimonies that we haven't already seen. We have no idea if things have been destroyed or if they've been kept somewhere or if somebody took them. We have no idea. And with how much, like, political baseball has been played on both sides with this, I don't know how anything could be released that would be remotely believable. Which is incredibly frightening to think about, because it's like, these are files that should have been released. These are files that everyone should have known about. It shouldn't have mattered who would have been implicated in the files, they should have been released. Because having a pedophile financier trafficking minors to very powerful men in governments around the world, yeah, while that might be some delicious fucking blackmail opportunity for everyone, it should be released for everyone to know about, and it's wild that it never was. Big question, how many foreign government officials and celebrities would be implicated, and how many would be called crazy? I don't know. I'm trying to find, because I had another tab from a few days ago. Oh, that's the story I was looking for earlier. Do. I'm sorry that my tabs are not as organized as they usually are, chat. I usually try my best to be extra organized with all my titular tablings, but I have failed this task today. Beep beep beep. I don't want that tab open. Okay, so I guess I'll just go to the tabs from today, because I'm not doing a good job finding the older ones. I got too many. I used to be able to read my tabs like I was the page master, man. But in my current state, I've been struggling. Alright, so now I'm gonna just try to find these tabs from yesterday, the current tabs. No. Ah, yeah, okay, here we go. This is also not the one I found a second ago, but whatever. This is, we're going here. This is, whatever, we're going here. So this is another thing that came out. During a congressional hearing, Jeffrey Epstein was texting Congresswoman Plaskett, feeding her questions which she proceeded to ask. I don't even have words. And this is a video released by the Washington Post. Newly released documents reviewed by the Washington Post appear to indicate that during a 2019 hearing where Michael Cohen testified, Jeffrey Epstein was texting with Delegate Stacey Plaskett at the Virgin Islands. The Post reviewed multiple video feeds from the hearing and matched the texts, which were sent in Pacific time, with the video.
When Barack Obama was president of the United States, and while we were driving through a struggling neighborhood in Chicago,
I'm gonna have to.
He commented that only when Barack Obama was president of the United States.
And it says, text from Jeffrey Epstein sent 1 minute later. You have the timestamp up here in the corner, February 27th, 2019, 10:40 a.m. Eastern. And then the text message, 2:27:19, 7:41:42 a.m. Again, that's Pacific. Message, are you chewing?
States. And while we were once driving through a struggling neighborhood in Chicago, he commented.
Sent from Delegate Stacey Plaskett. 2 minutes later, at 7:42 a.m. Pacific time. Not anymore.
That only black people could live that way. Attorney-client privilege, yes, I will turn it over.
You, as my friend Mr. Meadows pointed out, misled this committee even...
This is February 27, 2019, 2:25 p.m. Eastern, and then it says text from Jeffrey Epstein, 2:27:19, 11:24 a.m. Again, that is Pacific for the text. He said, Cohen brought up Rona, keeper of the secrets.
Today, in a written submission that contradicted your testimony. You have suggested you are going to review that. Did you review... Are you going to review it in our next...
And then she texted him back at 11:25 a.m. Pacific and said, Rona, with 2 question marks.
Next break to correct the record, yes or no?
Yes.
Question, you helped out the
And she texted him again at 11:25:41 saying, "Quick, I'm up next. Is that an acronym?"
president's campaign, or were involved in the campaign as a representative, as a spokesman, even in your words today. It was your idea for the campaign.
11:26:07 a.m. Pacific, he said to her, "That's his assistant." 11 seconds later, by the way. Oh man, I love it when I text someone so quickly that like their message comes in at like 11 o'clock and then I'm 11 o'clock. They have a response at 11 o'clock. I respond again at 11 o'clock. You know, there's like 5 or 6 messages before a minute even passes. I love that shit. How many parliaments are compromised then? And why would we not immediately clean them out and start general elections? Nothing ever happens, bro.
Campaign dating back to 2011. Is that accurate, yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Weisenberg and other individuals, Ms. Rona. Who are those individuals? Are they with the Trump organization?
They
and
are.
Are there other people that we should be meeting with?
So Alan Weisselberg is the chief financial officer.
Uh-huh.
The
You got to
Trump
quickly give us
organization.
as many names as you can so we can get to them.
Yes, ma'am.
As Ms. Rona, what is Ms. Rona's position?
Rona Graff is the Mr. Trump's executive assistant.
And would she be able to corroborate many of the statements that you've made here?
Yes, her office is directly next to his.
Sent from Jeffrey Epstein 2 minutes later at 11:34:43 a.m. Pacific. Good work.
And she's involved in a lot that went on.
And it's like, this could be 100% something that happened. This could be something that was made the fuck up. We don't know. It looks like it lines up in the timeline. She was texting someone. They even talked about her chewing, I'm guessing, tobacco. So it could be a very real thing that lines up. But who knows, considering how much fucking tomfoolery has been played with these fucking files. This guy was very much convicted by this point. Congress is just a Mossad honeypot. What the heck? On the plus side, if Jeffrey Epstein was directly involved in TDS-level persecution of Trump, he probably didn't actually do anything wrong. Epstein said Trump was a bad guy, the worst guy that he knows. That means Trump is a bad guy, because a bad guy said he was bad. P.S. Miss Plaskett is still in office. Jeffrey Epstein's errand girl has not been removed, not reprimanded, not censored, nothing. All of Congress should be ashamed. She was chewing tobacco. Did she spit it out before talking, or did she swallow the wad? I have no idea. I mean, she could have been chewing the inside of her lip, but the beginning question asked if she was chewing, and then she said not anymore. So I don't know. I don't know what she was chewing. The chewing was to see how out of sync the time was from the texts. No. I'm saying, like, why? What was the chewing talking about? We don't know. Was it chewing tobacco? Was she just chewing her lips? Who knows? If you were born 1945, 1964, you're sus and not to be trusted. You bet it was nasty chew of Red Man? I don't know what that is. It seems to be a Trump thing. Would be funniest timeline. I don't know what you mean by that. Maybe a pedo, but at least I'm not a Nazi type of shit. What the fuck? Crackpot theory is the FBI got rid of the files and have made their own so they can damn or bolster whichever side they want. It's a very shitty situation, because if things had actually been handled correctly, I feel like we would be in a better situation. If we find the other Epstein tabs on our tab adventure, then thumbs up, good for us. I couldn't remember where they were, so we're gonna continue on our journey. We have an update to the DoorDash lady story. I don't remember if I brought this up on stream previously. I think I might have. But if you guys don't remember, there was a DoorDash lady who opened the door to some guy's house and he was naked on the couch. And she made a video about how she felt sexually assaulted because he left his door open and thus was sexually assaulting her by being naked in his own house, asleep on his own couch. And it turns out DoorDash driver who was fired for sharing a video of a customer and falsely claimed she was sexually assaulted has been arrested and now faces felony charges. Good! Punish women who lie! For the love of fuck! How many men's lives have to be ruined by lies of sexual assault before things happened? I love to fucking see this. Livy Rose Henderson, instead of leaving the customer's meal at the door as instructed, entered his home, found him asleep on the couch with his pants down, and recorded him. After posting the video all over the internet, she claimed she had been sexually assaulted and even filed a police report. What a dumb bitch. The customer reported the incident, which led to an investigation and the deactivation of Henderson's DoorDash account for violating privacy policies. Henderson now faces 2 felony charges: unlawful surveillance for amusement or profit, and unlawful dissemination of a surveillance image to sell or publish. That's fucked up.
3 days ago, October 12th, 2025, I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver. Excuse me if you've already seen this. This is my 3rd time posting this because TikTok keeps silencing me and taking my videos down and giving me strikes.
Based TikTok! And I can't believe that's a word that comes out of my fucking mouth. Holy shit. How shitty of a human being do you have to be where I'm like, thank God TikTok did the right thing?
So if I get one more strike, you guys, I'm just letting you know right now my account is going to be banned.
Good.
So I'm going to try to word this as chill as possible to avoid getting this video striked. So on October 12th, 2025, the DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door.
Why is it always the cute ones? It's to disarm you and make you think like you're actually getting a good woman when in fact they're a spider. Don't trust them.
When I arrived at their front door was wide open, their lights were on, and they were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles, and they were indecently exposed to me. I got this on video,
Also,
and I'm not even...
personally, I know that guy in chat called her cute. She doesn't have severe fish face like a lot of Zoomers. She kind of has a bit of the fish face. The eyes are not super far apart, but there's something about the shape of her head that gives the fish, even if the eyes aren't super wide apart. I like, this is what I'm saying. What are all these like fucking Innsmouth people that have been popping up?
I'm going to be posting the video clip anymore because I'm pretty sure that's what's getting me the strikes. But yeah, I reported it to DoorDash, and DoorDash did ban the customer. And then 2 days later, DoorDash banned me, which doesn't seem unrelated. I appealed, and they were supposed to respond to my appeal within 7 to 10 business days. They didn't even provide me a reason for my deactivation. They're supposed to send an email. They didn't.
She looks
so I contacted
polygonal,
support, and they
true.
told me to continue with my appeal without knowing a reason why.
PlayStation 1 fantasy NPC looking ass.
And then you still have to explain yourself. So I did. And within 12 hours afterward, they had already denied my appeal. So I'm really never getting my DoorDash account back. DoorDash deactivated me. DoorDash punished me for exposing my assaulter, and TikTok is currently punishing me for exposing my story time. And this is the only justice I'm getting because I also reported this to the police, and the police are doing...
I feel like justice is also a red flag word now. When people talk about getting their justice or getting my justice, you know, the no justice, no peace kind of thing. And I hate that this has become that way because that should, above everything, be a word that is not molested.
Doing nothing. So what? So what? You're going to take down my videos and give me strikes and just expect me to be like, oh, I just better shut up. I just better sit here and be quiet. I just better not say anything else. I've lost my...
That would have been the correct thing to do, actually, instead of continuing to lie and ruin this guy's life.
Job, my only way to pay my bills and make a living. I've also gotten assaulted, and the police are doing nothing to help me. So let me just shut up. You know, the videos got taken down. Nobody has to know what happened to me. No. I'm going to keep telling my story. Like, this is the only justice I'm getting, is exposing this man.
She's so fucking happy that something like this happened and that she was going to get her moment of claiming victim points and, like, farming attention and pity. It is so horrendous how some people get so fucking excited over this. Like, there were even, like, some of the people who were trying to, like, you know, do the cancel campaign shit on me this year. They're like, well, nothing actually happened to her. I mean, she says she's making so much money, so shouldn't she be happy? And it's like, what? No, I'm not happy. That doesn't matter. Like, yeah, I'm glad things are better for me, and, like, your plans didn't fucking work, but holy shit. How tone deaf do you have to, like, I don't want to go through that.
Exposed pepperoni aioli. I'm a victim.
Toast engineer, thank you, but also, that's just shading on the bathing suit! It's just cell shading! And she sounds like the psychopath with a mattress at the universe. I fucking hate that mattress person. And I'm sure that there are people in current year who would cite that mattress person as like a true and legit victim, which further makes me angry.
And having posted that video and it has gone viral. Like, now he can live with shame and embarrassment if people have seen it and knows who he is or where he...
Considering she's getting arrested and sent to prison, I hope she lives with the shame and embarrassment of what her pursuit of attention and likes has gotten her.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the one being punished. He's not getting in trouble with the police. He didn't lose his job if he has one. Like, what's going on with him? Why am I getting fired?
I'm a woman. Why am I not able to ruin his life as easily as it was before? This is unfair. Look at all these other women who are able to ruin men's lives. I need to do that. What a fucking cunt. What a piece. Like, look at this disgusting smile on her face, too. I am so glad she's actually getting repercussions.
Why are my videos getting taken down, and why am I getting strikes? Like, I'm about to lose my account. I was assaulted. I'm the victim. I lost my job. I'm the victim. Right? Is this making sense to any fucking body?
These people do not live in reality, and that is what makes them dangerous. The man provided the police with his Ring camera video where it shows her opening the door. I wonder if I can find an article that has that. Livy Rose Henderson. Let me look her up and see if I can get... Maybe a news article will have that. Let's see here. Yum, 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 yum. Yahoo? Yahoo? There are not many articles on this quite yet. Let's... October... Alright, well, I guess we're reading Yahoo News from 4 hours ago. Oh, hello. The appearance of Section 110 in front of the blah, blah, blah. 1 count arrest charge. 1 count arrest charge. Top charge. Description. I can't read. Amusement. Proclivity. Yeah, we read what those were. I can't read that. It's a little blurry. The controversy surrounding the sexual assault claim levied against the company DoorDash has taken a dramatic turn after the man at the forefront of the viral outrage was arrested on charges of a felony offense. According to the authorities, the women's story did not align with the evidence, while what began as a call for justice has escalated to a criminal case. Internet users are still grappling to understand the twist in the stories. I hope this is just an error because they used AI to help write this, because after the man at the forefront of the viral outrage was arrested, because I mean, I hope that man wasn't arrested. I hope that was just an error on the AI's part here. The controversy began when a TikTok user named IRL Monster High Doll posted a clip on the platform TikTok on October 12th, stating that she was the victim of sexual assault while she was driving or delivering food. She then claimed that her account was deactivated by DoorDash, the company, without any reason, as if the company was penalizing her within just 2 days. She also reported the incident to police, but felt that her complaint was not being taken seriously. The emotional clip went viral in no time as people rallied around her in support, calling for accountability from the company. I really hate that this happens. I think collectively, if people see something bad and they go, well, if this happened, this is bad, but I would like to wait for more information. Should not just believe. DoorDash, while the clip went viral, so did calls for an investigation into the incident to confirm whether it was real. According to the police account, the suspect, a 23-year-old woman named Livy Rose Henderson, visited a customer's address on October 12th to deliver food in a contactless drop-off manner. However, she proceeded to open the closed entrance door and went inside. She found the customer asleep on the couch wearing his trousers down. She recorded the incident but later posted the blurred footage of the act on TikTok, claiming she was sexually assaulted. However, footage from the Ring camera revealed that the customer did not invite her inside. The detectives later determined that he was not intentionally exposing himself, nor was there any evidence of sexual assault. Can you imagine if this guy didn't have a Ring camera? If you are living right now in a place that does not have a doorbell camera, you should fucking get one on a Black Friday deal. Much like police body cams have done so much for having us being able to see what actually happens in arrests instead of just having to believe people, doorbell cameras are an absolute fucking necessity. And personally, when I do get a house, I'm not only going to have doorbell cameras, but I'm also going to have a full security system that has 360 surveillance of my entire property. I just think that's smart considering the position that I personally am in. Same with a traffic camera? Absolutely. The Foxbell camera. On November 10th, she was arrested for charges related to 2 Class E felonies, unlawful surveillance, as well as the dissemination of unlawful surveillance images. Each of the charges has a potential penalty for up to 4 years in prison. She'll never get 8 years, but God, that would be great if she did, considering the amount of malicious lying she did in order to farm pity points. The police say she illegally entered the dwelling where she recorded a private individual in a vulnerable state. The company has confirmed that the woman's account was deactivated for breaking safety protocols. The company also banned the customer as the police indicated the client would not be charged. I hope the fucking customer gets unbanned. Like, personally, if I was in a situation, I would never fucking use DoorDash again, right? Like, they would have to come to me with, like, a massive check and be like, here's money, and also you're never gonna have to pay for any delivery fees on our app ever again for the rest of your life. That would be the only way I would ever use DoorDash again after this, but he should absolutely be unbanned. You know? Absolutely be unbanned. Get unbanned and never use them again. And what also bothers me is they say the police say she entered illegally and recorded a private individual in a vulnerable state. Can you imagine? I have barely seen any information about this, and apparently this happened on November 10th, so almost a week ago. I have barely seen anything about this on Twitter. If this was a man that went illegally into a woman's home as a DoorDash driver and recorded a woman naked on her sofa, Twitter would be on fucking fire. But since it's a man, no one's fucking talking about it. Like, his privacy was violated in more than one way, and that's incredibly fucked up. He was banned. He had repercussions for this vile woman's lies. Come the fuck on, dude. If the sexes were reversed, the delivery driver would probably be dead. If it was a man, he'd be in for years. It's, like, he would probably get the full fucking 8 years off of that, you know? Quite literally committed 3 crimes with that action combo alone. Yet she probably doesn't even realize it yet. It'll be wondrous. This would be something I would watch this if we could view the trial. I would watch this entirely. For a man, he'd get convicted of sexual assault for opening the door at all. I love no contact delivery. I think that's like the one great thing that I still love that came out of the COVID era. It's like I don't have to interact with anyone, you know? I don't have to interact with people. I could just be like, no contact delivery. Your tip is in the app. Hello, thank you. You know? As like the last delivery I got, fucking bless up Jose. I can say his name because, you know, as a very common name. Bless up Jose spoke English, was very kind. I told the man to drive safe and he said, bless you. I gave me a little like prayer emoji. He was a very sweet guy. There is so few, still way too many, the women who seek attention via lies and slander. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I hate it. You guys tip the driver. I always tip for delivery because, like, I'm asking someone to go to a restaurant and then drive food to my house. You know? Like, that's something I feel I should tip for. In America, speaks English should be a given, not a bonus. Well, you know. Delivery apps need to have any tips only accessible to be given after the delivery is done. I would kind of prefer that system, if I'm being honest with you, but, you know, you can do that if you carry cash on you, and a lot of places, like local places, will ask you, like, do you want to tip on card or do you want to tip in cash? I just don't tend to carry much cash. I only use cash for, like, weed and antiques. Jose is a common name, but Jose's who speak English are rare. He's been doxxed! Well, bless Jose. He spoke English. He did no contact delivery. He told me to have a good night. You know, I told him to drive safe. It was great. It was a good time. You picked up pizza from the store last night, and when you didn't leave a tip, you could hear the guy at the counter bitching about it to his coworker. Like, bitch, I picked up the food. The first time I encountered people tipping for takeout was when I was visiting friends in California back in, like, 2013, 2014 or some shit. And we went to pick up a pizza, and they tipped at the counter for picking up the pizza. And I was like, can you explain to me why you would tip for takeout? Because, like, that doesn't make it easy. Like, you came here to pick up your own food. You used your own gas. You put miles on your own car. Like, why are you tipping them for that? And they were like, oh, well, you know, it's to stay on the good side of the people at the restaurant because then you know your food's not going to get fucked up. And it's like, if you feel like you have to tip when you do all the work, that's not a tip. That's like a guarantee payment to the mafia that they won't fuck with you. Like, what am I hearing right now? And I thought that was like the only time I'd ever see that, because again, living in New England at the time, nobody here tipped for takeout. It was like a completely new alien concept to me. And being in Georgia, Tim started tipping for takeout, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? Why are so many people tipping for takeout? And being around a couple of the bunker bros, they also do it. Like, we'll go to like a bakery and get like a muffin and a piece of cake or something, and then like on the screen, they'll go to pay for it, and then they'll give a tip. And I'm like, why are you giving a tip? They literally just picked up a muffin and put it in a box, and you're taking it home. What are you tipping for? This somehow reminds you of the AZ home inspector, Sai, who says if you have to pay extra for thermal camera checks and the inspector isn't worth it for charging extra for the bare minimum. Yeah. You'll tip 10% on carryout if it's a sit-down restaurant and your order might have counted against the group's tip tally? What the fuck does that even mean? And how would you even know that? Low trust society. You only tip when there's a large takeout. Yeah, like, I mean, if you're like an office, right? And you go to a pizza place and you're like, yeah, I'd like 50 pizzas. And then you go to pick it up, that might make sense, because you just like took up a gajillion hours of their time. I could see that being fair. Cunning Druger, thank you for the 13 months, dude. Thank you. Thank you. 50 pizzas. God bless being from a Euro country. You can be Mr. Pink all you want. Muffin lifting is a strenuous exercise that causes dozens of casualties each day. They earned that tip. Oh my god. Your personal rule is if you're standing up when you order, you don't tip. I really wanted to be a pedantic asshole and be like, what about when you go through the drive-thru? I'm sorry. AJ the Groundhog, thank you. Her eyes are so wide. Oh, wait.
Her eyes are so wide, I can park my Toyota Corolla Cross and host an anime viewing party, watching Yuma Museum Cinderella Grey.
Jesus fucking Christ. Thank you, AJ. Thank you. What's the difference between one guy ordering 50 pizzas or 50 guys ordering one pizza each? I mean, I guess there's not that much of a difference, and maybe this is just like a I feel guilty for using so much of their time kind of thing. But I could see someone being like, oh, I ordered 50 pizzas to be done at this time. I'll tip them because that could be an inconvenience. I can also see the argument if people are just like, that's just their fucking job. What's the difference between one guy and 50 guys doing that order? I can get both sides for that one. That's like a, you know, you do you, buddy. A lot of people don't tip for large orders. I think it's egregious when people go and sit down at a restaurant and they have a large group and then they tip like $5. And I'm like, man, there was like 20 of you there. What do you mean? 50 chances to get a tip versus one chance. Oh, that's a fair point too. It's not like they're only working on that large order. It depends on how big the place is. They might be only working on that large order, right? Like if you're ordering from a mom and pop place, they might only have like 4 people on staff, right? Like 1 or 2 for the registers, 1 or 2 or 3 in the kitchen, you know? A few of us in that group of 16 did $100 tips. Holy shit. Difference is that one of those 50s just contribute to the normal workload. One person ordering 50 is in addition to their average workload. Wasn't called in ahead in the order for the store to get more employees for that whole order. Every single orderer after the large order has their food delayed by 20 plus minutes. That's also a good point. Personally, for me, I would tip if I did a fucking large order like that. I've never had to, but if I did, I would. And that's just like a personal me thing. I would not tip for takeout normally. That's fucking weird. Zlizon Doppelganger, thank you. Your new favorite pizza? He chose precisely the wrong moment in which to engage in fuckery. Every time you've ever seen a large order, it was called in ahead of time. I think a lot of people do that as a courtesy, you know? You want that order on time, you need to give the restaurant notice. Yep. Tipping culture is unreasonable in the US. It should be only in dining restaurants. I think it would be better if they obviously paid people the correct wages, but that's not something I can control. Phoenix DS, they give the Canadians, makes one wonder why the Uber Eats drivers went to the back door instead of the bunker now. Or back door of the bunker now. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And it wasn't Uber Eats. It was DoorDash. It was DoorDash for that. And that's, I don't know. I mean, again, I was just flabbergasted because, like, it's not hard. It's not hard to find your way to the front door from the fucking driveway, man. I don't get it. Vincent Pendragon, thank you. Yeah, we now live in an age where you need security cameras. Everyone has them, and it's as much as the second for defense. You have the Eufy, and you like it. I have no idea what kind of security systems I can get. It's not like I need to look into them quite yet, but I don't know which one I would need, and I don't know how many extra cameras I would need, because I guess that would depend on, like, the size of the house, right? So I couldn't even, like, really look at too much as far as what kind of system. I could just look at, I guess, what is rated good. I don't even know if I would need to go through, like, a company or if I could just set it up myself. I have no idea. I don't know anything about that shit. The only takeout place you tip is Dave's Hot Chicken, and only because they never get your order wrong. Food is always hot and freshly prepared, and they're always courteous. Isn't that owned by, like, some rapper guy? I used to remember who owned it previously, because he did go to some of the restaurant openings in Georgia, but now I can't remember which rapper guy owns it. Sergeant Buck, thank you. Remember, chat, don't drive when the roads are icy. Make a DoorDash or do it instead. K-Boy, thank you. That's the most buck-broken thing you've ever heard. Yeah, I don't understand tipping for takeout, man. Was it Drake, really? Rodrigo F, thank you for the 21 months. While we're on the topic of food, A2 Milk Love. I don't know what A2 Milk is. I don't know what A2 Milk is. Napalm Boner Fart, thank you. Was driving, couldn't type earlier. Your theory, the Epstein list may not be real. It might be weaponized lie to scare people with false blackmail, but isn't actually real. That would explain a lot. I mean, there's gotta be something, right? Like, we've had trials, we've had people testify and shit. Like, I don't know. Maybe we should make a thread in the Discord for the best home security systems and the like? I have no idea. Well, I have no idea. Highwayman, thank you. Reminds me of traveling across South Carolina last year. You stopped at a fully automatic not a fully automatic gas station, a fully automated gas station. And the kiosk thing had the nerve to ask for a tip on the coffee you fixed yourself. I hate those kiosk things, dude. I fucking hate those. Hayden Wayne, thank you. When you worked in a restaurant, you appreciated a small tip when people would carry out food because each individual had to tip out the cooks on percentage out of total sales. Could lose a lot to take out. It was policy. That's so weird. That is a very weird thing, and again, that's something that the restaurant should absolutely fix. The workers shouldn't be penalized for people picking up their own food. That's weird as fuck. That's weird as fuck. Drake doesn't own Dave's Hot Chicken, but he's a large investor. I don't remember. Can I Google it really quick? Because Drake, I don't know. Drake doesn't sound right. It is Drake. What? Yeah, the rapper associated with Dave's Hot Chicken is Drake. I guess my brain just really can't remember that shit. Drake recently made $300 million for the sale of Dave's Hot Chicken. That's crazy. That's crazy. He owned around 30% stake in the restaurant chain, which was just sold for $1 billion to the Subway owner. That was 5 months ago, apparently. Why did Subway pay $1 billion for Dave's Hot Chicken? Subway didn't even have real chicken like a decade ago. What are they doing? The original founders of Dave's Hot Chicken are 4 friends from East Hollywood, started by Dave Kapushian and 3 of his friends, Oganya-san, Tommy Rubinyan, and Gary Rubinyan. Why do they all have yan at the end of their name? Fucking Dave Kapushian, Oganyan-san-yan, Tommy Rubinyan, and Gary Rubinyan. Why do they all have yan in their name? They're all children of Armenian immigrants. Oh. Typical woman asks a question that would be answered like 10 words later. It's yan time. They're all Armenian cat girls are real. All cat girls. Sir Wolfgang, thank you for the 4-month member. If you pull up the gay station, do you think the village men would be playing? They better be. Mr. Quasterhopper, thank you. Around 20 years ago, you had a tip jar at your cubicle as a gag. Your manager told you to take it down. Now it's business as usual, whether it's deserved or not. That's so fucking strange, dude. AJ the Groundhog, thank you. Mandatory Foxu tax. Had to make the Toyota joke on the other place because YouTube hates fun. Joke you made was very G-rated. Very weird. YouTube does hate fun, though. You're correct about that. Your face with no Armenian cat girls. Armenian. True. We need to nyan the Armenians. Let's see here. Here's a video from earlier. Jesus, that woman was screaming very loudly. Now I know to turn down my volume. Let's fucking crank that the other way. Truck burns in Far, Texas, and more than one person on scene didn't even know what 911 was. Nobody could explain the emergency in English. They're discussing what 911 is in the video. In Texas, about 1 in 4 working-age adults speaks English less than very well. Immigrants are 23% of the Texas workforce, and a big chunk of our drivers and yard workers are in that mix. This isn't about accents or perfection, it's about minimum language skills in a job where seconds and words literally decide whether someone lives or dies. I didn't even notice that guy was just wandering with a fire extinguisher.
Be careful, bro. 119, I think emergency.
No.
119?
Ya hablaron.
119? 119?
No.
No, sorry.
What do you mean, no?
991.
Also, why is he saying 119? Why is it backwards?
911.
Emergency 991?
Sí.
See.
991?
No.
9? Yes, sir.
Hey, ya va a llegar al diésel, ya va a llegar al diésel.
Shrug? 911 isn't universally the emergency number? That's not an excuse! They're in America! They should know the fucking emergency number, man! Like, if I went to a different country, those are kind of things I would want to know in case of, I don't know, an emergency? Some people don't understand the concept of emergency services. Good thing there isn't anything explosive in there, otherwise all these people would be dead. That's horrifying. Like, their lives are also in danger because they don't know what the fuck is going on where they live. How the F did they get their CDL? I think we all know how they got their CDL. I don't think we even need to ask. He doesn't even know how to use the fire extinguisher. What's the emergency number for the country I'm visiting? Things a simple Google search can solve in about 3 seconds. In the EU, they've mapped all the emergency numbers so that they work. 911, 119, 999.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
I have no idea what they do in Europe. I don't live there. Bigglesworth, thank you. You're half willing to accept that the Epstein list doesn't exist, but the other half of you remembers Waco, Ruby Ridge, and Granby. So the list likely exists, but was being destroyed to cover for politicians. So what would be released would be gibberish. Yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm leaning at, too. Like, I don't think a list of, like, usable blackmail that large would be actually destroyed. I think copies might be destroyed, and that certain people would hold on to it. But I have no idea what, if anything, we would ever actually be given from it. Remember being a kid, living through the campaign, teaching people to use the newly instated services in short numbers. You knew it from the TV, though, which is why we also use 911 for depolls. Interesting. You can immediately dispel the whole idea. Ask yourself, if the Epstein list never existed, why did Jeffrey have to die? I mean, the physical list wouldn't matter. He would still have to die because he was literally the guy that knew everything. And like, yeah, sure, he could just lie, but nobody knew the amount of what he could have had for evidence buried somewhere, right? Like, he owned a whole fucking island. What's to say he didn't put some, like, fucking weird shit in an underground capsule beneath his compound or whatever, right? Who knows? Who knows what he could have done? Your husband said even if the list is released, people would doubt the details. Yeah, I just said that today. Error 404, thank you. Video is such a great analogy of current America. It's really sad. It's really sad. Because, like, having this kind of situation... Having this kind of situation is dangerous for everyone involved, including the people that shouldn't be here and don't speak English. Phoenix DS, thank you. Instead of a tip jar at work, you'd have a gag grenade on stand for complaints department. Take a number. Oh my god. What you're saying is Epstein's Island is the island at the end of the Grand Line, and the list is the One Piece. Epstein Island has been bought by another rich guy. If we're lucky, he'll dig it up for blackmail data. That rich guy would probably have to do some, like, rich guy thing and figure out how to see inside the underground of the island. I don't know what kind of technology you would need for that to see if there's anything buried there, you know? He would have had to be killed because of the power just lying and saying, oh yeah, no, trust me, he was on the list. Millennial Chicken, thank you. The level of do not redeem here is off the charts. It was over 9,000 last you checked. Let's see, what is my next? Oh, I have Chicago stuff. We have stuff going on in Chicago with the teachers union. There's a little TikTok here. Why did the Chicago Teachers Union spend $173,000 in New Mexico?
Tell me why the Chicago Teachers Union needs a recording studio in Mexico. In new documents, they spent $173,000 at 265 Sunset Road in Albuquerque. Their accounting describes it as a recording studio. Zillow shows it also has a pool. CTU described the payment as part of representational activities, which legally must be associated with the negotiation, administration, and enforcement of collective bargaining agreements. With an audit, CTU might be able to explain how a recording studio 1,000 miles away helps them with that, but they haven't released one of those in 5 years. Any questions, teachers?
And I was like, I'm very interested in what the fuck is going on with this. And thankfully, there was an article. Chicago Teachers Union spent $173,000 on poolside recording studio. Won't show audit to members. I'm so shocked that this kind of thing keeps happening. The Chicago Teachers Union's latest federal filing tells you how the union spends members' monies, and it calls into question what the union isn't telling them. CTU's filing shows it spent $173,000 on a recording studio in New Mexico with no helpful context on its purpose, but it did have a pool. If CTU released its annual audits to members as required in its internal rules, spending on a recording studio in New Mexico might have been an explanation. But since it hasn't released those audits since September 2020, members can only guess. That's a little funny. That's a little funny that since the Summer of Love 2020, the Chicago Teachers Union hasn't released a single financial audit. Ah, I see. They were also in bed with buy large mansions. CTU's questionable spending includes the New Mexico recording studio. Each year, CTU files a report with the U.S. Department of Labor detailing the money it has received and spent on the previous fiscal year. Buried within its 2025 report is a $173,000 expense to On Point Studios. The location, Albuquerque, New Mexico. The type of entity, a recording studio. CTU counted the money for the studio as representational activities, which the U.S. Department of Labor defines as those activities associated with preparation for and participation in the negotiation of collective bargaining agreements and the administration and enforcement of those agreements. It is unclear what a recording studio in New Mexico has to do with contract negotiations or administration in Chicago. But Zillow provides a glimpse of the residential location. The first pictures listed are of the 3-bedroom, 2-bath home's pool. I want a pool, man. With the union failing to release required annual audits to members, they have reason to question the union's spending practices. CTU still hasn't released required audits to its members. CTU's internal rules are clear. An annual audit must be performed and published each year. The CTU financial secretary is required in union bylaws to furnish an audited report of the union, which shall be printed in the union's publication. Similarly, the CTU Board of Trustees is to procure each year a reliable and adequate audit of the finances of the union for the preceding fiscal year ending June 30th, and to deliver a copy of said audit to other major officers, and to announce to the membership of the union that said report may be inspected in the union office by any member. You hate getting wet, though? I do hate getting wet, but that's like in a shower or a bathtub. For some reason, pools are a little bit different. Maybe that's because they're so big and I don't touch anything like tile. Totally not them just blatantly siphoning money out of the system and into their own pockets. Buying like a teachers union party house is kind of fucking wild to me, too. The last audit was released September 9th, 2020, and covered through June 30th, 2019. Audits for subsequent fiscal years have not been released. When a CTU member raised questions, CTU President Stacey Davis Gates personally attacked the member. labeling the call for the release of the required audits a racist dog whistle. Every time you want accountability, every time you want answers to something that doesn't add up, anytime you point out inconsistencies or hypocrisy or violence, you're just a fucking racist for saying it. And they've been successful at shutting people up with this for so fucking long. Like, you can't even, like, be a black person and call this stuff out because they'll just call you an Uncle Tom. Like, it's just been working for so long, man. Who would have guessed? They give the studio $200K, the studio hires one of them for $100K. CTU's failure to provide required audits led several members to send a demand letter to CTU through their attorneys at the Liberty Justice Center. Instead of providing the required audits, the union engaged in intimidation tactics, singling out the members by name on a member-wide call. Once again, you're not allowed to call out the bad things they're doing, and if you want accountability for bad things, you're some kind of racist or homophobe or transphobe or whatever phobe or ist they can call you to just get you to shut up and sit down, or else they'll try to ruin your lives. It's absolutely wild that this kind of, like, fear has been an important part of every kind of corporate and schooling and political landscape, and you haven't been able to do anything about it. Reminds you of the corruption that happened in the New Jersey Teachers Union recently, back in the beginning of October, with funding over 40 million USD to a union president. What the fuck? Wouldn't be the first time you get called an Uncle Tom. Miraculously, you don't give a fuck. It's just so disgusting to try and avoid accountability or getting called out for fraudulent actions with using something like that, you know? It's intellectually lazy. It's just exhausting that it's worked for so long, you know? Need to fire anyone who claims racism without cause. Just like false fucking sexual assault allegations, something needs to start happening. There need to be repercussions for people trying to place this fear in others. Syntax, thank you. You just did a lot of work. You feel good because now you don't have any more work, but you also feel bad because you worked on the Sabbath. Internal conflict! I'm sorry, dude. I constantly have that tug of war where it's like, I need to relax, I should relax, but when I relax, I feel bad because I'm not doing anything. False allegations and not facts. Yeah, you think a lot of people are at the point where we just don't care about the name-calling anymore? The average person might not care about the name-calling anymore, but anyone in a position of power to do something about the name-calling, there is still some capitulation, there is still some kowtowing, and then again, we have the Republicans who are spineless and just do nothing about any of this. Praxis Fall, thank you. This happens in Illinois all the time. Just sue. The members then filed suit in the Circuit Court of Cook County, and the union filed a motion to dismiss the case. In rejecting CTU's motion to dismiss, the judge noted CTU does not even directly dispute that it is required by its constitution to provide members with an annual audit. The latest filing by CTU on October 6th claims a summary audit was provided that should satisfy the lawsuit, but plaintiffs argue it does not represent a complete audit. Until CTU comes clean with its members, questions about its spending, such as on a poolside recording studio, will continue. And then this was on October 28th, and then a few days ago, we got another article. Chicago Teachers Union pulls teachers out of class away from students. Chicago Teachers Union members were encouraged to skip class to lobby state lawmakers during the veto session. Politics over student learning at taxpayers' expense. Chicago Teachers Union urged members to use a release day to leave their classrooms and lobby state lawmakers for more funding. It's kind of like, I think it was in New York when I covered this last, where it was found that the New York Teachers Union was using a lot of money on shit that it shouldn't have been using it on. And then they were in the middle of trying to raise even more money. As just like, considering how many teachers are just grubby Marxists at this point, a lot of funding needs to be cut. A lot of places need to be making decisions, like in Claremont, New Hampshire, where they're just like, we're not gonna pay for your fuck-ups anymore. You know? And people don't want to do that because they're like, well, then the kids will suffer. And it's like, they're already suffering. The teachers are spending shit for themselves and not on the school district. It's simple. If they refuse to answer or produce documents, they get arrested. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. Straight to jail. Phoenix DS, they give the Canadians. Why be an Uncle Tom when you could be an Uncle Ruckus? Jesus Christ. For a job called teacher, they really don't seem to do much teaching. They really don't. What's that phrase? Those who do, or those who can do, those who can't teach. Teachers participated in this day of action during regular school hours at taxpayer expense. Chicago public schools had to pay substitutes, and children were left without their regular teachers. CTU members already miss a significant number of days, with member attendance in schools at its lowest point in 10 years. CTU member attendance is 10% lower than the rest of the state. In a school district where fewer than 2 in 5 students read at grade level, 40.1% of students are chronically absent, and enrollment has declined by 9,000 students. Unions should not be pulling teachers out of classrooms as a part of their quest to become a controlling political party in Chicago. While I agree, I don't think the classrooms are going to have almost any significant changes having activist, selfish Marxist teachers out of the classroom lobbying for more funding when they're buying things like a $173,000 recording studio in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Like, I just don't think there's going to be any meaningful change. You need to get rid of these teachers and hire actual teachers. CTU members are grossly overpaid and underperforming. They control the government, so they keep getting away with it. Yeah. You grew up and lived in Claremont, Charlestown, and honestly, it's about time. Yeah, there's been fights over what's going on in Claremont for a couple of months now, to my knowledge. It's probably been way longer than that for the people who actually live there. A good teacher was hard to find in the 90s and 2000s. Don't have much hope for teachers now. You don't think they care anymore? It's unfortunately probably very true. Almost a year now? God damn. I remember looking at a beautiful Victorian house in Claremont at one point, but there were some things that kept me from thinking it would be a good town to move to. Phoenix Diaz, thank you for the Canadians. Incoming over 9,000 meme on the way. Yeah. Oh, my butt. I'm sitting on my tailbone all weird. Why can't a percentage of teachers be drafted from selective service? They can learn childcare and what's going on in the curriculums. Interesting. That's why you live in Charlestown now? Yeah, I've been hearing some places like even Milford, I guess, because it's close to the Mass border, is suffering some of the unfortunate politics of mass refugees. At public school teachers, they're Rainbow Plus people. Hang on. CTU just filed its annual report with the U.S. Department of Labor detailing its receipts and disbursements from the 2025 fiscal year that ended June 30th. It shows CTU doubled its political spending in 2025, reaching a new high. Less than 18% of CTU spending was on representing teachers, what should be the core focus. Union President Stacey Davis Gates gave herself a raise, bringing her total compensation to more than $273,000. For a union president, man? Questionable spending included over $173,000 for a recording studio with a swimming pool in New Mexico. With CTU members spending nearly $1,500 a year for union dues, it's clear that they get very little in return for their investment. She makes $273K to shake down the government? That's kind of wild. Chicago Teacher Union political spending surpasses $4 million. In 2019, this is just on political spending from the Chicago Teachers Union, it was $1.2 million. 2020 was $584K. I guess that was a good year. You know, they were getting their way. 2021, $761K. 2022, $1.05 mil. 2023, $3.05 mil. 2024, $2.04 mil. And 2025, $4.23 million. That's wild. That's like, man, $273K to fuck over the government. Sounds like a great gig. Well, it's less fucking over the government and more fucking over the children who go to school there, the parents who pay the taxes, the union members who aren't Marxist who pay dues. It's fucking over more of the little guy than the government. 119 is an emergency telephone number in parts of Asia and in Jamaica. That's great! But you're living in America trying to figure out how to call 911! That's what that video was. Unions, fuck them kids! CTU may want to take a step back from its relentless political pursuits, according to a 2025 poll. 60% of Chicago voters have an unfavorable view of the union. I genuinely have not known a single person in any union to talk positively of the union. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Can't hate communists and teachers, media, politicians, army officers more than enough in current year. True and real. True and real. As they said in the Little Rascals, what's the number to 911? I don't know. That's a big change from 2023 when the union bankrolled their lobbyist and got voters to put him in the Chicago mayor's office. Now, more than 57% are less likely to vote for a candidate if they accept campaign contributions from the CTU. Chicago educators who want more control over their dues and fewer union boss shenanigans have options. Teachers can get liability insurance and legal protection elsewhere, often at the fraction of the price of union membership. Educators can join other associations, such as the Association of American Educators or the Teachers Freedom Alliance. Teachers can opt out of union membership and keep all employer-provided benefits. By opting out of union membership, a teacher stops paying dues to the union, yet retains all benefits that are provided in the collective bargaining agreement with the school district. And if you can opt out of the membership and you stop paying the dues but retain all of the benefits, why would anyone want to be a member? Is my question. CTU only provides an annual window in August each year during which members can opt out and cease paying dues. But teachers interested in opting out can visit leavectu.com for more information and to sign up for a reminder to opt out. Is it any wonder that homeschooling has absolutely exploded in the last decade? Stop teaching my kids to hate America and maybe I'll start voting for the levies you want, right? Probably get a friendly visit to talk to you about leaving the union, maybe. Maybe. They gaslight like a motherfucker. Everyone does in current year. It's fucking awful. Alright, let's see. What's the next titular tabular here? Oh, it's another. We found the other Epstein tabs. Let's see. Forgot to mention the issue of boys needing male teachers. Young boys have struggled because the modern school curriculum is designed for girls and not for boys. Any effort to help the boy is criticized as sexist, and the teachers union needs to look into it. There's a lot of, like, if a boy isn't acting, I guess, correctly in whatever the teacher's way they feel that is, then they, like, shame them. I've seen a couple of, like, TikToks on that in the past, but I don't have anything like current year. We found the Epstein files. Oh, I wish. No, there was this thing. Right Angle News Network saying, it's been revealed Democrat Representative Jamie Raskin was involved in a plot where prison staffers stole Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney-client emails and funneled them to him, which he then leaked to the media in an attempt to smear President Trump. He has the same face as Zohran Mamdani. And I don't mean like they look the same, but when you look at them, it's not a human face, it's a mask that should make you feel like an evolutionary, deep-seated fear. You know, like the uncanny valley, this isn't a human, this is a predator, and they want to do something terrible to you. It's just something about the facial features, and I don't know how to describe it, but like when you see that kind of face, like you know it, like you feel it in your bones, man. The Joker without the face paint. So this is a Los Angeles, California, Friday, November 14th for immediate release statement by Leah Safian, counsel to Ghislaine Maxwell. The release to the media by Congressman Raskin, Democrat Maryland, of Miss Maxwell's privileged client-attorney email correspondence with me is an improper as it is a denial of justice. Congressman Raskin is a ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, an attorney and law professor. He must be aware that his conduct undermines the legal process. His actions should be a matter for professional disciplinary action. There have been appropriate consequences already for employees at federal prison camp Bryan. There have been terminated for improper, unauthorized access to the email system used by the Federal Bureau of Prisons to allow inmates to communicate with the outside world. The provision of those emails to a federal official who then caused them to be shared with the media is a breach of constitutional protections, including the 1st, 6th, and 14th Amendments afforded to all prisoners. Dressing the improper action up as whistleblower information does not mitigate the fact that the mails were both illegally obtained and put to unconstitutional purpose. It is clear that no effort to fact-check the credibility or veracity of the so-called whistleblower was made by the representative or his offices. For Representative Raskin to seek to make political capital from such publication and from the content of personal emails between Miss Maxwell and a family member is both shocking and reprehensible. Regrettably, this is just the latest example of Miss Maxwell's constitutional and human rights being ridden roughshod over. This began in July 2020 with her 2 years of tortuous incarceration in solitary isolation. I don't really care what the fuck they do to her. I'm gonna be completely honest here. And suicide watch at the infamous MDC Brooklyn, followed by more than 3 years at FCI Tallahassee, an institution that the DOJ's own Inspector General on independent investigation found to be filled with black mold, with inmate food contaminated with rodent droppings and infested with insects. Ms. Maxwell will shortly be filing a habeas petition with the federal district court. Habeas petitions are distinct from petitions to the Supreme Court, and that they relate to prisoners' rights and conviction challenges. Contrary to Rep. Raskin's assertion, Ms. Maxwell has not requested a commutation or made a pardon applicable to the second Trump administration. Prior to any such application, a prisoner needs to demonstrate that all possible avenues of appeal have been exhausted. In Ms. Maxwell's case, her habeas petition provides the court with material evidence not available at her trial in November-December 21. In the 4 years since the verdict, new evidence has indeed come to light and is continuing to do so. The habeas petition demonstrates that had this evidence been available, it would have had material impact on the trial's outcome. It also demonstrates unequivocally that significant government and juror misconduct occurred pre, during, and post-trial, making the verdict at the very least unsafe. It shows that Ms. Maxwell has every right to expect rapid and meaningful relief from the court, thus potentially obviating the need for any further action relating to her imprisonment. So obviously the lawyer is going to argue within the best interest of Maxwell. I don't really care what her treatment is like. I'm going to be real about that. But this is in regards to, and I reread this article on stream, I want to say last week, where it said that letters between Maxwell and her lawyer indicated that she was going to seek commutation of her sentence from Donald Trump. And I was like, there's absolutely no way that that should be allowed. And if Trump were to be taken seriously ever again, he should not commute that sentence. And as it turns out, those correspondences weren't her seeking commutation. It was her talking about as like a final option of an ask after she goes through habeas corpus because of the treatment of her in prison, which again, I don't give a shit about. But those were apparently obtained illegally by this fucking masked guy here. He's a pathological liar, and client attorney privilege is a foundation of the justice system. Yeah. It's a little kind of creepy that he was like, it's time to do illegal things to get a hold of emails I should have no access to in order to try and smear a political opponent of mine. Like, he's not even trying to find more information about, like, Epstein or who was on the list or anything Maxwell did that could be terrible. He's just trying to find anything that could smear Trump, which is a wild thing to do. Zachary Rollick, thank you. That's the G-Man from Half-Life. You don't care who seeks commutation. Anyone can request it. You care about who receives it. If Trump only received a request, that doesn't reflect poorly on him in any sense. You know, I agree. It doesn't reflect on him if someone asks for it. It reflects on him if he decides to acquiesce to it. Which is why it's like, it doesn't matter if she says, like, maybe I would ask for that if my habeas doesn't work. But, like, the fact that you had a literal nothing burger that you acquired illegally and then you put out there, like, I don't know. I don't know. Sorry you're late. How can I ever make it up to you? No, you're not late. You get here exactly when you mean to. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Paula Vadir Gamer, thank you. A bit esoteric. Edward Casey, an early 20th century psychic, stated that there are soulless humans in the world. You think that man on screen is one of them? Thank you, Edward Casey. No, okay, I am caught up. Wonderful. He was late. Execute him. No. And then I have this article here. Prison fires staff who leaked Ghislaine Maxwell emails, and lawyer wants punishment for Jamie Raskin. Workers at the Texas federal prison camp housing Jeffrey Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell have been fired for leaking emails in which she described the cushy conditions. And the Democratic lawmaker who purportedly made them public should be punished too, her attorney said in a fiery statement Friday. Leah Safian rebuked House Judiciary Committee ranking member Jamie Raskin, D. Maryland, that's this mask guy here, over the publication of messages in which Maxwell raved about her treatment at federal prison camp Bryan, even praising Warden Tanisha Hall for helping her send and receive documents needed for her unsuccessful appeal to the Supreme Court. The congressman is a ranking member of the House Oversight actually Judiciary Committee, an attorney and a law professor. He must be aware that his conduct undermines the whole legal system. His actions should be a matter for professional disciplinary action. There have been appropriate consequences already for employees at federal prison camp Bryan, Safian went on. They have been terminated for improper, unauthorized access to the email system used by the Federal Bureau of Prisons to allow inmates to communicate with the outside world. The provision of those emails to a federal officer who then caused them to be shared with the media is a breach of constitutional protections, including 1st, 6th, 14th Amendments afforded to all prisoners. This is part of like the letter we just read. The emails from Maxwell 63 were published by NBC News on November 8th. And see, this is where things get a little dicey with the legalities for me, because like, if somebody were to attempt to do something similar to this, not because they wanted to smear a political opponent, but because they wanted to get information on the Epstein list, on Epstein's clients, on the things Maxwell did, if they actually were doing this for the good of the public and not trying to be like, look, she's going to ask for a commutation, I'd be like, I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care that they did that. How about Maxwell denying her victims their constitutional rights? Yeah. That's like, I feel like she is such a disgusting human being that if someone was trying to like access these emails illegally for the sake of getting out all of the information they could that our government has been withholding from us, that would actually be a good thing to have done. The fact of the matter is that that's not what this guy did. That's not what his intention was. And anything he leaked didn't even have any information pertinent to that. How about Maxwell? Oh, I already read that. No. Ask all she wants. The paperwork nice in a toilet. Can you have a factorial of your financial? I don't know what that means. The following Monday, Raskin fired off a letter to President Trump claiming that a whistleblower had told him Maxwell was preparing a commutation application for your administration to review, undoubtedly coming to you for your direct consideration. Which is completely unnecessary. Who fucking cares if she files for one? What matters is the results, not the filing. In Friday's statement, Safian claimed that Maxwell, serving a 20-year sentence after her December 2021 conviction for federal charges of grooming and sexually abusing young women, has not requested a commutation or made a pardon. What? Application to the second Trump administration. Instead, she claimed Maxwell would soon file a petition in Manhattan federal court challenging her detention based on new evidence that would purportedly have had a material impact on the outcome of her criminal trial. In other emails, Maxwell favorably compared the conditions at Bryan to her previous incarceration at a federal prison in Tallahassee, Florida. The kitchens look clean too, no possums falling from the ceiling to fry, unfortunately, on ovens and become mingled with the food being served, Maxwell wrote in one message. The food is legions better, the place is clean, the staff responsive and polite. I haven't seen or heard the usual foul language or screaming accompanied by threats leveled at inmates by anyone. She wrote in another missive on August 8th, I have not seen a single fight, drug deal, passed out person, or naked inmate running around, or several of them congregating in a shower. I'm much happier here, and much more importantly, safe. I don't really... That's fucking... I don't care. Like, why? What? The leaked emails are just the latest example of Miss Maxwell's constitutional and human rights being ridden roughshod over. Once again, I don't really care. She was a child trafficker. Why would anyone care? Stated Safian noted that the Justice Department's own internal watchdog described the Tallahassee prison as filled with black mold. We read that on the other thing. A spokeswoman for the House Judiciary Committee Democrats insisted to the Post that the fired workers were whistleblowers who wanted to expose Maxwell's preferential treatment. Any effort by BOP to intimidate, silence, or retaliate against anyone, including inmates and staff, with information on Miss Maxwell's outrageous preferential treatment is unacceptable, she said, adding that there was no sharing of privileged information with the media. The emails were the privileged information. They're fucking attorney-client privilege. What do you mean? Would somebody please think of the humanity of checks notes child traffickers? Yeah, right? Why are we letting her be happy? She's as bad as Epstein. She should have been given the death penalty. I have no idea. I mean, she's still trying to appeal things, and every appeal she does gets denied, rightfully so, in my opinion. It sounds like she's living in a resort. Yeah, it's a little weird. Judiciary Democrats will continue to demand answers and expose the truth as we get to the bottom of the effort to cover up this administration's obscene coddling of a convicted sexual trafficker and abuser. What does her placement in a prison have to do with Trump? I guess is my question. Weren't they... 2021 was under the Biden admin when they were arrested, right? Like, what? Because Biden did so well with the case. Like, I don't even think, like, I could blame Biden for anything, but, like, they were arrested under his fucking thing, weren't they? DNC mad they can't kill her and lie about her evidence? I guess. That's such a weird thing to say. Eric Heffelfinger, thank you. Since 2005, Dems had Obama, Biden, all three chambers 4 times, Senate or House majority 12 times. They have... no moral ground to stand on with the release, even if Trump is guilty. And if he is, he'd be a piece of shit. I'm not going to defend someone if they're actually implicated, but we have no actual evidence he's done anything besides he met with the guy a handful of times, and then once the guy tried bringing minors to his resort, he banned him. And then he participated in helping the investigation against Epstein. So, like, I don't know what people really want. That was the judge's decision, not any president's. Yeah, and as we know, judges aren't necessarily connected to anything in the administration, considering how many judges we have that are just activist judges that don't care to do anything to criminals. President doesn't usually micromanage which prison to send convicts to. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense. They'll blame Trump for anything and everything. Yeah, it's that's kind of what it's at this point. It doesn't even make sense to blame him for certain things, but goddamn, are they gonna try? Let's see. Oh, we have another socialist mayor, by the way. It's in Seattle this time. I'm so shocked. Seattle's new socialist mayor looks forward to coast-to-coast partnership with NYC's Zohran Mamdani. Thanks, Zohran. I'm proud to be in a fight with you for a democracy on the terms of working people, affordability, housing, safety, and more. From NYC to Seattle, this is your city. Is this like the American version of from the whatever to the sea? I can't even remember the fucking Palestine slogan. I vaguely heard something about this one. We're sandwiched between retards. Thanks, I hate it. New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani has congratulated fellow socialist Katie Wilson for her win in Seattle's mayoral race. Incumbent Mayor Bruce Harrell conceded in the race on Thursday to Wilson. From the river to... yes, from the river to the sea. That's true. From the river to the sea. Apparently the USA is going to be socialist territory. Congratulations to Seattle's mayor-elect Katie Wilson, wrote Mamdani. Seattle voters made their voices heard. They want a new kind of politics, one that rejects corporate PAC money and delivers for working people. From one mayor-elect to another, wishing you the best, Seattle is in great hands. I wish, like these socialists, the Republicans could, once again, stop caring about the optics. None of these people care that we criticize them. None of these people care that we scream about how they're fucking communists who are going to ruin the country. They keep pushing forward their policy regardless. And I wish Republicans could take a page out of that book. It shouldn't matter what leftists say. It shouldn't matter how they criticize you. You should be listening to your constituents, man.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Kataka, my dude, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. New, the 100-plus-year-old socioeconomic policies. No, real socialism hasn't been tried before, man. Trust me, bro. Grumpy Ian, thank you. Makes you wonder if the shutdown was done to secure these two on winning. We did read an article that kind of talked about that a little bit, where it seemed very much like Democrats were wanting to use the shutdown in order to encourage their voter base. So, you lived near Seattle for about 12 years. That place went so far downhill in that short time you were there. I remember talking to a guy who said his dream was to move to Seattle, and I was like, brother, do you know what's been going on there? Like, this was years ago, but I was like, do you know how bad shit is there, though? Like, have you heard of the fucking Chaz shit, man? And he's like, yeah, what's so bad about that? And I was like, oh. Wilson replied, thanks, Zohran. I'm proud to be in the fight with you for a democracy on the terms of working people. affordability, housing, safety, and more. From NYC to Seattle, this is your city. In her victory speech Thursday, Wilson said, "I want everyone in this great city of ours to have a roof over their head. I want universal childcare, free K-8 summer care. I want stable, affordable housing for renters. I want social housing. I want much more land and wealth to be owned by steward communities instead of corporations." What is a steward community? "I want a robust economy with thriving small businesses, great living wage jobs, and strong rights for workers. I believe that I will be stepping into office with a strong mandate to pursue this vision," she said. In an interview with CNN held in the wake of her victory, Wilson claimed that she didn't run on the socialist label during her mayoral campaign, to which host Aaron Burnett played a montage of Wilson and Mamdani saying nearly identical talking points on the campaign trail, including the affordability crisis of their respective areas, and that this is your city, referring to the residents. This is once again the typical word games that communists play. I didn't say I was a socialist. I merely said all of the socialist talking points. So it's unfair of you to call me a socialist. Deport that bitch to a Muslim country and then we'll see how much of a commie she really is. From the river to the sea, everyone will be on EBT. True. Slime Averick, thank you. You missed the old days when the only things Seattle were known for were grunge, airplanes, and computers? Yep.
So obviously, you just mentioned some of the words that here in New York we heard a lot from the mayor-elect here, Zohran Mamdani, right? When you talk about affordability. But the word echoes don't end there, Mayor-elect. Let me play some of them.
The very clear twin crises of affordability.
We are facing an affordability crisis.
Truly affordable homes.
An affordable home ownership.
This city is your city.
This isn't their city, it's yours.
A new generation of leadership.
We can see with our own eyes that we need new leadership.
I mean, we sometimes will put what we call a montage together like that, Mayor-elect. It doesn't get easier than that one. I mean, it really does sound, you sound so much alike. I guess I'm just curious, have you ever met him? Have you talked to each other at all since either of your victories, which are so important on Coast?
This kind of makes me think about how when people talk about, oh, Kirsche is a Nazi, she says Nazi talking points. But it's like, I haven't advocated for anything that is even remotely similar. It's wondrous to see like the cognitive dissonance in action, where it's something that they do, so surely you must be using similarly coded language. Kind of weak, boilerplate liberal sound bites. Yeah, I wish they had a bit more meat to it, but it is CNN. This is like the most journalistic integrity CNN has had in decades. So it's interesting to see the juxtaposition. And once again, even if she was trying to say I didn't have the socialist label, she's immediately working together with Zohran and being like, yes, this is the partnership that I desire with you, socialist man. So it is a very easy connection to make.
Coast to coast?
Not yet, although I certainly hope to. And it's funny because when I decided to run in this race, which was in February of this year, I'd never heard of Zohran Mamdani, and so it was a fun process over the first few months of my campaign to start getting text messages from friends. Oh, you got to check out this guy in New York City. And so I really do think it's remarkable and also makes a lot of sense, right? I think that there are some similar conditions playing out here in Seattle to New York. Obviously the affordability crisis being a big one. And yeah, there's some very similar dynamics. And I'm really excited to have a coast-to-coast partnership on driving forward this vision of an affordable city.
Driving forward the vision of an affordable city. What does that even mean? What does that look like? Who's going to fund it all? Lord Varzil, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies, dude. Thank you. What's the over-under, you think, on how likely it is that they're in a shared Discord server and she's lying about not knowing him? That's probably pretty high. Socialism is a wonderful idea. It's only in practice that it becomes disastrous. Michael White, thank you for the 17-month member. Good morning, Kieran chat. Late to the party, so have to rewind and catch up. Hope all is well. It's going pretty all right. A shared furry RP server. What the hell? Before the woman can say billionaires, they would have already left the state. Yeah. The middle class people are always the ones who end up suffering because all of the rich people who can afford to move out do so. And then the tax burden becomes on those who are barely scraping by to start providing for the people who do nothing. You hate the socialism as a wonderful theory nonsense. No, socialism is fucking trash, even in theory. It's like, it's always great to think of like a wonderful utopia where everything is perfect, but it's just like, that's not reality, brother. And Dems have had a one-party rule in these cities for decades to fix the problems they've caused. We must Democrat harder. Well, I mean, that's what they're saying, right? Like, these aren't what a Democrat used to be. These are actual, like, socialists and communists saying it's time. It's time to do the thing that is necessary. Usher in the age of communism. They just play Tarkov together and roleplay as Soviets. I don't think they could survive Tarkov, I'm gonna be real with you. Wilson replied, I don't have this on the screen for some reason. What am I doing with my life? Wilson replied, I think that there are some similar conditions being played out. Oh, the last thing was just the last thing she said in the video. Why are some articles like this? Middle class are being paid by the rich people who provided them with those jobs. Who knew that knocking down the top of the hierarchy brings everyone lower? Yep. Yep, there's a reason every utopia story ends in being a dystopia. You have to crack down on people and a lot of freedoms in order to keep them churning the system you desire to create. We will make everything wonderful by force. The problem is most people don't understand that you, the people, are the means of production. Yes, thank you for the bless yous, chat. Cam Dunn, thank you. Utopia is Latin. It literally means nowhere. I did not know that. That is interesting. I close this tab. I see what's next. Ooga booga booga. Here's just like a little DEI update. I feel like I haven't touched on bridge stuff in way too long, so I'll probably try to make an effort to do a bridge segment sometime soon. It's just like there's been so much going on in regular news that it's been hard to look at bridge stuff. Kirsche is right. Tarkov is too brutal and hard for these types. Natalie Clausen, an attorney, constitutional conservative person. I've never heard of her, but that's who posted this. Watch out, Utah. The digital index social credit score is coming. Utah is the pilot program for the scoring system rating one's speech. It's very Orwellian. This is one of the greatest threats to our religious freedom and our freedom of speech. I have personally seen it being pushed in our schools, churches, universities, state PTA, state bar association, and our government. It is aggressive indoctrination, and it's everywhere. This is called the Dignity Index. Level 1 escalates from violent words to violent actions. It's a combination of feeling the other side is less than human and calling for or approving violence. And you know what I find interesting is there's only really one side doing that wholesale and especially in positions of power, and that's the side that's not going to be punished under this. Level 2 accuses the other side not just of doing bad or being bad, but promoting evil. This is a check in a lot of boxes. Level 3 attacks the other side's moral character, not just their capabilities or competence. I feel like the awareness of whoever wrote this must have been the smuggest commie awareness that one could have. Level 4 mocks and attacks the other side's background, their beliefs, their commitment, their competence, their performance. Level 5 listens to the other side's point of view and respectively explains their own goals, views, and plans. Level 6 sees it as a welcome duty to work with the other side to find common ground and act on it. Level 7 wants to fully engage the other side, discussing the deepest disagreements they have to see what breakthroughs they can find. And Level 8, I can see myself as a part of every group. I refuse to hate anyone, and I offer dignity to everyone. She has another screenshot here that's the Utah Bar, August 12th, 2025. And it says, the litigation section and the Utah State Bar presents Civility Day, a CLE celebration of collaboration and courtesy in our practice. Date was August 12th, 2025, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. And down here, you have the 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. block being the Dignity Index with a speaker named Tammy Pfeiffer. And there's another one, Utah Tech University here. The Urgency of Women's Leadership 2024. Unmute yourself, Friday, November 8th, 2024, at the Utah Tech University, $30 tickets. We believe words have power. Speakers to include Tammy Pfeiffer of Dignity Index. Stephen Wade Auto Center, The Policy Project, The Dignity Index. Reserve your seat today. Utah State Bar, again, August 16th, 2024. The Women Lawyers of Utah and the Utah State Bar presents the Dignity Index, once again, October 16th, 2024. 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Breakfast will be provided starting at 8:30. In this 1-hour hybrid CLE, Tammy Pfeiffer will discuss the Dignity Index, which scores distinct phrases along an 8-point scale from contempt to dignity. The Dignity Index team has scored selections from speeches, debates, fundraising outreach, social media posts, and campaign ads in an effort to explain how we each can measure and improve the way we talk to each other when we disagree. Tammy Pfeiffer is the Chief of Staff and VP External for Unite. Unite sounds very familiar. Unite sounds very familiar. Doesn't that... Wasn't Unite one of the, like, pet projects of, fuck. It was like some big marketing company. Wasn't it? Was it OMG? Was it the OMG Media Group that had Unite? Thing in DM somewhat related to this? We got a ticket from a chatter about this a while ago, eh? Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on a second. Privyat! Okay, I can't read this, so give me a second, because he did provide a translation. So here is what looks very similar to that weird index thing. This says Arla, strength comes from within. Can I ask why this whole thing is in some sort of Eastern European Russianic language? But then the bottom is in English, strength comes from within? That's kind of weird. That's kind of strange. But let me see what he translated it to here. Overhead text, use a few minutes to reflect on where you are on the scale and why you see yourself there. 4, I bully others and actively choose rude language. 3, I use language others find distasteful. 2, others may find my language distasteful or rude, but I'm trying to improve. 1, I stay quiet when others use language or behave in exclusive ways. 0, I describe myself and the words I use to be inclusive. 1, I tell others off when they use exclusive language and behavior. 2, I tell others off when using language unacceptable to me. 3, I tell others off when using unacceptable language against anyone. 4, I actively and constantly work on being inclusive in both language action and behavior, both at work and privately. That's fun. I can't believe you remembered that, KB. Thank you, and thank that chatter as well. I won't say his name just because, you know, that's a usual protect your sources kind of thing. But if he does want credit, he can speak up. Aria is a dairy brand. Why is a dairy brand on something like this? What the fuck? It's also tiresome. And this language is exactly what Bridge has been pushing. We have multiple videos that we have shown in the past on stream from both DEI After 5 interviews and Cheryl Dijah herself saying that DEI needs to become the DNA of a company. It doesn't matter what your position at the company is, CEO, CFO, marketing manager, a fucking regular middle manager kind of person, desk jockey, janitor. It does not matter what your job is. You will be doing the DEI work, and it will become so ingrained in your everyday life. You will be bringing that DEI work home. KB, do you have the clip on hand of the Northwestern University teacher who had the interview with the DEI After 5 lady? I don't know if I posted it on Twitter or if it is in a YouTube clip, but I would very much like to play that after reading these. Sounds like the job questionnaires they give at every job now to rate your work ethic. And a lot of people will just like go through those and fill them out to just be like, I don't fucking care about this, but I'm gonna fill it out to just get on with my job. They're probably unironically actually using those as a way to like, look, see, they're participating already. We can further indoctrinate them into doing the work more actuality. This, let me see, KB, is it gonna let me open it normally? No, because OBS is a fucking twat. Copy. Yes, this is exactly it. Thank you very much, KB. If you haven't been watching me for a long time, you might not have seen this. So these are two clips from very early on when I was going through bridge stuff. This is not the first instance that I've posted this Cheryl Daija video. I think I posted this like in January 1st. But let me play this one first, just to give people a refresher. I watched the full interviews of both of these on stream. So if you wanted more than just a small clip, we do have the VoDs that you could watch. Holy shit, KB's fucking nuts, bro. So listen to what these people are saying.
That bridge is an acronym for belonging, representation, inclusion, diversity. The G is the gap in all of those things, and then the E is equity. And our mission is really about moving the narrative of DE&I away from philosophy to operationalizing inclusion as a business practice. So our North Star is that. Our North Star is not necessarily marketing per se, because we believe that inclusion needs to cross the entire organization, marketing included, but everywhere from organizational practices all the way to advocacy. And so the way that we come at it is that we look at the business practices. Our goal is really about operationalizing inclusion, as I said, as a business practice, not a philosophy anymore.
Yeah.
And to your point, Sasha, what that does is it removes the dependency of DE&I from an individual personal function, and it places it squarely on everyone in the organization, right? And so I can talk a little bit about a framework that we've created, but I'll let you, maybe ask other questions and then we can get there.
Again, I want to remind you, this interview is from I think this was the end of 2024 that this interview happened. Bridge released their IMAX in the summer of, this was in the winter. The interview was in the winter of 2023. They released their IMAX in the summer of 2023. I started reporting on Bridge in January 2024. I have been screaming about this shit for 2 years now.
No, I mean, I would love to hear this framework because you are speaking my language, right? I have always been one that said this needs to be a part of the DNA of the organization.
That's right.
If something happened to the one person that's responsible, it should not make everything else fall apart. And so one of the things that we're noticing right now is so many organizations are letting go or cutting back the resources or funds to their diversity and inclusion offices, their chief diversity officers, etc. And people are just like, okay, so if that's gone, what else do we do? And it's like, it should be part of your DNA. It should be part of your everyday operations, regardless of which department you're a part of. And it goes beyond your employees.
That's
like,
right.
How is it impacting the industry that you're a part of? How is it impacting your customers and clients? All of those things. And so, like I said, you're speaking my language. So, tell us a little bit about this framework, because I think, many of the people that listen to this show are, some are DEI practitioners, some are in HR or in culture teams, and some are just leaders, within their organizations that want to be more inclusive. And so if you could share that framework so people have an understanding of, okay, these are some things I need to be considering or thinking about.
Yeah. So, okay. So we decided kind of early on when we we created Bridge, and it should be said that we're still a young organization. We're not yet a toddler, but we're courageous, so we act like teenagers. And so very early on, I was connected. So I had worked in a past project with an incredible professor of marketing at Emory University, Dr. Omar Rodriguez Villa. And I was talking to him when I was creating.
And we've shown quite a few resources that Omar Rodriguez Villa has participated in throughout the years, as he is one of the researchers that Bridge relies on to push a lot of their stuff.
Bridge, and I said, Omar, what research can we do that will change the trajectory and start to allow people, everyone in every company, to understand that inclusion is the job of all and not the job of one. And so together we created a research program called Voices of Inclusion. And what we wanted to do was to understand what the business practices were that
Mhm.
contribute to equities or inequities in the marketplace. We focused on the marketplace because clearly there would be dependencies on the workplace, and there's not a lot of research.
You can just imagine the hassle they deliver upon your average workday. Well, that's the thing, right? They've been using the boiling frog. This has been going on for years. And even before, like, Bridge became an organization in order to figure out, okay, companies, we keep changing the language, we keep getting caught, we keep having people getting angry and outing things, and then we have to deal with legal repercussions. How are we going to fix this so that less people notice what's happening and more people get on board with the cultural change that we want? Bridge's entire existence is to try and subvert absolutely everything and make you not notice that you're just being inundated by the work constantly. Like, you're just going to start doing it as a natural thing. And thankfully, a lot of people still notice, like, hey, some of these things feel kind of fucking weird, man. So thankfully, not everyone just does it. And thankfully, not everyone just takes those, like, equity bullshit exam things at work just because they're given to them. But, you know, women like this are in every HR org at every company. Most of them run the entire division. This is far more insidious than just like an HR lady. When I first started talking about this, a lot of other like YouTubers I tried to reach out to get to talk about it, or like people in the audience who went to other YouTubers, it was just like hand waved off as like, this is just another changing of the language, you know, like no matter what they call DEI, like people are sick of it, people will notice it, and it's not going to get anywhere. 2 years later, like, yeah, Square Enix is firing some people, which is great. Thumbs up. Love to see it. But how much worse has it gotten in the last 2 years? How many things have we had to see happen in the last 2 years that I've been yelling about this shit?
Research out there on the marketplace, right? And so if you're an inclusive brand in the marketplace, then you're obviously doing some pretty good stuff in the workplace. So we interviewed about 50 chief diversity officers, chief marketing officers, and CEOs. And what I should say, just as a kind of aside, Sasha, I think it's important, is if you look at the Bridge board of directors, you'll see an intersection between chief diversity officers. So we have like the chief diversity officer from Discover Financial and Unilever and Nielsen.
Major tubers underestimated this. I think like the biggest disappointment was like upper echelon attributing it to Grums and thus it just being a grifter thing. I was just like, what the hell, brother? What?
But then we have the marketing leaders from Colgate and Indeed and Campbell's, and then we have CEOs from...
And once again, I've shown off the Bridge board. It's grown. There are even more companies involved with Bridge, and they're getting even more asks to be a part of their board. Many companies follow the Bridge initiatives without directly being tied to them on their website, and a lot of these marketing directors and DEI officers and even the CEOs of some of these companies show up for these Bridge meetings that I've been attending, or KB's been attending when I can't, for the last 2 fucking years. It's insane how many people, how many companies are involved. And it's not people with no power, it's people with direct access and how to steer the company.
A number of different companies. Because we believe, again, this is kind of acting out on our mission, is that the change needs to happen at that intersection of DE&I, marketing and business. So,
and I'm not talking too much during these videos because again, I've played them like multiple times on stream. So this is just like to kind of cap off that last weird DEI segment for people who are maybe a bit newer to like the Bridge deep dives that I've been doing. And I would very much like to do one this upcoming week because I feel like it's been way too long since I've gotten into what the fuck Bridge is doing, and I'm still the only person looking into them, unfortunately. I've got a list. Can I even leak it? You're curious if your company's on there? You can just go to the Bridge website. Like if I just like wearebridge.com is their website. If you just go to their website, you can go to About, and you can go to Leaders. And their leaders, part of their steering committee, their directors, they have board advisors, staff and contributors are here. But more than this, if you go to, let's see, they don't have the Edge Academy yet. I don't know where their page is, because the event is over. But if you go to Bridge Forward, okay, the Bridge Forward in the event tab. So These are the speakers at Bridge Forward, and there's 3 days. There's 3 days, and you can look at the speakers. Boop, 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 boop. You can look at the speakers, and then I did bring up, I don't know where it is on their website, but I did bring up a massive list. Here are some of the attendees, the companies that attended the Bridge Retreat. And there was like a PDF that I brought. Here it is. Nope. There was a PDF that was somewhere on their website that I brought up. I want to say since this trip happened in May, it was probably in June that I brought it up somewhere. But they had a full list in like an Excel spreadsheet looking thing. And they had a lot of companies on that list. So I'm not sure how to find that list now that it's so long after Bridge Project Forward happened. But looking at that full list of attendees and the full list of companies that sent people to the Bridge Retreat would probably give you the most robust list of all of the companies listening to the Bridge Initiative, even if they're not listed as like a prominent person with a picture on the website. But again, I don't know where to find that list in current year. But I know that is in a previous VoD because I went through it, and that's how we found people like Progressive are heavily involved with Bridge. They sent a bunch of people. If you find your company on that list, report them. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty fucking much. Pretty fucking much. I'm sorry I don't know where to get that giant list of people who attended anymore, but we do have it. We do have it in one of my VoDs from that time. If KB might be able to find that, probably not quickly. KB, you're awesome for going undercut. KB has been like such a fucking crucial helper in all of this Bridge shit, especially recently where my time is so fucking little in comparison to what it used to be. Why is there an Imperial Japan flag? Because Bridge is fucking crazy. Heard a full list of attendees? No, but I'd love a full list of attendees. But back to this. Back to this. Let me play this other video. This is the equity equation. This lady started selling her services as a speaker and like inspirational whatever the fuck the beginning of this year. And this lady on the side is a teacher at Northeastern University. Let me see if I say it here. I do not, but I'm pretty sure it was Northeastern University that she was a teacher at. But this is back in March of last year, so. Fuzzy Taco, thank you. Recognize your company on that list. How do you report them and where? I would say figure out exactly what the DEI policies that your company has implemented are. Well, look, once you're not holding a bunny, and see if you have like an EEOC complaint for discrimination. If there's other ways to report the DEI, it would be if your company possibly receives government funding. Under the executive order that Trump signed, government-funded places are not supposed to have any kind of DEI. So if your company does receive government funding, there should be a way to report them under that executive order.
Mm-hmm. I find it to be much more beneficial if somebody's living that in their, you know, whether they're at home or not at home, but when they are in their world, because actually work would benefit, right? So what we do during the day, I hope is beneficial, and I certainly believe in the value of that work. I also think like if people go either turn off their computer or return home or air in their communities and nothing's really changed, then that's where it's this, you know, well, it's great that we do it between these windows or within this context, but have we really created the social or cultural or community shifts that ultimately, I believe, will benefit the broader society and world and community? And that's where I think like, good. There's sort of this, you know, almost like this, we rub close to it, but we just can't get there. Yeah. And so when you think about it, like if for any of us who live the work, which can be problematic as well, because then when are you taking, you know, rest or care, but also like when you're living the work, you're engaged in it in all aspects of your life, not just at work. So I don't know if that helps kind of make some of the distinctions a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, the word that came to me as you were speaking was embodied, right? Where it goes beyond just checking the box of, I went to this DEI training, checking the boxes to how are you embodying, you know, what you are learning and experiencing, and what does that look like outside of this place that is going to compensate you for this work, right? How are you checking the folks that are at your dinner table,
right,
or in your homes or communities, like outside of this work?
The mass
Because
surveillance
that
system
could be very scary, right? And there's probably even more accountability outside of the workplace than there is inside of work. And so that's the word that just came to me as you were talking. And it's funny because I was listening to, or I was kind of flipping through TikTok this morning. Like I didn't have other stuff to do, but was doing that and fell down that rabbit hole. And it was just one guy who talked about, a white guy that was talking about being a keynote speaker at this event. And he was sitting at a dinner table, like, you know, kind of the networking thing. And someone started, one of the leaders, another white male, started to tell a joke that he's like, I can immediately tell it was going to have racial undertones. And the punchline was going to be a Black person, right? He was like, I can immediately sense that and tell that. And he's like, I have a decision to make in this moment. Do I kind of ignore it and, you know, halfway laugh at it, or do I stop it? And he was like, that was probably one of the most difficult decisions, you know, to make, because now you're risking your social capital in order to speak up. And he's like, you know, you may lose friends, you may, you know, all of those things, but
you risk your social capital to have the same opinion everyone in a position of power has. Woo, gee.
Embodying the work, right? I'm here as a keynote speaker to talk about, you know, how white men show up in diversity and inclusion. This happens. What do I do?
Yeah.
Right. And so it just kind of made me think about, you know, what you were saying. It's not just checking the box to say, I know the knowledge. It's how do I action this every single day in and out of work?
Right.
So that, I think that's just a beautiful way for us to, or, well, I can't even say beautiful way. I think that it's the evolution, going back to what you said earlier, an evolution of where we need to go at, what organizations need to do, right? It's not just checking that box, but how does this look day to day?
Yeah. I have to ask, what did he do? Did he say?
He said he spoke up.
Oh, good. Yeah. So that's where when you live into it, and the first time is probably, I'm sure if that happened to be the first time for that person, it can feel disorienting or uncomfortable, maybe even empowering and uplifting. And then figuring out ways to just live that way all the time. And again, we're all going to mess up. People are always like obsessed with the perfection. And it's like, look, you know, it's not about the perfection, but it is about a commitment, and that commitment is unwavering. And we're going to learn every day about a new community or a new group or a new set of language or whatever it is that we need to do better. And just keeping that open mind and perspective to saying like, well, how we've done it is not the way we're likely going to be doing it the rest of our lives. And I mean, so it's nobody, I don't think anybody has ever said this work was easy that I'm aware of.
Or if they did, they're not doing the work.
They're not doing the work. Yeah. Unfortunately. Right. And they're not living it. And again, not from the perspective of one shouldn't have, you know.
So I thought these were very relevant to that shit that they're reading now. And again, I didn't want to talk too much because we've gone over these multiple times on stream, so it's kind of like just showing people who are maybe newer here. I haven't been doing as much bridge stuff recently. Forgot how painful it is to listen to. It is painful. Like, your eyes really want to glaze over. But it's the only way. Like, you know what they're doing. Because they just fucking say it when they believe they're not being seen by people who would criticize them. Beating the DEI horse. With the amount they say work, you'd think that they were a worker unit in Warcraft 2. True and real. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Why do they always look like minions? That's a great question. Just a huntsman spider. No, thank you. Thank you. But thank you for the 3-month member. Lizard people. Can the huntsman spider eat the lizard people? Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. The way she said living at work is disturbing. The way that they describe all of this is very disturbing. I know it wouldn't be taking medication, but like listening to the way that they talk and the way that they want you to like police other people's behavior in the DEI cult work nonsense, even when like at home and in your community and shit, it just makes me think of Equilibrium, you know? And I know it's not exactly like analogous, right? Because Equilibrium, like they're taking medication to suppress their feelings, but it still makes me think of that. God, it's Texas. Thank you for those 5 gift subby bubbies, my guy. Thank you. Oh, thank you. And TDM Dylan dude, thank you. You got the gist now. Yeah. You felt the same. You wish you could have described it better. Described what? Something about the tone of voice they use that makes you stop listening to them immediately. It's like they talk in the same cadence that you would expect, like, a kindergarten teacher to talk to their class. And they never alter this cadence, whether they're doing an interview or a live speaking event or a news segment on, like, a news television broadcast thing. It's always the same, like, kindergarten teacher talking to her class cadence. Are they zombies? GS Wolfwood, thank you. The Dignity Index reminds you of the action movie Hey! In which the tyrannical government banned and destroyed art and history under emotional content. 10 condemned. That's great. I'm glad you also think that. Thank you, GS Wolfwood. Patchouli, thank you. HR at your company reports to a DEI board that we call our People and Culture Department. Not even the HR Karen is safe anymore. They got to make sure HR or the good little worker bee is reporting people who have wrong think, you know? That's how these women see us. That's how much they look down. Yeah. One of the 3 movies she's seen. True. I only watch bad movies, except for Equilibrium. The Emerald Fucker, thank you. Can I name any senator or congressman that is concerned with Bridge to help spread the word? No. No, I cannot name any of them that are concerned about it. I don't think any of them even know about it. I've tried reaching out to, like, people that I felt had a larger presence in, like, political sphere than me. I've reached out to, like, Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles and Crowder and, I reached out to James Lindsay, but then he started descending into his weird Archangel Michael has come to destroy things and conservatives are birthing demons. So I don't know what happened to him. I also reached out to the other James guy that I'm forgetting the last name of. But, like, I've reached out to, like, a ton of people. I've mentioned it to, like, in the past, like, Grums. Before all of the, like, video game stuff. And then, like, I've sent Bridge stuff to Asmongold, but I think the Bridge stuff might be a bit different from what he usually goes over. Yeah, James O'Keefe was the other one. Thank you, Bingo Bango Mango Tango, buddy, brother, big black trans man. Thank you. Lotus Eaters had a good honest panel about Bridge, and they even mentioned you, but they didn't touch on it ever again. They did do a good panel on it. They did do a good panel. Try Nick Freitas. Yeah, you guys said I should try and reach out to that guy. I'm hoping, before I try reaching out to anybody else, to get my, like, actual article of every single source of everything I've touched on with Bridge up on, like, a Twitter article. Because I think that would be a good way to do it instead of just, like, going to a new person and bombarding them with 2 years of investigative content, you know? Orismador, thank you for the 5 gift blankets on Kick, dude. Thank you. Thank you for the kick blankets. Thank you. Wish we could get Trump or JD Vance to listen. I just don't know how no one has really picked it up much, I guess. Like, it's not as easy as just opening Twitter and getting articles and stuff from there, for sure, but I feel like it's very important. The algorithm probably doesn't like it very much because not everyone's talking about it, but Freitas might actually show interest and follow up. I hope so. And Kirsche and Matt Walsh would be a hilarious crossover. I was just trying to think of, like, people that are far more dialed in politically, have much more connections than I do, would actually be able to make noise about some kind of actual dark shadow cabal thing, like the amount of companies involved in Bridge and the amount of influence they've been having. Again, 2 years ago, I was like, so Bridge is talking about how content creators and influencers need to be a part of doing the work, and because content creators and influencers command a larger amount of trust with their audience than traditional celebrities, this is a great vector in order to have people push the work messaging with us. And then, lo and behold, we started having all of these weird things where multi-million follower YouTubers and Twitch streamers would start being parts of, like, weird events that are funded by companies that are heavily intrinsically involved with Bridge, like Campbell's Soup, one of the founders with their money in Bridge. They started hosting these events that got no fucking interactions. 0 fucking interactions. Now, why would they do that? Why would they spend all this money to set up an event and to have these multi-million follower streamers? Because that's not going to be a cheap bill. I know how much I get at the size that I am, so these guys are getting paid a pretty fucking penny, but there's no engagement, there's no involvement. The thing actually, like, doesn't even, like, nobody pays attention to it. It's a tax write-off. If you're spending all this money and you have a public event, the money that you spend on that event that you give to those streamers to be a part of your event, that's all tax write-offable. And the streamers can then push your messaging. It's just like, holy fuck. That seems right up Carl Benjamin's alley with the Lotus Eaters. Yeah, but he doesn't like VTubers, so he's not going to take anything I say seriously. Didn't I interact with someone who worked for Steven Crowder on King of the Cart? That was, I don't know if they worked with Steven Crowder, but there was, oh god, Tucker Carlson's bastard son, Alex Stein. Alex Stein was on King of the Cart. Garrett, Quarter Black Garrett? I didn't know he worked for Steven Crowder. That's fucking cool. That's fucking cool. You're making you wonder where Bridge links to Native American programs and how it hides. There were some declassified CIA documents that I read. I can't remember if it was late last year or early this year, but the declassified CIA docs talked about how they were also involved in pushing DEI in certain communities, and a lot of like Hispanic outreach groups were directly funded by the CIA DEI initiatives. Crowder's the one that gave Quarter Black Garrett that nickname? That's funny. That's funny. I was gonna scroll up somewhere, but now I'm lost. Hold on a second. I was rubbing my eye. I had a lot of sleep in it. Shades, dude, thank you. Local mailman here. You should probably be worried about your caffeine intake, but with code Kirsche, you can feed your addiction at a 10% discount. I probably also drink way too much caffeine, but it's so delicious. So delicious. Sargon hates VTubers. Why are so many of the political right so anti-fun? Matt Walsh hates video games, as far as you know, as well. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. And it's like, it was kind of weird to me, because it's like, bro, you were literally a PNG tuber. What you got against VTubers? That don't make no goddamn sense. But back to the tabs. Let's see what we have in the tabs here. Akon was arrested. He was locked up, if you will. Actually, caffeine is a bitter white powder in its purest form. I didn't know that it was cocaine. You've had this out with him before? Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people have. No. Shrogar, thank you. This is gonna sound weird. You were asleep, so YouTube autoplayed my stream while you were sleeping. I invaded your dream by moving in next door and revealing to the world you're actually a ghost. I hope that's not true. But is he lonely? I hate that song. Akon thrown in Georgia jail for being arrested on an outstanding warrant. Akon was arrested last week in DeKalb County, Georgia, according to police records. The locked-up singer, whose real name is Aliane Thiam, I see why he changed his name to Akon, was arrested by the Chambly Police Department on Friday morning and was released from jail after 6 hours. Singer's mugshot shows him stone-faced in a black hoodie. Officers arrested Akon after flock security cameras alerted them that a car registered to someone with an out-of-county arrest warrant was at Tint World, an auto styling center where he had dropped off his car. CPD's arrest report stated that the singer, 52, was calm during the arrest and told officers he was aware of his outstanding warrant, according to an arrest report obtained by The Independent. That's crazy that I probably know where that Tint World is. Clippy hates Flock. Akon, the rapper formerly known as Akon. Oh no. That probably works much better in text now that I think about it. He got locked up. They won't let him out. Not like this. Akon was wanted in Roswell, Georgia, after an incident 2 months ago when police discovered he was driving with a suspended license, according to an incident report. The Roswell Police Department said the rapper got in trouble in September after police found him stranded on the road due to a dead battery in his Tesla Cybertruck. His car was towed, and then officers discovered he had a suspended license for failure to appear in January 2023. Cops issued him a citation, took his license, and confiscated an illegal vape that was in the center console of his car at the time. Imagine thinking you could have a vape in Georgia. He wasn't driving, he was traveling. Yeah, the bot of Cybertruck to jail pipeline continues to be interesting, actually. Which reminds me, after this article, I know I have a million tabs, but I kind of want to see if there's any update to that fucking David case with the body in his car. I haven't seen anything on that in ages. Illegal vape. In Georgia, you can't have actual marijuana, so his vape was probably like an actual THC vape, and not one of those shitty CBD ones, you know? Oh yeah, I did have the BBGM off. Akon has yet to comment publicly on his arrest. A representative for the artist told The Independent in a statement that the arrest should never have happened. Due to a clerical issue, the suspended license should never have been escalated. It was paid, but not properly entered into the system. This will soon be rectified in the courts in early December. What do they mean by that? What do they mean by that? Because if you have a suspended license, even if you like pay for it, like you still shouldn't be driving. And he was caught driving, so I guess I'm a little confused. The trucks that look like they were ripped from Atari's Battlezone arcade game. Strogar, thank you. Part 2, the high school... Wait, part 2, hold on. Oh, I guess it's part 2 of the dream. The high school you live next to then had people standing in the parking lot with black eyes that hunted you down, and you asked, "What are you doing?" That sounds really scary. I probably would have woken up and been like, damn, I really need to pee. I hate scary dreams, man. It just makes me feel more anxious to get back to sleep. Brendan Herrera drives a Cybertruck. Oh no. Oh no. I hope he sells it. The singer is currently on tour in India. What? And has posted on social media as usual following his arrest, even sharing a video on Wednesday morning captioned, "It's a beautiful day." The Grammy-nominated singer shot to fame in the I don't care. I don't care. I don't need a background. I don't care about his background. He got to go to Oculus with a trial date? I don't know. That's weird. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find if there's anything new on the David case. September, October, September, September. What if I put November in like quotation marks? September. Mid-November storm update, September. October, November. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything new, unfortunately. Renzetsu, thank you for the 16-month tier 2, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Herrera's Cybertruck has a wrap to make it look like a Halo Warthog and has a mounted MG in the back. He's probably safe. He's altered it enough. He's probably safe from the pipeline. Cybertruck wouldn't survive these mountains. Let's see. Oh, I've had these for a while, and then there was a new article on the 12th that I brought up to read, but the first one I brought up on November 10th, and I didn't have any time, but I would like to talk about it now. Help. Oh, God. So, Wig disguises a swapped license plate and a 1,000-mile drive where the search for 9-year-old Melody Buzzard stands. And again, this was on November 10th. I have an update article, so don't worry. It's been a month since Ashley Buzzard packed her 9-year-old daughter Melody into a rental car and left their home state of California, only to return 3 days later with no child and plenty of unanswered questions in tow. As investigators search for Melody, they say their probe has uncovered a series of wigged disguises, a sprawling multi-state road trip, and an uncooperative mother who has provided no verifiable explanation of her daughter's whereabouts. The case took an unexpected turn on Friday when Buzzard, 40, was arrested on a charge of false imprisonment, but not for the disappearance of her own daughter. This crime is not connected to the ongoing search for Melody. However, detectives are unable to fully outline the crime as it would impede their ongoing investigation. That's crazy that, like, you've spirited away your own daughter and they arrest you on a completely unrelated charge of false imprisonment. How many people is this woman kidnapping? What is going on? Here's what we know about the case and many questions that still remain. Melody's disappearance was reported on October 14th not by her family, but by school administrators who had noticed she had not been participating in the remote study program her mother had recently enrolled her in. School district officials in the child's hometown of Lompoc say Melody was enrolled in August in an independent study program, which allows students to learn from home. That was last month, and she was seen by the school, the sheriff's office had said. It is not clear whether the school last saw Melody virtually or in person, but the sheriff's office said an administrator contacted police for a welfare check after her prolonged absence. The school's August sighting helped narrow detectives' timeline at the beginning of the investigation, when authorities were working with outdated childhood photos and family members who had said they had not seen Melody for years. That's a little weird, isn't it? Like, I mean, even if you can't take trips out to see your family, like, there's still, like, phone calls and shit, right? Like, that's so weird. That's so strange. Poor little girl, the mom is evil. I'm hoping when we read the update article that they found her, and hopefully alive, because I haven't read any of these. I don't get to my tabs if I don't get to them with you. What's the word for people who hide people by putting wigs on them? There's a word for that? That poor kid is under the house or in some woods? Don't say that. In an interview with News Nation last month, Melody's aunt, Elizabeth Meza, said she had not seen her niece in 4 years. The aunt said their extended family largely lost contact with the child after her father died in a motorcycle accident when she was a baby. That's also really fucking sad. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. When Melody's school asked for a welfare check on October 14th, officers arrived at her mother's home but only found Buzzard, who provided no verifiable explanation for Melody's whereabouts. Officers searched the home, but Melody was nowhere to be found. The sheriff's office said this week Buzzard had remained uncooperative and has not confirmed Melody's location or welfare. CNN has been unable to identify an attorney for Buzzard. Melody likely disappeared during a whirlwind multi-state road trip. Detectives have narrowed their investigation to a small but very eventful 3-day window from October 7th to the 10th, in which they believe the mother drove Melody more than 1,000 miles away, as far as Nebraska, crossing at least 6 states and trading license plates and disguises as they went. So I feel like if you're doing this isn't just like a normal fucking road trip, right? This is like you're switching your license plate. You know you're about to do something incredibly illegal. Nobody takes the time to switch license plates like this, man. Obviously hiding something. Yeah, obviously hiding something. At the end of the 3-day trip, Buzzard returned home with the rental car, this time without Melody. The last time Melody was seen was on October 9th in an area around the Colorado and Utah state line. Here's what investigators say happened on that trip. On October 7th, Buzzard left California with Melody, driving a rented white 2024 Chevy Malibu. That day, the pair were captured on the rental agency's surveillance camera, appearing to be wearing wigs. The vehicle's travel route spanned as far as Nebraska, and the return route detoured into Kansas. It is unclear when the car began to head back west. During the journey, the license plate on the Malibu, which was originally a California plate, appears to change. The car is seen with a New York license plate beginning October 8th. The plate does not belong to the vehicle or Buzzard, but is believed to have been used as a false or switched plate to avoid detection. On October 9th, detectives believe the Chevy Malibu traveled through cities in at least 4 states, including Green River, Utah, Panguitch, Utah, Northwest Arizona, Primm, Nevada, Rancho Cucamonga, California. October 9th is the last time Melody is seen. Surveillance footage captured her in an area near the Colorado-Utah state line on the return trip. On October 10th, the Malibu was returned to the Lompoc rental agency with its original California plates. Finding Melody now hinges on detectives unearthing what happened to the girl after she was last seen on October 9th. The sheriff's office released a travel route map of where they believe the mother and daughter traveled between October 9th and 10th. Is asking businesses, gas stations, hotels, rest stops, and residents along the route to review surveillance camera footage that may catch a glimpse of the child. Anyone who came across the mother and daughter may not recognize them in some publicly released pictures, as authorities believe Buzzard may have taken steps to conceal their identities, including tucking her daughter's ringlet curls under a smooth wig. Surveillance footage from the rental car business in Lompoc on October 7th showed Buzzard and Melody in what appeared to be wigs. the sheriff's office said in a release that shared a clip of the video. Oh man, dude. Rancho Cucamonga is a fun name to say. The only fun thing in the article. Over the next 3 days, authorities say Buzzard appeared to swap wigs, trading fake honey blonde curls for a darker wig closer to the style Melody was seen in. This change in appearance is believed to have been intentional to avoid recognition during travel. I wonder how many sets of clothes they had to also kind of like obfuscate who they were. Weird that the kid doesn't look distressed. It's very weird. I'm like what is going on here, man? Cam Dunn, she sold her daughter. That's kind of what it sounds like to me. It sounds like human trafficking, but I really don't want to believe the worst, man. Praxis Fall, thank you. It's because they're old. That's why they hate video games and all the fun stuff. We really need younger people in politics. Very, very true and real. The kid could just think it's a game of dress up. Yeah, I mean, when you're that young, you trust your parent. You don't really try to think about, oh, what they're doing is wrong. Melody's grandmother, Lily Dens, told CNN affiliate KSBY that when she first saw the surveillance images, she was overwhelmed. I was totally numb and in shock. This is just so shocking to me, in that my granddaughter is dressed in a disguise. If she's listening, we love you, we're here for you, and we just want you to be happy. Call me, there are numbers on the TV that you can call, and I will come pick you up. In a sudden turn of events on Friday, the sheriff's office announced while they were investigating Melody's disappearance, they learned her mother had recently prevented a victim from leaving a location against their will. Although this arrest occurred during the course of the missing person investigation, it is not directly related to Melody's disappearance. Buzzard has been charged with a felony charge of false imprisonment by violence, according to the Santa Barbara County District Attorney's Office. She's being held at a county jail with bail set at $100,000. Prosecutors say the incident happened in Lompoc on November 6th and involved a person who is not Melody, but investigators have so far been reluctant to share more details. The arrest comes about a week after the FBI served search warrants at Buzzard's home and a storage locker, as well as a rental car Melody was last seen in. Sheriff's detectives remain fully focused on locating Melody and confirming her safety. And then you can leave anonymous tips if you've seen her. Prosecutors, not persecutors. They're very different. Did I say persecutors? I thought I tried to say prosecutors. My English has been kind of bad today. Things are not looking good. False imprisonment, kidnapping should be a capital crime. It really should. It really should. The bridge stuff was creepy, especially the way they keep saying the work. You kind of like catch on to that trigger once you hear it so much. So that now, like, anytime I watch a politician and they start talking about doing the work, I'm immediately just like, doing the what now? The persecutor. That's probably just my Boston accent if I pronounced it that way. I can't help it. That's just kind of how it comes out, bro. And this is the updated article here. We have November 12th. Man says Ashley Buzzard was armed with box cutter when she falsely imprisoned him. Ashley Buzzard, the mom of missing 9-year-old Melody Buzzard, allegedly armed herself with a box cutter and kept a man from leaving her home, he said in a new statement. The victim, Tyler Brewer, said he's a legal document assistant, process server, mandated reporter, and perceived officer of the court. And after Melody was reported missing, he said he reached out to Buzzard to offer help. Brewer said he was at Buzzard's Lompoc, California home on November 6th when he found himself in an escalating situation. Miss Buzzard became visibly distressed after sharing information she appeared to regret disclosing. A box cutter was produced, and despite multiple requests to be allowed to exit the home, I was not immediately permitted to leave. The door had several locks on it, he added. Why would you fucking box cutter the paper guy? That's what are you doing, lady? Buzzard was arrested on November 7th for false imprisonment, according to the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office. This crime is not connected to the ongoing search for Melody, and Buzzard entered a not guilty plea on Wednesday to the false imprisonment charge. She's due back in court on November 19th. The judge ordered Buzzard released from jail with a GPS monitor and gave her a list of conditions, including not possessing weapons or contacting the alleged false imprisonment victim. Prosecutors protested Buzzard's release, arguing she's a flight risk because she allegedly wore wigs and switched license plates, and I would err on believing them, honestly. I don't know why exactly she's out with an ankle monitor, especially when she took her daughter across state lines multiple times, changed license plates, used disguises. Like, this is a lady who is going to be crafty and trying to wiggle her way out of things. Shoulda just not let her out. Lemon Hawk, thank you for a dumb member, thank you. Ty, your uncle who was a serial killer in the 70s. Yo! That's fucking wild family lore! Ty, thank you. Your uncle, who was a serial killer in the 70s, did the whole wig and fake glasses thing when he was on the prowl. He would roll into small towns, get rental cars, change his name, and even
Is this what the plan
mannerisms.
was if the Outback delivery guy ever showed up?
No! I wanted to go on a date with him, not hold him hostage with a box cutter! What the fuck? Thank you, Toast Engineer, but also that we mean. The kid is missing and she's not helping find her. Yeah, not suspicious at all. Not suspicious at all. Not suspicious at all. The giant glowing Kirsche emote is so cute. It is, I love that emote. Keck McKeckerson, thank you. Howdy, Foxwoman. More art for you is up. Hope you like it. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Hopefully I see it after stream, brother. Where was I? Buzzard had not been charged in Melody's disappearance, but authorities have said she's not cooperative with the investigation. That's a fucking red-ass flag. The fuck this bitch do? This bitch did something, man. Lily Dens, Melody's paternal grandmother, attended Wednesday's court hearing. I want to know where my granddaughter is. What's going on? The search is ongoing for Melody, who was last seen on October 9th near the Colorado-Utah border. That's a long fucking trip. John, aka Proto, thank you for the 17-month resub, thank you. I have no mouth, but I must munya. True and real. Law enforcement sources told ABC News that they're investigating all possibilities, including whether Melody was potentially trafficked. Authorities said Buzzard and Melody left their home on October 7th for a several-day road trip, traveling as far as Nebraska in a rented white 24 Malibu. Investigators said they believe Buzzard wore wigs and swapped license plates during this trip. When Buzzard returned to her home in California on October 10th, Melody was not with her. Brewer added in his statement that he's in contact with Melody's paternal relatives who are hoping to find the 9-year-old. My position has never changed. Find Melody, protect the investigation, bring her home safely, Brewer said. Let me just see, since this was November 12th, if there's anything potentially new. Just in case there's a new update. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, there's a couple of updates here. Here's one from 2 days ago and one from 1 day ago. I don't see anything more recent than that. Okay. So this is the article from 2 days ago. Battleizer, thank you. You'll take giving up the game through suspicious actions for 900, Alex. Yeah, that mom acting hella fucking suspicious. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck, man? Dark clue to missing Melody Buzzard's disappearance as her uncooperative mother's own twisted childhood is revealed. Ah, fuck. I have a twisted childhood. The mother of missing California girl Melody Buzzard suffered a traumatic childhood due to an abusive dad that included a stint living in a homeless shelter, and filed to emancipate herself from her own mom as a teen. Ashley Buzzard, 40, of Vandenberg Village near Lompoc, had come under increasing scrutiny since her 9-year-old daughter was reported missing a month ago. Buzzard had steadfastly refused to reveal Melody's whereabouts or explain a mysterious road trip through Nebraska, Colorado, and Utah that saw her return home alone. Meanwhile, Melody's wider family have complained that Buzzard isolated herself and the child from them, with Buzzard's own mother, Lori Miranda, saying she hadn't seen or heard from the pair in over 4 years. Now, the Daily Mail can reveal that the roots of the family schism go back to Buzzard's teens, where she filed a petition to emancipate herself from her mother. Buzzard is also estranged from her father, who Lori described as abusive, in a newly unearthed newspaper clipping from 1995. That is some crazy journalism into this case, I will say. Like actual unironic journalism and not current year journalism. In which she told how she and Buzzard were forced to live a nomadic life to escape him. Miranda told the Santa Maria Times he would follow us everywhere. He would smash our house windows and harass us. The February 1995 article illustrated with a photo of a 9-year-old Buzzard bearing a strong resemblance to missing Melody. Also saw Miranda cop to past drug use and tell the outlet the pair had been living in a homeless shelter. Man. Some California paperwork and stuff here. She also laid out her hope for a better life, saying she had enrolled Buzzard in school and had found her an apartment. I was able to save up some money from doing odd jobs and get an apartment, she added, noted it was shared with a roommate. Sadly, her hopes of a happier future were not to be with Buzzard, filing for emancipation from Miranda in 2002 when she was in 11th grade. According to the filing, Buzzard was living with her mother and her then boyfriend when she tried to make a break and was working a job at Pizza Hut. The petition eventually turned down due to Buzzard's failure to fill the form in properly. Woman. With Melody now missing for over a month, it's Buzzard's own mother-daughter relationship that is in the spotlight due to her ongoing refusal to cooperate with cops investigating the little girl's disappearance. On Thursday, Buzzard appeared in court in Santa Maria, California, the same court that was the scene of Michael Jackson's 2005 child molestation trial. Why is that irrelevant? What? To be arraigned on the single count of false imprisonment. The change, which is unrelated to Melody's disappearance, is in connection with an incident on November 6th when Buzzard allegedly trapped an acquaintance named Tyler Brewer inside her home and threatened him with a box cutter. Doop, 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 doop. You had the same question. Yeah, I was like, why is this? It's the meme. This is the meme of the disgusted Hispanic kid looking at that actress lady with her giant camel toe. I don't remember her name, but this is like the exact image. Real life imitates art, man. Holy shit. Charging documents say Buzzard acted with violence, menace, fraud, and deceit, and added the manner in which the crime was carried out indicates planning, sophistication, and professionalism. Paralegal Brewer said he had known Buzzard since 2014 and had been checking on her repeatedly since Melody was reported missing on October 14th. The guy that she held hostage with a box cutter and who actually was in fear enough that he reported it to get her arrested, has known her since 2014. What did she tell him that she regrets telling him? This now brings up even more questions in my head. Describing the incident to the LA Times, he said Miss Buzzard became visibly distressed after sharing information she appeared to regret disclosing. A box cutter was produced, and despite multiple requests to be allowed to exit the home, I was not immediately permitted to leave. In a separate interview with News Nation's Banfield, Brewer said that information was Melody's whereabouts, which he said was Utah, although he also noted that he isn't sure if that information is correct. That's really weird that she would let loose that she left her daughter somewhere in Utah, and without even a precise location, she got mad enough to threaten him with a box cutter. Buzzard, who appeared without her trademark wig, did not speak during the brief hearing and was released to her home under supervision. I don't think she should have been released. Melody has not been seen since October 7th, since she was captured on security camera at a Santa Maria car rental outlet with her mother. The pair drove away in a white Chevy Malibu with California tags, but at some point along the road trip, Buzzard made them switched out for New York plates. Also, the wig is basically just her same hair but a different color. Is that really that much of a disguise, man? At least this one was a different style of hair. Let's see if there's any other new information here. We've already read that. Since then, Buzzard has flatly refused to cooperate with the search investigation and rejected all entreaties from her daughter's extended family. They include half-sister Karina Meza, 30, who repeatedly attempted to talk to Buzzard at her home in the days after Melody was reported missing, only to be rebuffed. Police and child welfare service workers also repeatedly visited the home, and the property was searched by the FBI last week. Some items were seen being removed. Outside, the property has become a shrine to Melody, with neighbors festooning the sidewalk with homemade signs demanding the little girl's return and dotting the area with candles and pink flowers. She's not the brightest bulb. What do you expect? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I'm expecting. I'm reading, man. I don't know. I would think you would want a different kind of wig, maybe. The disguise has the same energy as the three kids in a trench coat. It really does. It really does. Utah seems to be a big topic today. My poor state. Oh, no. Was she sold to the Mormons? And then this other article. Melody Buzzard's mom plotted to cut off missing 9-year-old from the entire world, Grandma says. The grandmother of missing Melody Buzzard said she was in the process of adopting the child. That's wicked new information. When the 9-year-old's mother took her away shortly after being released from a mental hospital in 2021. Holy... Why did it take so long to get this information? This seems like it's very pertinent. The Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office opened an investigation into Melody's whereabouts on October 14th after a school administrator reported she hadn't attended for a prolonged period. Deputies said her mother, Ashley Buzzard, could not provide a verifiable explanation. Authorities said that Ashley has remained uncooperative and has not confirmed Melody's location or welfare. In an interview with Fox News Digital, Melody's paternal grandmother, Lily Denz, said social services contacted her while Ashley was in a mental hospital and asked if she would take in Melody to avoid foster care. She just like my grandparents, for real, for real? Denz did and started the adoption process, but said that in 2021, Ashley took her away from us after picking her up from school following her release from the mental hospital. We were so happy when social services called us and told us they were going to place the baby with us. You know, we were so happy. That lady is mentally ill, bad. Since then, the grandmother said she hadn't been allowed to see Melody, adding that Ashley cut the girl off from the entire world. Den said Ashley cut off Melody from her entire family. That would explain why nobody had seen or heard from her. Again, a simple phone call would be very, very easy, but the mother was purposefully keeping her away from everyone. That's fucking crazy. The grandmother said she got a weird feeling about Ashley from the second they met. When I met her, my son brought her to the house. She looked so quiet and she was following me with her eyes back and forth. I told my son, is this girl okay? She doesn't look like she's normal. Something's wrong with this lady. He thought he could fix her, chat. This is why you gotta be careful how crazy the crazy is that you stick your dick into. She described Melody as a very happy baby, always smiling, very smart. I know that maybe somebody out there in the world knows where my baby is. Somebody has to know. According to authorities, Ashley left California with her 9-year-old daughter on October 7th and traveled as far as Nebraska and the Malibu. We know the New York plates. Let's see. We know that. We already read that. Investigators previously released surveillance video from the rental car location in Lompoc. We know that as well. Footage corresponds. We know that. Tyler Brewer, who said he's a court officer, said in a statement that Ashley became visibly distressed after sharing information she appeared to regret disclosing, pulled out a box cutter, locked the doors to her home, and then refused to let him leave. Brewer told News Nation that Ashley told him where Melody was located and who she was with. However, Brewer said he has concerns if the information Ashley told him was true. Surely police have been following up on this, because the first time he mentioned this was like, once again, like, what, 5-6 days ago? Some shit like that? So surely the police have followed up, and we should hopefully get a conclusion to this soon. And hopefully, since it disclosed who the daughter was with, that means the daughter is potentially fine, potentially okay, potentially not harmed. That would be a great outcome of this story, and hopefully she never gets placed in her mother's care ever a fucking again. Absolutely wild. The saying is eternal: don't fuck crazy and don't let crazy fuck you. There's a hot crazy access. You're never gonna get not crazy. It's about the level of crazy that you decide to deal with, right? You don't want life-ruining crazy. Gotta be careful of the quiet ones. The story took so many turns, you don't know what to think. I think that the mother's fucking crazy, and she has endangered her child for years, culminating in this weird trip that they took. I don't know why she would do that, but hopefully the daughter will be fine and completely okay, and I will have an update sometime this week that I can let everyone know. Hopefully everything will be fine there. I hate kidnapping stories, man. They make me so nervous. They make me nervous. Let's see, what else is in the tabs here? What else is in the tabs here? Oh, there was like a New Hampshire justice person that had some weird shit happen recently. Manya, 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 manya. Okay, I found the tab. So, I don't exactly know what's going on with this lady, But New Hampshire Supreme Court Justice Hans Marconi said she'll no longer participate in cases. I was like, I wonder what happened. I don't know who this lady is. New Hampshire Supreme Court Justice Anna Barbara Hans Marconi. She has too many names. She has too many names. You know, don't trust someone with that many names. Has informed the court she will no longer participate in case assignments, deliberations, or judicial decision-making. Hans Marconi is retiring February 12, 2026, when she reaches the mandatory retirement age of 70. Hans Marconi said during the remainder of her tenure on the court, she will focus on supporting the internal administrative matters and functions for the court. Last month, a court accepted Hans Marconi's no contest plea and found her guilty of trying to influence a criminal case against her husband, former New Hampshire Port Authority Director Gino Marconi. All right, I got some questions. If she had a no contest plea and was found guilty for trying to influence a criminal case, why is she being allowed to retire? Why is she not just told to get the fuck out and kicked out on her ass? How is she allowed to continue being a Supreme Court justice? New Hampshire, please explain to me why this is okay. It's faster. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. She shouldn't be, like, even though she said she's not going to be on any case assignments or deliberations, which, like, thank God, she still shouldn't be allowed to have the position. That's wild. Good question. Next question. Massive Doge, thank you. Didn't the guy make a chart for crazy hotness and crazy is at a minimum of 3 out of 10? Yeah. Yeah, see, the only time you're ever going to get a 10 hotness and a 0 on the crazy axis is if it's like a lady boy, you know? What's the plan for French game? Pick up little knickknacks while grinding old areas and then tackle the outer world? I don't know what that means, but yeah, I gotta do map stuff. Real La Cosa Nostra shit. Her plea was not an admission of guilt, but rather an acknowledgement that the state had enough evidence to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. I hate that in the legal landscape, that's actually a distinct difference because it quite literally should not be. After the plea, she was quickly reinstated to her position. Why? And as voted by a group of her peers, her license to practice was reinstated. Why? 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 New Hampshire, you're supposed to be sane. What the fuck am I reading? What the fuck am I reading? A week later, she returned... Oh, sorry. Her license to practice was reinstated as they found that her conviction did not meet the definition of a serious crime. She's a Supreme Court justice that had enough evidence for the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt her guilt for trying to influence a criminal case against her husband, who is a former port authority. Why? Why would you want this as a judge? That just don't make sense. And she tried to manipulate our justice system for her own gain. She should be in jail. I am shocked. A week later, she returned to the bench to hear cases, marking the first time in state history that a convicted criminal had served on the high court. She shouldn't have been. What the fuck? I recognize that events of the past year have had an impact on the work of the court, and I regret that disruption, Hans Marconi wrote in a letter to her colleagues. Despite the challenges, it has been the greatest honor of my professional life to serve as a justice of this court. I remain committed to assisting the court in any way that promotes its continued effectiveness and integrity. Don't fucking use the word integrity, you dumb whore. On October 31st, Gino Marconi pleaded guilty to a violation of the Driver Privacy Act, a misdemeanor. He resigned from his position. I recognize and take responsibility for my actions, he said in court. That dude had more repercussions than his fucking wife did. Like, what the fuck? And since I had no idea exactly what had happened, I brought up from the New Hampshire Department of Justice page, October 7th, to explain to me what the fuck happened here. Supreme Court Justice Anna Barbara Hans Marconi guilty of criminal solicitation of misuse of position. Attorney General John M. Formella announces the New Hampshire Supreme Court Associate Justice Anna Barbara Hans Marconi, I just want to call her Macaroni, man, had entered a plea of nolo contendiere and was found guilty in Merrimack County Superior Court on one count of criminal solicitation of misuse of position, a Class B misdemeanor. This is a sad and unfortunate case that reflects a serious breach of public trust. Justice Macaroni was an associate justice of the New Hampshire Supreme Court when she arranged for a private meeting with the governor and then sought to obtain special treatment regarding an active criminal investigation involving her husband, said Attorney General Formella. That conduct was unlawful and unethical, and it undermines confidence in our criminal justice system. Today's conviction holds her accountable under that law. Well, clearly it doesn't if she was voted in to continue being on the bench and had her fucking license reinstated. Are you kidding me? Merrimack explained it there. I don't know what's fucking going on in Merrimack, New Hampshire, man. Nolo contendiere is no contest. I figured that's what that meant, but it's fun to say. Does she have a D after her name? Yeah, no. I don't know how to find that out, but if I had to put money on it, she probably does. Number one super guy. What the heck? Best you can do is disbar them. I wish that would have happened. While serving as a sitting Supreme Court Justice, Hans Macaroni arranged for a meeting with then-Governor Christopher T. Sununu to discuss a personal matter. During the meeting in June of 24, she discussed an ongoing criminal grand jury investigation into her husband, Gino Marconi, the director of the Division of Ports and Harbors at the Pease Development Authority, and its effect on her both personally and as a member of the Supreme Court. The justice told Governor Sununu that there was no merit to the criminal investigation and stated multiple times that the investigation needed to wrap up quickly. She also spoke to the governor about how the investigation was hard on her personally and was preventing her from sitting on important cases pending or imminently pending before the Supreme Court. Lady, what? How is your husband under investigation, meaning that you can't attend other cases? That doesn't, like, you're probably stressed as fuck, but, like, I have no sympathy for that, man. Don't break the law, question mark? The legitimacy of this court is compromised? Yeah. Her wiki page says she's a Republican. I am shocked. I am shocked, and we were wrong. She needs to be removed. She does. She really does. It's one of the towns where a lot of the rich mass people moved into the last 10 years. Merrimack, Derry, Wyndham, Amherst, Bedford all have had a massive shift. That's wild. That's wild to hear. That's like directly, well, I wouldn't say directly in the middle because that's more like the Lakes County, but that's closer to the middle of the state. Smell a rhino. That's also wild that as a Republican, people still voted her back in. That is like stanky corruption. But we also know that there are Democrats running as Republicans in New Hampshire, much like that fucking socialist guy with an R next to his name that we read about in a different article. New Hampshire has some weird fucking people running there. Merrimack County is different than Merrimack the town, which is in Hillsborough. I don't know where Merrimack County is. I don't know where that county. I know like southeastern New Hampshire, and that's about it. Deport her to the moon. As the border towns got massive minority increases, people bailed. Wow. I'm so shocked. How could this have happened? No one could have predicted this. Judges have special ethical responsibilities, including to obey the law, to promote public confidence in the independence, integrity, and impartiality of the judiciary, to avoid impropriety and the appearance of impropriety, and to not abuse the prestige of their office to advance the personal interest of themselves or others. Added Attorney General Formella, the state of New Hampshire takes seriously its responsibility to uphold the rule of law and ensure accountability at every level of public service. This outcome reinforces a core principle of our justice system. No one is above the law, not even a Supreme Court justice. Well, it doesn't send that message when after the plea, she was quickly reinstated to her position, and as voted by a group of her peers, her license to practice was reinstated. Neither of those things should have happened if you cared about any of the shit that you said in this paragraph. It's completely antithetical. Justice Hans Macaroni was sentenced in accordance with the terms of the plea agreement approved by the court, which will require her to pay a fine of $1,200. Oh, how will a Supreme Court justice pay $1,200? Oh, that is not even a real punishment. Holy shit. That is a fucking joke. That is a joke, man. No one is above the law. You keep using that phrase. I do not think you know what it means. They seriously do not. Praxis Fall, thank you for those 10 gift members. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. The price of doing business. Gino Marconi has entered a not guilty plea to charges currently pending against him in the Rockingham County Superior Court, and he is presumed innocent until proven guilty. That's interesting that his is in the Rockingham County Superior Court and hers was in fucking Merrimack County. I wonder if that's because, like, she met the governor in Merrimack County. I don't know how that would fucking work. This case was investigated by the New Hampshire Department of Justice and prosecuted by Senior Assistant Attorney General Dan A. Jimenez and Assistant Attorney General Joe M. Fincham, the second of the Public Integrity Unit. I'm glad I read this from the Department of Justice website, but like this is just wild. She should not still be on the bench. She should not still be able to be there regardless of her saying she's not going to participate in shit. A crime punishable by a fine means it's legal for a price. Pretty fucking much. That's how I see that shit. That's how I see that shit, man. And maybe she Lewinsky'd the governor. I do not know much about Sununu. I just know that his name is very fun to say, and it reminds me of the League of Legends character Nunu. So when I say Sununu, I just picture Nunu, but with like black hair, because I'm pretty sure he had black hair if I remember him correctly. And the county is based on where the crime happened, so if she met the governor in Concord, it would be in Merrimack County? That makes sense. That makes sense. You know, the libertarians in New Hampshire didn't like him, but that's about it. I was not living out there for years, so I don't know anything about him. He at least didn't make it into the mainstream news like fucking Michelle Wu and Maura Healey. Sununu fucking sucks. Gay rhino. Why does it seem like all of the Republicans that exist in New Hampshire are actually just like Democrats with an R on their shirt? Nunu and Willump. I won't participate but still collect a paycheck. What the fuck? Yeah, like what is this? This should not be real. This is not actual justice. She had zero repercussions. Like what the fuck are you talking about? And I thought this was funny. It's a bit more lighthearted article. A little lighthearted article here. From Marijuana Moment. Massachusetts senators approved bill to double marijuana possession limit for adults and restructure the regulatory commission. Man. They voted to let her keep her job and she decided she wants to get paid to not do her job. Whoever voted to keep her there is a fucking retard. I don't know if those people get voted into their positions, but if they do, they need to get gone, man. There are many being replaced by free staters and libertarians running under the Republican Party. I don't know much about the free staters, but I saw the libertarian, not the New Hampshire, I don't think it was the New Hampshire one specifically. I think it was like the big libertarian account. They posted like an abolish ICE picture, and I was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? What the fuck are you doing? There's a possession limit for minors in Mass. I don't think minors are able to possess at all, because when we were talking about that Boston riot, there was one of the people at it arrested for marijuana possession, and my question was like, why the fuck was he arrested? It's legal there. Turns out he was under 18, and I was like, oh, that makes sense. New Hampshire libertarians are the only good ones. Jeremy Kaufman. I like Jeremy Kaufman. He's been great. I like a lot of his tweets. I can't retweet all of the tweets of his that I like, but I like a lot of his tweets. Double the weed possession. I'm sure that'll be perfectly fine. I like seeing stuff like this, but I also wish that people would put a bit more pertinence on smoking in public. Because marijuana smoke doesn't trigger my asthma like cigarette smoke does, but it does smell very fucking bad. And I don't like walking around smelling it because people have no consideration for those around them. You know, if we lived in a society where people could consider that other people besides them exist, we probably wouldn't need to think about that. But unfortunately, that is not where we live. Marijuana makes you want to throw up. You can't stand it. It smells so fucking bad. It smells so bad. Like, the rare times that it smells good, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this is, but I need to acquire it because how does it smell good? That doesn't make sense. Stepping out of a Las Vegas casino and instantly being hit in the face with the smell of dank is unpleasant. It really is. It really is. Massachusetts senators have approved a bill that would double the legal marijuana possession limit for adults and revise the regulatory framework for the state's adult use cannabis market. The Senate Ways and Means Committee on Thursday unanimously passed the legislation in a 16-0 vote, sending it to the floor for consideration by the full chamber as early as next week. The House passed similar legislation over the summer. Among the proposed revisions to the state's cannabis law is a section that would increase the personal possession limit for marijuana from 1 to 2 ounces. Colorado enacted the same reform in 2021 after that state's cannabis market matured. A committee fact sheet on the Massachusetts legislation states that the policy change is being put forward in response to the fact that recreational cannabis use has been a common practice for more than 7 years. In addition to the possession increase, the bill would reduce the size and revise the organization of the Cannabis Control Commission, or the CCC. Oh, there's so many fucking China jokes I could make, man. While also updating limits on marijuana business licensing. The commission would further be tasked with promoting participation in the medical cannabis industry by people who've been disproportionately impacted by prohibition and studying mental health outcomes related to cannabis use. I think one of the craziest things that I ran into was like supposedly, and I don't even know if this is a thing in Mass, but supposedly when you hold an out-of-state driver's license and you buy weed in a state where it's legal with your out-of-state driver's license, you're supposed to have a lower limit that you're allowed to purchase than the people who have the in-state license. And I guess it's just not enforced because I've only ever had one cashier at a weed dispensary even mention it to me, and even then they were just like, oh yeah, you know, it doesn't matter. So it's like, I was like, what even is the point of this regulation if like nobody adheres to it, you know? And also, I had no idea that there were even legal limits, because I'm the kind of person that like when I buy something, I buy in bulk, right? So I'm like, I'm gonna buy enough that I don't have to go back for like 8 to 10 months. And so I'm thinking about like these legal limits, and I'm like, I wonder if they just don't care about that either, and they just let you buy what the fuck ever, you know? Like, I don't like leaving my house. I want to just stay inside in the basement forever. Bulk underpants outlet, right? Nobody enforces stuff like that. You live in Utah, close to the Nevada border, and all the dispensaries just let the Utah people get whatever they want. Based. Depends on how shady they are. I guess. I don't know. Under the proposal, the CCC would be comprised of 3 members rather than the current 5, 2 of whom would be directly appointed by the governor and 1 who the state attorney general would appoint. The legislation further includes a reciprocity section. I don't know why I had such a hard time with that word. Allowing out-of-state medical marijuana patients to purchase cannabis products from Massachusetts dispensaries. How is that not already a thing? That doesn't make sense. Kirsche finally gets her Victorian house, never leaves the basement again. That's pretty much what would happen. I would like move in, go to my neighbors and be like, yes, hello, I'm your new neighbor. I have crippling anxiety and don't like talking to people. You won't see me very much. And then they'll never see me again. I'll scurry back into my house and they'll never see me again. A common Kirsche ESL moment. You know, it happens. No, officer, I wasn't intending to distribute, says Kirsche. Distribute? To who? Just me. Just me and the Kirsches in my basement. The what? Cool, do you get to be the local witch? Probably. According to State House News Service, Senate leaders intend to bring up the bill for floor consideration on Wednesday. Meanwhile, earlier this month, the legislature's Joint Cannabis Policy Committee advanced a bill that would require a study into legal barriers facing first responders who wish to use marijuana in compliance with state law. Call me crazy, but if I'm having a medical emergency and I call first responders in an ambulance to come help me, I don't want them to be high. And I like, if they wanted to use it like recreationally in their free time, you would have to consider, are they on call? What are their hours? You know, if I get high in the evening and I take a bit higher of a dose than I usually do because I want to be like, I want to feel like a fish wandering around on land being confused when I get dunked into like a Gumby jar, right? Like if I want to do that, I'm going to wake up the next day and I'm going to still have a residual high. Like there's like some jobs that you can't, if you have that job, you're making sacrifices, man. You know, it's like my dad has like a CDL, right? He can drive like the big trucks. He can't smoke the weeds. If he did, that would be bad. And he's like, I'd rather keep my license than smoke weed. I'm like, that makes sense. You'd rather they send a social worker at that point? THC isn't like alcohol. It stays in your system and you're under the influence for a long time. Yeah. It's like, I can't, like, I guess if they had like a vacation where they were not working for like a week, but I can't see any kind of normal situation where like a first responder, whether it be like a medical attendant or a firefighter, like, I'm sorry, dudes. I'm sorry, guys, but like you got people to save, man. Lives are in your hands, bro. If you never leave your house, how can anyone date you? I know, that's what I'm struggling with too. Your brother's an iron worker and he can't be high. Yeah, it's just like some jobs, like you just can't. And that might suck. I don't know what to say, bro. I swear Kirsche is just female you. What do you mean by this? Help police, she's turning the Kirsches into pepperoni in her basement. They're delicious marshmallow pepperoni. Great Italian Fox, I come to let you know you'd eaten tortellini in red sauce and it was tasty. Oh, I gotta get to the Groby store, man. I don't have any more fucking tortellinis or raviolis and I love those things. You just hate retards that act like you can't abuse weed. You know, so many people that just smoke themselves into oblivion on a daily basis and are essentially the same as a raging alcoholic.
Spicy cat raid.
I hate I hate the people who are both like that and then also the people who are like, anyone who injects a weed is obviously an addict. It's like, no, that's not how that works, man. And then there's the people, I guess, who are similar to me, where they haven't had any issues with like addiction, right? Like I've never had any issues with addiction to like alcohol or weed or my anxiety medication or the opioids when I was on them for like pain issues. I was able to like literally take my doses of whatever the fuck it was, and if I didn't want to take it or when it ran out, I had like zero withdrawal effects of any kind. And there's just some people that happens to, but there are some people that happens to, and I saw a post like this on Twitter the other day where they were just like, marijuana is not as addictive as like nicotine and stuff because like I never had any addiction problems. It's like, just because you don't doesn't mean that is the same for everyone else. What do you mean? And if you're not having that effect, you should count yourself lucky and not as the go-to average. Right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. You smoked weed and nicotine? Weed was harder for you to quit? Yeah, it completely depends on the person. And I think it's incredibly irresponsible to just be like, oh yeah, bro, weed's not as addictive as the nicotines. It's like, yeah, maybe for you, but like, there's tons of other people who like have to do it every day because of the addiction. I say have to in that way because you guys know addiction, like they can quit, yes, blah, blah, blah. It's weird you were talking about addiction in your stream. Hell yeah, brother. Paul Video Gamer, thank you. Speaking of pizza, pepperoni and marshmallow pizza is the only Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle pizza combo you've had that actually works really well. I did not know that was a pizza combo, and I don't think I would enjoy that. Patchouli, thank you. You have the unfortunate debuff of being allergic to Lucifer's kelp. That's crazy. You loved living with people who didn't believe that was possible. I don't know why they wouldn't believe it's possible. Like, you could literally be allergic to anything. There are people who are allergic to, like, fucking latex, dude. 10% of the population is very susceptible to cannabis addiction. And maybe it's just some weird thing in my family, right? I don't know. My mom was heavily addicted to a lot of things, but my dad, when he had any kind of vice, like drinking when he was younger or like smoking cigarettes, he just quit cold turkey every single time. Zero issue. I don't know. Thanks, Dad. I guess I got your genetics in that regard. I don't know. I don't know how that shit works. Marijuana isn't physically addictive, but it can absolutely be psychologically addicted. I don't know how much I believe that, right? Because like when I eat the marijuana gumbies, it helps both with, like, the mental state of anxiety that I deal with, as well as, like, my back pain from my spine issues. So, I feel like you can definitely have, like, a physical feeling of addiction from it based on it having physical feeling properties when you take it. And I say, I swear Kirsche's female me. I mean, we're a lot alike. What the heck? True and real, 100% is different for everyone. You hate the stoner bros that make weed their personality. I just hate everyone that makes one thing, like, the entire aspect of their personality, you know? Realization of your parents' chain smoking and alcoholism made you straight-edged when growing up, and you're only more recently figuring out that it's the addiction that's bad? Yeah. Yeah, it's like, I feel like if you want to do something, and it's not illegal, you should be able to do it if you can practice moderation, you know? You miss Stoner Bro as a trope character in movies? In your case, Kirsche, you could make the argument it's medicinal. I mean, yeah, I'm sure I could get a medical card for that shit, but I don't need to. Sordid Sentinel, thank you for that memba, dude, thank you. Chibi Natsuke, thank you. You're the opposite. Weed smoke bothers your allergies, and you also had roommates who like to smoke the Peruvian parsley. I think this is why I couldn't really have roommates that weren't, like, actual friends. And I mean, even with actual friends, you could run into that kind of issue, but if I was rooming with someone who was allergic to something, I wouldn't want to try and make their living situation worse. Because it's like, you know, we're supposed to be friends, we're supposed to get along. Why would I want to be a dick, you know? You just don't because you're saving money. Cutbacks are real, true. That's, being able to buy weed is a luxury in this economy. So many amazing hobbies and things in this world, you can't choose one thing to all in for personality. Closest is 3D printing and motorcycles, you suppose. Wouldn't that be really cool if you could, like, 3D print some kind of, like, mini motorcycle? I mean, obviously you couldn't 3D print the engine and shit, but, like, the case of it? I don't know, that could look neat. You hated weed and everyone who used it entirely until your dad started using it. He had an accident that destroyed his back, and the pills they prescribed him got him extremely addicted and fucked up. He was in pain and angry all the time. Replacing that shit with weed got him back to normal. That's good. That's good. I'm glad that was able to help him. Dread to think how expensive weed is nowadays, because it was too much in your day. We're all over here. Their metal 3D printers, mega expensive though. That's cool. I didn't think you could 3D print an engine. That's kind of nuts. The price of working model V8 engines are almost as high as buying an actual size V8 engine. That seems kind of silly. Regulators would also need to look into the efficacy of marijuana in the treatment of anxiety, depression, and PTSD. They would additionally examine laws and policies for cannabis use by police officers and first responders in other jurisdictions, and any other topics the commission deems relevant. I don't think any first responders should be getting high. But the content brain in me, the little Asmongold on my shoulder says, I want body cams of high out of their mind police officers attempting to arrest an unruly subject. Think of the content! Wait till she learns that you can 3D print a house. But wouldn't it be funny though? The bill was reported out as lawmakers in a different committee approved separate legislation to provide employment protections for people who use marijuana. Another panel advanced a similar employment protections bill from Representative Michael Kushmerek in September? Actually illiterate right now? I don't know what this bill would contain, but I would tentatively agree that if somebody had a medical use for marijuana, that discrimination protections could apply to them. I would not want it to apply wholesale to anyone who takes any kind of weed, because that could get really sticky and really fucking weird really fucking quick. Kushman was biased from the start. That's true, he was biased from the start. I didn't even catch that. I was gonna give you a ticket, kid, but I found out you hogged when you should have passed. Not cool, bro. In the background of this legislative effort, the Massachusetts Attorney General's office last month confirmed it had been receiving complaints from the public about petitions for a 2026 ballot initiative aimed at rolling back the state's marijuana legalization law, with a growing number of people alleging the signature collectors are peddling misleading information about the proposal. The Marijuana Repeal Campaign, for its part, said last month they're on track to securing enough signatures to place the initiative on the ballot. They're working to submit 100,000 signatures by a December 3rd deadline. Those people are more high out of their mind than anyone buying the marijuana. And I'm like, you're telling me you're working to get 100,000 signatures by December 3rd. And this has already been in the works for months, because I think the first time I heard about this campaign was like back in August or some shit. There's no way that's gonna fucking happen in Massachusetts. Hound of Ill Omens, thank you. You can 3D print just about anything. You heard about a guy trying to 3D print a car by printing out individual parts to spite those old ones. You wouldn't download a car ads. Oh, despite the old, you wouldn't download a car. That's funny. He should put like a bumper sticker on them that says you wouldn't download a car. You're down for letting them do it on their own time, but just like you're not allowed to be drunk on duty, you definitely shouldn't be high on duty. Well, like me and some other chatter brought up earlier, the marijuana stays in your system for a lot longer, right? And especially if you take a higher dose because you're like, I don't want to just be pleasantly happy. I want to be fucking taken to another galaxy, brother. Like, you're even after you sleep, you're gonna wake up and you're still going to be under the effect. And so it's really, really dangerous, right? More brain damage than the stoners. The stoners got high and forgot to sign it. The genie is already out of the bottle. It's not going to get banned again with signatures. It's really not. But I think if they focus their efforts on trying to prevent as much public marijuana smoking as we have, that would be something I think a lot more people would get behind. I want to feel like Ryan Gosling from the movie Drive in 2011. I don't know if there's enough weed you can take to get to that point, man. And Praxis Fall, thank you. Just get the weed bros to get a ban on alcohol. Oh my god. Oh, Bandalore. Bandalore, thank you for the 10 gift blankets on Kick. Thank you. Thank you. We love gift blankets. Thank you. And bullshit, that shit like coke is in and out of your body in hours, but weed is detectable for months afterwards. It's not detectable for months. It's detectable, I think, like up to 12 days. But even if it's detectable up to like 10 or 12 days, you're not going to be like under the effect of it for that long, right? Like, if somebody gets high on a Friday night after work and they don't take any other weeds by Monday, they should be completely fucking functionally fine. My worry is that people are not exactly responsible, and so if somebody is a first responder and they get high on a weekday, or if they get high while they're on call, you're going to be being attended by a police officer or a firefighter or an emergency medical worker that's going to still be some degree of high. Heavy users are detectable for 30 plus days. That's fucking wild, bro. After Canada legalized weed, initially the RCMP could only partake if they took a 28-day unpaid leave, effectively making them unable to use it. Now they can't consume it within 16 hours of a shift. I only know about the, like, I guess, average traceable period. And I know my personal traceable period is pretty fucking short. You pissed hot 2 months after quitting, smoked daily for almost a decade. I think like my personal window for like when I am clean if I eated weed gummies one day is like 5-6 days. It's detectable in the hair roots, isn't it? Maybe most people just have you piss. Your wife still had traces at 3 months. That's wild. You don't want the DEI and CPD hire bill attending you during an emergency. True. Finally caught up. If you're a big old fat guy and smoke daily, it's about 3 months. Yeah, I mean, even with people trying to claim I'm a drug addict, I would just have Gumby on occasion, man. Like, I took it way more often before I got, like, a prescription because of my fucking shoulder issues. But regardless of that, you don't want to be high all the time, because then you're missing out on life, bro. When you're driving at night in the rain while blasting Killing My Love in your 2008 Accord on the highway, you feel like Ryan Gosling. Does this mean your Accord is powered by weed? Yes. Congratulations. Don't leave it out at night. West Coast Canadian, your government wants to teach kids safe ways to do drugs in school? That's kind of weird. That's strange. The pain doctor said it attaches to the fat in your body. Well, I guess I don't have enough for it to stay in it for very long then. Helps with you, with your back and your shoulder, kinda. Yeah, that's what I was doing it for, because I couldn't get doctors to take my, like, pain issues seriously, you know? But then thankfully I went to an actual pain clinic, and the guy was a retired neurosurgeon doing pain specialty for fun. So I had a good guy, thumbs up. Weed is very effective for nerve pain. That's what really got you? Yeah. Weed is stored in the boobs. Those doctors are chads. Yeah, I fucking loved that dude. He was great. You had a feeling your Accord was powered by weed when you tried starting it up. It sounds like a chain smoker. Oh no. Meanwhile, the head of Massachusetts Marijuana Regulatory Agency recently suggested that the measure to effectively recriminalize recreational cannabis sales could imperil tax revenue that's being used to support substance misuse treatment efforts and other public programs. Yeah, dude, marijuana is, like, taxed out of its fucking gourd in every state that it's legal. I could only imagine if, like, you made it tax-free somewhere. When you were in school, you had DARE. Now they've gone 180. True. Whether the cannabis measures make the cut is yet to be seen. Voters approved legislation at the ballot in 2016, with sales launching 2 years later. And the past decade has seen the market evolve and expand. As of August, Massachusetts officials reported more than $8 billion in adult-use marijuana sales. That's crazy. Regulators are also working to finalize rules to allow for a new cannabis consumption lounge license type, which they hope to complete by October. Ooh, I don't know how I feel about that. At least, like, in hookah lounges, you can't smell them, man. If you have, like, cannabis consumption lounges, any store around it is going to just smell horrendous, and the people that want to patronize the stores around it are not gonna wanna. Yeah, that's gonna suck. Yeah, I don't like that. You should consume the weeds in the comfort and safety of your own home, brother. They have those in certain states already. They're fucking awful. Oh my god. Require the lounges to be underground. Yeah, send the stoners underground. Separately, in May, CCC launched an online platform aimed at helping people find jobs, workplace training, and networking opportunities in the state's legal cannabis industry. That's kind of cool, actually. That's actually kind of cool that there's, like, a specific place you can go to find jobs in the industry. When I move, I'm gonna have to find someone and be like, teach me how to grow my own plants. I want to make my own Gary. I don't know if Gary still exists in Massachusetts, because it's been years since I picked up Gary, but holy shit, Gary smelled so fucking good. I need to make my own Gary plants. And maybe make a requirement for the lounge license to have filters and or be located in a detached building? Maybe. Who's Gary? Gary was the name of a strain of weed that a dispensary I went to a couple of years ago when I was visiting family in Massachusetts. They were just like, they were giving it away for like 50% off when you bought like some other stuff at the place. And I was like, hell yeah, I'll try that deal. Gary smelled so fucking good. Like, again, earlier, like I said, most weed does not smell good. It smells like shit. And I understand why people think it smells like shit, because I also think it smells like shit. But Gary smelled good. Gary smelled like, I want to rub you on my body good. Like, yeah, Gary Payton. Gary Payton, that was the name of it. Time check, we're almost done with the article. There's an entire YouTube creator that grows it and makes video on it. Yeah, I don't know if they still sell Gary or if that was like a special time thing, you know, but I need more Gary. Cookies makes that strain. Cookies? I don't know what that is. Gary smells like soap. I'm dying. I've ran out of drink. They still sell it. I hope it'll still be there when I can get back up into that area, man. Please never get rid of Gary Payton. The weed, because apparently that's also a guy's name. I don't know anything about the guy. Gary is a name of the strain of a plant is so Massachusetts. It really is. North Atlantic Seed Bank has the Gary Payton seeds. It's so good. State lawmakers have also been considering setting tighter restrictions on intoxicating hemp-derived products and a plan to allow individual entities to control a larger number of cannabis establishments. Also in Massachusetts, legislators who are working on a state budget butted heads with the CCC officials, who said they can't make critical technology improvements without more money from the legislature. What kind of technology improvements in growing weed? Gary Payton was a basketball player back in the 90s. Oh. Meanwhile, Massachusetts lawmakers recently approved a bill to establish a pilot program for the regulated therapeutic use of psychedelics. 2 committees have separately held hearings to discuss additional psilocybin-related measures. I wonder what kind of psychedelics are counted under. Are we going to have, like, legal LSD in Massachusetts at some point? Am I going to get to see the, like, LSD fent zombies roaming around? Time to spin the weed wheel. What did he mean by this? You hope so? I don't know if I want to see the LSD fent zombies of Massachusetts. That sounds scary, man. It's his strain, just like Purple Urkel is Unless strain. I don't know what that means. Psilocybin. Psilocybin, thank you. I don't know anything about psychedelics, bro. Gary was your old man's name. He cheated on your mom. He was a piece of shit. Okay, well, that Gary smells bad. But Gary, the weed strain, smells good. A nice nothing, like zombies just taking over a block and ruining a neighborhood. Who would win? The LSD fent zombies or the Hispanic gangs of Lawrence? Because, like, I wouldn't even need to buy a movie. You just set up a camera? That's like peak entertainment. Did someone say Febin? I don't know what that is. Dr. K from Healthy Gamer went into details of medical psychedelics. Really interesting, but a big caveat. It's all done in a very controlled environment you can't duplicate at home. Interesting. Interesting. The correct answer is yes. Psilocybin comes from mushrooms. I have never eaten a mushroom. I do not like the regular non-psychedelic mushrooms, so I don't think I would like the psychedelic ones. LSD and Fent could not be more different substances. Yeah, but like Fent is everyone's problem. So I assume there are people in Massachusetts doing Fent that would also do LSD, that also wouldn't care about mixing LSD with Fent. Psychedelic use really helped you with suicidality, specifically shrooms? That's pretty interesting. I do not know much about shrooms because I do not do the psychedelics. Did someone say Fent? Your cat walked on the keyboard. Your cat wants the Fent? Speaking of wanting the Fent, I am jiggling both legs because my bladder is very, very full. I'm gonna find someone to raid. I guess I've been drinking a lot recently, and so I've been needing to pee a lot more recently. It's been big pee hours. And I guess it's good that I'm hydrated, but bad that I need to pee so often. So I'm sorry to like try and run really quickly. I'm gonna raid into my husband. We're gonna just go watch him play whatever this fucking Chinese game is, Where Winds Meet. I tried typing raid in his chat because I'm fucking retarded and I need to pee. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh, and it probably actually went through too. Oh god. Hopefully no one noticed. He has a big chat. Nobody's gonna notice I tried to raid in his chat. I hope. Don't mind me! Thank you guys for hanging out! Tomorrow I have my nail appointment at a new salon. Pray for me that my hands don't get fucked up and that I don't have a terrible story for you on Tuesday. Hopefully I only have good stories with good nails. Pray for me, chat. And say hello to Asmongold. I will see you guys on Tuesday. I am going to go release 7 gallons of piss. Have a great rest of your night! Bye bye!